Chapter 11-12. After that, there was nothing much to say. Lin Xian was the kind of person who made others think that they could beat him. However, 5 of them were defeated by Lin Xian. After 5 rounds, Lin Xian directly called it a day. Although he could make money, he was afraid that it would not be easy to make money in the future. After the first time, and the second time, people would definitely suspect that Lin Xian was pretending to be weak. Lin Xian did not care. He did not want to be annoyed. He directly went to the 90th peak. The 90th peak was not easy to be. Because if one wanted to advance to the 80th peak from the 91st to the 99th peak, the 91st peak must belong to one. Only by reaching the 90th peak would one be qualified to challenge the 80th or 80th peak. Even if one was the 91st peak, one would have to defeat the person on the 90th peak before one could challenge the 80th peak. Lin Xian thought that he wanted to be in the top few. Although he did not need to do so now because it was too high profile, he would have to slowly challenge and advance bit by bit. That would take a lot of time, so he might as well challenge now. When he arrived at the 90th peak, Lin Xian saw Wang Xintong. This girl was waiting behind a person. That person was competing with another person. This person was definitely in the 90th peak. He was definitely going to charge into the 80th peak. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong saw Lin Xian and revealed a happy expression. She ran in front of Lin Xian. You want to challenge too? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks and smiled. Anyway, there was no one around to watch, except for the 2 people who were competing. They were in full swing and did not have the time to watch them. Wang Xintong nodded. Then you go ahead. Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Forget it. If you want to challenge, then you do it. I will challenge the 91st peak. Lin Xian smiled and said. There's no need for that. You do it. Besides, I may not necessarily win. Even if I win, I may not necessarily win against over 80 mountains. Wang Xintong stuck out her tongue. All right then, I'll challenge the 80th peak after I'm done, Lin Xian said. All right. Wang Xintong nodded. If this person lost to Lin Xian, then he would directly go to Lin Xian's 100th peak. If Lin Xian successfully challenged the 80th peak, then the 80th peak would belong to the 90th peak. However, Lin Xian trusted Wang Xintong. The difference in strength between the 80th, and 90th peaks was actually very small. It depended more on one's performance and attributes. Although Wang Xintong had dual attributes of water and light, neither of which was a combat attribute, she was not weak. Therefore, when she defeated the 80th peak that Lin Xian successfully challenged, Lin Xian felt that it would not be a big problem. Since Wang Xintong wanted to challenge him so early, Lin Xian felt that she was also very confident in herself. The 2 people in front of him finished their challenges quickly. The person who came to challenge failed. Zhao Long glanced at Lin Xian and Wang Xintong, then said indifferently, which one of you wants to challenge me? Not resting? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. No need. All right. Lin Xian then jumped up. It's you, Lin Xian. The person looked at Lin Xian and narrowed his eyes. Oh. Brother, you seem to be hostile towards me. Lin Xian asked with a smile. No. Zhao Long shook his head. Of course. He was Lan Xingxing's suitor. This bastard was actually so close to Lan Xingxing and even went to her dormitory. How could he not be hostile? That's good. Are you sure you don't want to rest? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No need. Zhao Long's fire attribute energy surged. Come on. Lin Xian shrugged. This Zhao Long's strength was still at the one-star domain realm. In the martial arts academy, he was naturally above average. However, it was still the same saying. The truly powerful people in the martial arts academy were probably the top 30 peaks. The top 30 peaks were the elites of the elites. The people behind them were at most a little genius. To Lin Xian, they were nothing. Lin Xian, you can do it. Wang Xintong was definitely Lin Xian's little fangirl. After all, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. Moreover, she knew that Lin Xian was very powerful. Zhao Long snorted coldly. Why? What was so different about this Lin Xian? Almost all of the top 10 school beauties on the ranking list had more or less interacted with him. Even a few of them came to watch his martial arts competition. This was a very important moment for a man. Which man didn't want to attract the attention of a few school beauties during their martial arts competition? However, Lin Xian actually did it. He couldn't understand. Hey, brother, what are you thinking about? Let's fight. Lin Xian shouted. Come on. Zhao Long then looked at Lin Xian warily. Although he felt that he could win, he had heard that Lin Xian had defeated several domain realm martial artists who challenged him. Therefore, this Lin Xian was actually not weak. Ha! Following that, Zhao Long roared angrily. The entire martial arts arena was burning with flames. The flames quickly shrank, as if Lin Xian had become a turtle in a jar. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't reveal his full strength. However, he didn't want to waste time. If he could end the battle as soon as possible, then so be it. Spatial seal. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and clenched it slightly. Humph. You think you're the only one who can seal me? You're too young. Zhao Long snorted and suddenly punched the spatial barrier created by Lin Xian. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't break this spatial barrier at all. How is this possible? You're at the domain realm. Zhao Long looked at Lin Xian in shock. To be honest, there was nothing shocking about a student at the martial arts academy being at the domain realm. However, for some reason, he felt that Lin Xian was at the domain realm. Lin Xian also felt very helpless. Was he weak? Why was he weak in the eyes of these people? He had defeated a domain realm martial artist time and time again in the eyes of others as a lower realm martial artist. Why was he still weak in the eyes of these people? He couldn't understand what these people were thinking. One-star domain realm. Don't think that you can win against me just because you're at the one-star domain realm and have the spatial attribute. This young master can easily shatter the spatial barrier created by a one-star domain realm martial artist. Ha! Then, he roared and released his fire attribute power with all his might, bombarding the spatial seal. There was a crack, but it didn't shatter. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, as long as a martial artist was a so-called genius in the same realm, it would be relatively easy for them to break through some of the spatial or time restrictions. However, one mustn't forget that Lin Xian didn't have the normal spatial attribute. His spatial purity and proficiency were maxed out. Since ancient times, there had never been a human who had maxed out the spatial purity and proficiency. Therefore, if someone at the same realm wanted to break free from Lin Xian's spatial restrictions, the difficulty would definitely be extraordinary. I'll stop pretending. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. I'm not trash. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Chapter 11-13. Under Zhao Long's incredulous and unwilling gaze, Lin Xian blasted a space. Boom, the space was blasted apart, and then Zhao Long was blasted away in ragged clothes. Lin Xian still knew his limits. He only suffered some superficial wounds. After all, There was no enmity between them, and it was just a simple competition. There was no need to be so vicious. Wang Xintong looked at Lin Xian with her mouth slightly agape. Too powerful. They were both in the domain realm, but the opponent in the same realm couldn't resist at all. No, shouldn't they be evenly matched in the same realm? And this was a student of the martial arts academy. They weren't simple. How could Lin Xian win so easily? Wasn't this too powerful? Actually, it was very simple. It was the space attribute. Did you think the space attribute was functional? That was a huge mistake. Yes, if you could easily break through the limitations of space or time, then these two attributes would only be a temporary restriction to you, and wouldn't have much effect on the battle. However, if you couldn't break through, then these two attributes would be your eternal nightmare. Normally, there was a chance to break through in the same realm, but the chances were actually not high. Otherwise, space and time wouldn't be so powerful. But after all, this was the martial arts academy, and everyone was an expert. So in the martial arts academy, the chances of breaking through were very high. But Lin Xian was too monstrous. With full proficiency and purity, even if someone was 1 star higher than Lin Xian, it would be very difficult to break through easily. You had to be at least 2 stars higher than him. And if you couldn't break through, then you would be a turtle in a jar in the space barrier created by Lin Xian. It didn't matter if you had skills, laws, or domains, it would all be useless. You had the strength but couldn't use it. Zhao Long got up from the ground. How should he put it? He admitted that Lin Xian was stronger than him, but he refused to accept it. Because he felt that Lin Xian only won because of the shamelessness of space. I'll get my revenge for this. Zhao Long tossed his badge to Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian tossed his badge to Zhao Long. Then, Zhao Long snorted and walked away. Lin Xian was an expert. This was Zhao Long's thoughts. Yes, he wasn't convinced, but the space attribute that Lin Xian released was too strong. He had fought with space attribute martial artists before, but Lin Xian was at the same realm as him. Zhao Long didn't have the confidence to break through Lin Xian's space barrier. This was enough to prove that Lin Xian's attainments in space were very high. Perhaps his strength was not strong, but his space was very strong. In the face of the space attribute, once you are restricted by the power of space, you basically only have one chance to break through the space seal. If you can't break through this one chance, then the opponent will have enough time to use space explosion and other powers. Then I'll go challenge number 80. You just wait here for him. When he comes, you can challenge him directly, Lin Xian said to Wang Xintong. N. Wang Xintong nodded. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian smiled and moved his face closer. Wang Xintong's pretty face couldn't help but blush. Since she started dating Lin Xian, there had been very few ambiguous moments between them. She felt that Lin Xian didn't like her at all. So this time, when Lin Xian took the initiative to kiss her, she was actually very happy. Wang Xintong's little face was red. She tiptoed and kissed Lin Xian's cheek. Hee, let's go. Lin Xian then walked away. Lin Xian was qualified to challenge number 80. Wang Xintong wasn't, so Wang Xintong couldn't go there. Those who succeeded in the challenge could stop fighting for 2 days. Others couldn't challenge them, but if they lost, they could still be challenged by others. Lin Xian might return to Lin and City after today's battle because he still wanted to see Zi Qiue. Zi Qiue triggered a divine rank martial skill, so he was very much looking forward to it. However, she was a heavenly concubine. He didn't know if it would be easy to woo her. What if she was lonely? There was still Luo Chenxi. Heavenly concubine Zi Qiue, Lin Xian might still have a chance. Perhaps Lin Xian had some interactions with her. After all, Lin Xian had written songs for her before, so they had some common topics to talk about. However, Luo Chenxi was an ex-Xian's boss and also a mature and beautiful woman. She was truly beautiful, but Lin Xian did not have any common topics to talk about with her. The only conversation they had was during the gala, and they had never spoken to each other again. This kind of situation was really too difficult to pursue. However, the mission reward that Luo Chenxi triggered made Lin Xian very excited. Top-notch domain. Lin Xian's law was the top-notch law of creation. The Blue Star's mission also had the law of destruction. What kind of powerful domain could a top-notch domain be? Lin Xian was of course looking forward to it. Lin Xian also wanted to have more interactions with them. If he had more interactions with them, he would be able to increase their favorability. However, they didn't give him a chance. For the time being, Zi Qiue had a chance, but this Luo Chenxi had too few chances. He would see when the time came. Anyway, he had 3 months. If he couldn't complete it, he would spend the Adonis points to delay it. He had to quickly get Xiao Xinyue. As long as he got her, Lin Xian wouldn't have to spend the Adonis points to exchange for the chalcedony liquid. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that after meeting Zi Qiue, he would officially start to woo Xiao Xinyue. In fact, Xiao Xinyue was already halfway through. The rest was to take advantage of her. Her favorability towards Lin Xian was not low. It was close to 40. 50 favorability was the threshold for confessing, but it didn't mean that one had to reach 50 to confess. 40 favorability was basically at the level of trust. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian successfully took down the 80th peak. There wasn't much difficulty, and Lin Xian couldn't even feel the thrill of the battle. There was really no pressure at all. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be that amazing, but he was really invincible within the same realm. Fighting those 3 stars higher than him would be a little stressful. Only Tier 5 experts were the most difficult. It wasn't because Lin Xian's combat standards were outstanding, but because his cheats were too fierce. All the major attributes, powerful martial arts, full talent, full attribute purity, just this full attribute purity, how many unimaginable things could he do? The news of Lin Xian's strength was also spread. This kind of news couldn't be hidden. Lin Xian didn't plan to hide it, but the things he revealed were very limited. Before, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian was just a piece of trash. Now, they had to pay attention to Lin Xian. Those who were confident that they could defeat Lin Xian before were no longer so sure. After all, the space attribute was no joke. After all, it was said that Lin Xian defeated the person on the 80th peak in 10 seconds. They had no choice but to put away their previous contempt for Yi Shiwen. Chapter 11-14. After the challenge, Lin Xian went to Xiao Runing's class. He felt that he was very busy, but he also felt very fulfilled. He didn't even raise his realm during this period of time. But after all, he was in the Martial Arts Academy. The Martial Arts Academy had its own set of plans. They had their own guidelines for when to go out and when to do missions. The students didn't have to worry about these. Of course, if you wanted to go out to the beast domain, you could as long as you met the rules. Lin Xian could go, but Lin Xian didn't. The only place he went to was Yirenbing's place. But now that Yirenbing was also pregnant, Lin Xian had a headache. The headache was that he was now the father of 2 babies, but he was still hooking up with other girls all day long. But he had no choice but to hook up with them. The system's mission punishment was all kinds of shortening and disappearing. How could he withstand it? This is simply forcing you to do the quest. Although Lin Xian was actually quite happy while doing missions, he had to admit that. After all, they were all fucking beauties. As a man, how could he not be happy? The Arch-Xian group's continuous development was temporarily handed over to Murongqing and Linya. When Zhao Yinchi returned, and with Miao Xiaomiao, these two girls could create unimaginable wealth for the Arch-Xian group. Next, I have something to say. Xiao Runing stood on the podium, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd as she spoke. Lin Xian came back to his senses. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian again. He rarely zoned out. At most, he would stare at instructor Xiao Runing. Today, he seemed to be in a daze even without looking at her. In 3 days, our martial arts academy will hold our first mission. Xiao Runing said. Hearing Xiao Runing's words, the students were all excited. Fuck. I'm fucking bored to death in the martial arts academy. I finally have a mission. We can finally get out. I really envy those people in the backyard. They can go out of the martial arts academy as they please, just like us. Sigh. To be honest, it was an honor to enter the martial arts academy, but it really made many people here feel suffocated. They were all daughters or young masters of rich families. They were so happy outside, but when they came here, they couldn't fall in love without entering the backyard. Who the fuck could stand this? Most importantly, he really couldn't enter. And quit. Not many of them had the face to leave. Therefore, when they heard that they were going to be assigned a mission, of course they were excited. They could finally fucking go out. Going to the demonic beast domain was also a kind of luxury. Xiao Runing then said, this time's mission is 1/5 of the school-level mission, that is to say, there will be 4,000 people doing this mission. The meaning of the existence of the Martial Arts Academy was to let these people become independent talents, to stimulate their potential, to make them improve on their original foundation, and even to make them undergo a qualitative change and sublimation. The Martial Arts Academy would work hard, but the warriors themselves would also need to work hard. This process was very dangerous. There would definitely be people, and many of them would be sacrificed. However, this was everyone's choice. The Academy would not force you to do the mission or come to the Martial Arts Academy. Since you came, you should have the determination and the consciousness of sacrifice. However, the Martial Arts Academy would try its best to protect everyone. The Space Crystal was the embodiment of this. With the Space Crystal in hand, unless you encountered an existence that could kill you instantly, there was nothing you could do about it. However, the probability of that happening was extremely low. Since they were asked to do the mission, these mission points and mission targets must have been scouted by the instructors of the Martial Arts Academy in advance. They were trying their best to protect everyone. Okay, class is over. Lin Xian also walked out and lit a cigarette. Xiao Runing glanced at him. When did this bastard learn to smoke? Murongyu also glanced at Lin Xian when she passed by him. When did he learn to smoke? He learned to smoke on Earth. However, when he heard about Yi Renbing's pregnancy last night, Lin Xian was extremely depressed. It was his first time in this world to buy cigarettes. Chapter 11:15. Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian and asked, I've never seen you smoke before. She treated Lin Xian in a special way. Normally, she would not take the initiative to talk to a man. However, in her eyes, Lin Xian was a friend. She did not think much of it. This is not smoking. It's loneliness. Lin Xian said as he blew out a smoke ring. Murongyu, so you're very lonely. Sigh, yes. Lin Xian then looked at Murongyu and said with a smile, beautiful class monitor, are you trying to help me get rid of my loneliness? Murongyu shook her head and said calmly, I want to ask you about the 6th level of Thousand Ice Pupils. The 6th level. I've told you before. You need a pure young body to help you cultivate. Murongyu nodded. You also said that you have a pure young body. Yes, so I can help you reach the 6th level of Thousand Ace Pupils. It depends on whether you're willing. How? Murongyu asked. She was a person who thirsted for power. In her life, other than family, power was more important than anything else. It's simple. Let's dual cultivate. Murongyu. Seeing her eyes, Lin Xian coughed and said with a smile, it's not that kind of dual cultivation. It's in a place where no one will disturb us. We might need to wear cool clothes. Then, we'll use our palms. You release your cold energy and I'll release my fire energy. The two types of energy will neutralize each other. My fire energy will gradually help you unlock the 6th level of Thousand Ace Pupils. Murongyu muttered to herself for a moment. She believed Lin Xian's words. After all, Lin Xian had indeed helped her unlock the 5th layer of her Thousand Ice Pupils. Furthermore, the 6th layer he mentioned seemed to make sense to her. But why do we have to wear cool clothes? Murongyu didn't quite understand what the connection was. Because wearing cool clothes is more beneficial for your absorption of fire attribute energy. The best way is to be naked, but I know that you definitely can't do that. So, it's best to wear cool clothes, but you definitely can't wear too much. Otherwise, the failure rate will be very high. This process may last for 1 or 2 hours. In 1 or 2 hours, there's a chance that the release, neutralization, and fusion of our energy will be disrupted because of wearing too much. It might even cause an explosion. If we release our energy for such a long time, the explosion of energy might cause us to die there. Lin Xian said with a very reasonable expression. Murongyu pondered for a while. Got it. When are you free? Lin Xian, you don't mind. It won't expose anything, and it can also greatly increase my strength. Why should I be afraid? Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, this woman was very cold, but she was not pretentious at all. Interesting. I still have to go to Lin and City to do something. Why don't you wait for me to come back from there? Okay. Murongyu nodded. Remember to wear nice clothes. From the day they met Lin Xian, they never thought that Lin Xian would be like this one day. He was really amazing. I really don't know how much ink he has in his stomach. A person can write so many melodies and so many styles of songs in such a short time. The lyrics are also good, but the styles are too diverse. An Xian said. Zi Chiyue was in this line of work. She deeply knew how difficult it was for a person to write songs in several different styles. For any singer-songwriter, if you listen to their songs, you would find that their songs basically had one style, at most two. The different styles were written by other people. So I came here to talk to Lin Xian about cooperation. Zi Chiyue said with a smile, then took a sip of her drink. Sister Chiyue, do you want Lin Xian to write songs for you? Lu Yufan asked. Zi Chiyue nodded. Yeah, after all, his songs are too good. I don't know if he will agree. He definitely will. Trace said. Why? Because he's the most lecherous. Everyone, ha ha ha. Chapter 11:16. Lin Xian was wearing a mask and a cap. When he arrived at the door, he heard the girls laughing inside. Sisters, what's so funny when I'm not here? Are they talking bad about me? Lin Xian felt that someone must know that Zi Chiyue and the others were inside. If he went in alone, someone would definitely guess that he was Lin Xian. Therefore, Lin Xian had to wear a mask or something. He pushed open the door and walked in. The beautiful girls looked at Lin Xian at the same time. I'm starving, I'm starving. Lin Xian then sat next to Yi Yi. The dishes are all here. do you want a drink? Zichiyue asked. Yes, a big star is treating us. We have to drink, and we have to drink good wine. Lin Xian said with a smile. The girls looked at Lin Xian helplessly. Wow! He really acted like they were close to each other. No, how could he be so shameless as to say something like that? On the other hand, Zichiyue was happy to hear this. This meant that Lin Xian wanted to have a good relationship with her. That was a good thing. Even if he spent millions on a meal, it was nothing to her. She didn't care. Okay, then I'll go. It's not convenient for Sister Chiyue to go out. Lu Yufan said. Well, 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Okay. Lu Yufan then ran out like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, a young lady brought them 2 bottles of Royal Salute. Beauty Chiyue, you've spent a lot of money. Lin Xian looked at the dishes on the table. A few of them were home-cooked dishes that everyone liked to eat, but the rest were expensive. As for why Lin Xian didn't call her sister Chiyue, what a joke. If he called her sister Chiyue, they would be siblings. If he didn't call her sister Chiyue, it was more likely that they would develop a relationship. After all, this triggered a confession quest. It's okay. It's my honor to treat Mr. Lin Xian to a meal. Zichiyue smiled. Cough. Lin Xian choked and quickly said, Don't say that, beautiful Chiyue. If your fans or society find out, I'll be scolded to death. Although Mr. Lin Xian hasn't entered the entertainment industry, he is quite familiar with it. Zichiyue smiled. It's all right. Internet trolls are too scary, and keyboard warriors are too powerful. We can't afford to offend them. Lin Xian shrugged and picked up an abalone. Fuck. It's delicious. I feel that it's much better than the abalones I used to eat. Moreover, there's no fishy smell at all. Lin Xian pointed and said. Of course, Mr. Lin Xian. It can't be something ordinary, right? Zichiyue said with a smile. No. Beauty Chiyue, don't be like this. Calling him Mr. makes us feel distant. Oh. Zichiyue's eyes lit up. Call me little brother. Everyone, wow. Lin Xian even flirted with Zichiyue. Lu Yufan and the others were shocked. Zichiyue was also stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, Okay, little brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian scratched his head. Whether it's good or not, we'll know when it's written. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, Lin Xian said, Miss Chiyue, please give me a pen and paper. I'll write it first. Right now. Zichiyue was stunned. Yes, I should be able to write it after eating and chatting. I can't let you down. Lin Xian grinned. Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian with slight surprise and then handed him a pen and paper. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while eating and writing the song. Okay, take a look. Lin Xian handed the song to Zichiyue. Zichiyue took it and an Xian came over to read it. The more she read, the more surprised she was. He wrote it just like that. Although the words weren't good, the song, she hummed it according to the song. Later, I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you're long gone and disappeared in the sea of people. Later, wow. This song is so good. An Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xian said that this song was indeed good. After all, it was a classic song of a generation. This song would definitely be passed down for hundreds of years or even longer. Chapter 11-17. Then, Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Wasn't this person too exaggerated? How could he write such a song just like that? In her opinion, this song was so good that she couldn't wait to release it now. Really, she didn't know why, but she loved the songs written by Lin Xian too much. They were too much to her taste. Is it okay? Lin Xian asked. It's more than okay. Zi Qiue said in surprise. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, if you can write such a song so casually, what kind of song are you seriously writing? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, it's about the same. It can only be said that the style is different, but the level is the same. However, I won't help with the accompaniment. I believe that with Miss Chiyue's ability, it's easy for you to make an accompaniment, right? Zi Chiyue nodded. Of course, no problem. Don't worry, all the fees for these songs will be given to you. She really didn't lack money, and she didn't come to Lin Xian for money. She simply liked these songs and liked to sing. As for fame, she didn't lack it. Her fame had already been consolidated, and it would be difficult for it to soar again. Lin Xian didn't refuse because he was short of money. If others knew Lin Xian's thoughts, they would definitely kill him. Short of money? You're fucking short of money. For a big star like Zi Qiue, as long as her songs were popular, they could easily earn hundreds of millions a year. Moreover, they were high-quality songs. When the time came for various singing variety shows, the copyright fee would also be a big income. In any case, Lin Xian was making money from various places. But there's a premise. Lin Xian thought of something and said. What? Because I promised an Axian that I would give her an award, and the songs I wrote for you can easily win an award, so, when an Axian heard Lin Xian's words, she was touched. He actually kept this matter in his heart. Zi Qiue understood what Lin Xian meant and said, don't worry, I just like these songs and singing, and I've passed the time of competing for results. And Anne's career is on the rise, and she happened to meet you. You can definitely help her reach a higher level. She might even be crowned as the queen. At that time, I will make a statement that I won't compete for any awards for these songs. Sister Qiue, an Axian bit her lips and looked at Zi Qiue. Zi Qiue smiled and rubbed her hair. She said, good luck. You can reach even higher heights. Lin Xian nodded and said, all right then. Zi Qiue said, this period of time can also be considered as a vacation for myself. From my debut until now, the longest I've rested in a year is only a month. During this period of time, I'll focus on writing songs and singing. I won't take on any jobs. It just so happens that I'll stay in Linfen City. If I have time, I'll go to the Monster Beast domain to take a look. Sister Qiue, you also go to the Monster Beast domain? Zi Qiue shook her head. Not many. Lin Xian used his Eye of Cave Spirit to take a look. She was in the arcane body realm, which was actually not that high. However, for such a big star to still have the strength of the arcane body realm, it could be considered amazing. An Axian, on the other hand, had never been to the demonic beast domain in her entire life. She was just an ordinary star. However, going to the demonic beast domain was something that every capable person had to do. Not for anything else, but for the sake of living a few more years, she had to go even if it meant having better skin. However, everyone had their own life choices and plans. An Axian might not go now, but she would definitely go in the future. As for Zi Qiue, she also didn't go there often. However, she thought that she was a public figure after all. Sometimes, she might encounter some danger, so she could better protect herself if she had some strength. Lin Xian was happy. Zi Qiue would stay in Lin and City for the time being. An Axian would also stay in Lin and City. Then, he would have more opportunities. There was also Luo Chenxi, by the way, an Exan, is your boss staying here? Lin Xian asked. Ah. An Exan was stunned. Why did Lin Xian suddenly ask about her boss? Humph. Miao Xiaomiao snorted. Lin Xian glanced at her. This girl was jealous. Hey, what are you snorting for? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was just asking, and this girl thought that he was going to hit on her. Because you are a hooligan, right, Yi? Yi nodded. Lin Xian, Zichiyue held back her laughter. Brother Lin Xian, how are you a hooligan? She felt that it was quite interesting. Nonsense, when did I become a hooligan? Don't believe me. Lin Xian said to Zichiyue. I only know that the three of them said that you are a hooligan. That's not wrong. Zichiyue smiled. Lin Xian, then, Lin Xian glared at them, and they stuck out their pink tongues. An Exan then said, I don't know if Sister Chenxi will stay in Lin and City, but she should be in Lin and City for the time being. Because Sister Chenxi's parents and grandparents are all in Lin and City now, and our company is now in a stable period and has passed the rising period, so Sister Chenxi should have time. No, I'm just asking. He just thinks she's pretty. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. Lin Xian, ha ha ha, Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh. What? You still have feelings for Luo Chenxi? Sure, I'm good friends with her. I can help you two get together. I originally wanted to invite her to this dinner, but I didn't tell you after all, so I didn't ask her. Zichiyue couldn't help but laugh. Don't mess around. It's okay. I'll go to her place tonight and help you talk to her. Zichiyue said with a smile. Lin Xian, I'm just thinking about whether I can do business with her or something. I don't mean anything else, really. Lin Xian said seriously. Don't mean anything else. No, there must be something else, but we have to take it slow, right? It would be too abrupt if Zichiyue did it. Oh. You want to start a company too? Lin Xian shook his head. Doing business was just an excuse for Lin Xian. How could he make money by opening an entertainment company? It was better to develop a high-tech or monopolistic product. With the ability of Yixian Group, it would make much more money than a management company. No, I'm just saying. Let's eat. After dinner, I'll go back and help you two write songs. Lin Xian said. No hurry. Let me write this song first. You can help an Axian write it first. Zichiyue was very serious about writing songs. She didn't like to have a pile of good songs piled up and then write songs as if she had completed a task. She liked to write songs slowly and seriously. Chapter 11:18. Lin Xian realized that he seemed to be quite busy now. After having breakfast with Zichiyue and the others, Lin Xian wondered if he could do something with Zichiyue alone. In the end, he didn't have the chance, so Lin Xian simply went home. Early in the morning, Lin Ye went to the company after making breakfast for him. She had been quite busy recently. Several projects had started or were being developed one after another. Moreover, Lin Xian's plan was going on, so she needed to watch over it. Although she was a little tired, she was really satisfied. The only thing was that Lin Xian came home less and less often. However, Lin Ye knew that Lin Xian was improving himself in the martial arts academy. She was happy for him. Lin Xian also went to the martial arts academy after breakfast. The next important thing was the mission issued by the martial arts academy. It was a rare opportunity to go out and gain experience. Moreover, it was very motivating. Lin Xian was also very curious about the mission issued by the martial arts academy. Early in the morning, Lin Xian arrived at the martial arts academy. There were no classes today. The whole day was used to let people choose to accept missions or even find their own team members. When he arrived at the martial arts academy, the mission had not been issued yet. Lin Xian thought about going to Ling Ying and the others' place. It was just the right time to make a move on Xiao Xinyue. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure directly disappeared and then appeared in Ling Ying and the others' room. Because that room was occupied by Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, Lin Xian was familiar with them and Xiao Xinyue, so Lin Xian was too lazy to ask the dormitory aunt. When Lin Xian appeared in their room, Xiao Xinyue happened to be in her pajamas and just came out of the bathroom after washing up. Then, she turned around and saw a man standing in their room. It was an instinctive reaction. Before she could see who it was, a burst of cold energy erupted. Lin Xian didn't expect little Xinyue to attack him. He was completely unprepared and was frozen there. At this time, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue also felt the fluctuation of spiritual power in the living room and ran out in their pajamas. "What's wrong?" Ling Ying asked and then looked at Lin Xian, who was frozen. Xiao Xinyue also saw that it was Lin Xian. She secretly touched her forehead. "No, why is this man like this? It's fine if you don't knock on the door, but you came here directly." "Seriously?" Then, Xiao Xinyue waved her hand, and the cold energy disappeared. Lin Xian cracked his neck. "Wow! Little Xinyue, why are you so cruel? You came to the place where we three girls live without saying a word. How can you blame me?" Xiao Xinyue said helplessly. Fortunately, she subconsciously felt that the person who came in was from the martial arts academy and might not have committed a heinous crime. So, she only released her power to freeze him. "Yes, if it were me, I would throw a knife at a certain part of his body." Ling Ying laughed. Then, her right hand started to play with a dagger in a fluid manner. "Lin Xian, don't mess around. I just came here to discuss the mission with you." As for the girls, they would definitely choose the more difficult missions. However, there would still be danger. Lin Xian couldn't be said to be more powerful than them, but after all, he had the space and time attributes. If they were outside, they would still be safer. Moreover, Lin Xian also liked to train with them. "What? You want to come with us?" Ling Ying asked. Han Chuxue quietly walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Lin Xian. "Yeah." Lin Xian nodded and sat on the sofa. The three girls were wearing pajamas of different colors. He really wanted to strip them. Xiao Xinyue wanted to go back to her room and change. Although the pajamas didn't expose anything, it was very comfortable inside. Who would want to be tied down when sleeping at night? So, sometimes, if you just sat there wearing pajamas, there would be little Lil P in front of you. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue might really have a relationship with Lin Xian, so they didn't think too much about it. Xiao Xinyue found it strange that they didn't change their pajamas. She thought about it and decided not to change either. She just said that she was sitting in a place where Lin Xian couldn't see her directly. "Forget it. We're going to choose different missions," Ling Ying said. "Why?" "Because it's better for us to train ourselves," Han Chuxue said. "It's too dangerous." "But if it's not dangerous, it's not training," Han Chuxue continued. Lin Xian touched his chin. The main thing was that they were his women, so he was worried. But on second thought, they weren't weak either. Plus, they had the space crystals given by the academy, so they should train well. "Okay, then I'll choose on my own. But you must be careful." I know. You don't have to tell me. By the way, are you in the domain realm?" Ling Ying waved his hand and asked. Lin Xian nodded. Yeah. Those people in the academy who were scammed by you must hate you to death. Lin Xian shrugged. It's not my fault. I didn't force them. At this moment, Xiao Xingyue waved her phone and said, the mission is out. Let's use the TV. Then, Ling Ying used the TV to open the Martial Arts Academy app and entered the mission panel. Originally, the mission panel was empty. But now, they took a look and saw that there were a total of 302 missions of various sizes. There were a total of 7 missions, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The difficulty increased in ascending order. At the same time, the side of each mission would give you a detailed explanation of how difficult the mission was, including the recommended number of people to take on it. This would allow you to weigh your own strength and make the best decision. They were all geniuses here. Even if it was a D-rank mission, it would definitely be difficult. However, they had to weigh their own strength before making the choice. However, there would definitely be many people who would put on a facade and choose a mission that was beyond what they could accept. They might not die because there were many protective measures. It was just that the mission might not be completed. Lin Xian, Han Chuxue, and the others would definitely choose an S-rank mission at the very least. It wasn't impossible for them to choose an SSS rank mission. The main thing was that they had to weigh the pros and cons. There were a few SSS rank missions that required a team to take action. In other words, if they chose this mission, all of them would have to take action as a team. If the mission was successful, the entire team would be successful. Because it was too dangerous, they had to take action as a team. Of course, if you wanted to act cool and force yourself to do it alone, the academy wouldn't be sad if you died. Lin Xian had to choose an SSS rank mission because he was confident in his own strength. He felt that since it was an experience, he had to choose something that would put his life in danger. Only then could he improve himself. Otherwise, why would he come to the Martial Arts Academy? They were all silent. They were all looking at the missions one by one. I'll choose this one, Ling Ying said. Chapter 11-19. Hearing Ling Ying's words, Lin Xian and the others looked over. Ling Ying wanted to choose an SSS rank mission. The mission content was to head to Ghost Suicide Valley and kill a domain realm ghost beast. It might seem easy, but don't forget that this was an SSS rank mission. Ghost Suicide Valley was a very, very big abyss. In this abyss, you might fall to your death. You might not even be able to climb back up. This was just one of the reasons. Secondly, there was a kind of ghost-like creature in the valley. That's right, it was a ghost beast. This kind of creature was terrifying because of its mental attacks. It could even possess a body. Once you're possessed, you're finished. There were ghost beasts ranging from low to high level. The mission even clearly stated that there was a heavenly venerable realm ghost beast there. Therefore, this mission had a high risk of death. Are you sure? Lin Xian asked Ling Ying. And this place is completely dark, just right for me to unleash my full potential. Moreover, my mental strength is actually not that strong. After refining the demonic crystal of the spirit beast, it can increase the mental strength of a martial artist. This place will be very beneficial to me. Ling Ying nodded. Ling Ying had the dark attribute, so it would be very good for him to display his strength in such a place. The danger would also be very high. However, Lin Xian believed in him. Moreover, he had the spatial crystal. Remember to be 120% vigilant when you get there. The ghost beast has the ability to possess a body. It will be very dangerous if you get ambushed. Got it. Then, Ling Ying lowered his head and used his phone to choose a mission. Han Chuxue had also chosen her mission. Even without Lin Xian, they would discuss the pros and cons of these missions. For example, where the danger was and what to pay attention to. Han Chuxue chose the Scarlet Forest mission. The Scarlet Forest was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Lin and City. She had to drive there by herself, and she might encounter great danger on the road. Xiao Xinyue wanted to choose the Dragon God Lake mission. It was rumored that there was a dragon living in the Dragon God Lake. Of course, that was just a rumor. There were many other dangers in the Dragon God Lake aside from the rumored dragon. None of them were weak, and the missions they chose were SSS rank missions. They were very dangerous and had the risk of losing their lives, but this was the only way they could train themselves. Basically, the top 50 or 100 students in the academy would all choose SSS rank missions. Of course, the top 100 students weren't the current top 100 students, but the top 100 students with true strength. Lin Xian, which one do you choose? The three of them had basically decided on a mission for the time being and had applied for it. The only one left was Lin Xian. Of course, Lin Xian chose the SSS ranked mission. However, there were more than 10 missions in this SSS ranked mission. He was weighing which one to go to. This one. Lin Xian and Lin Xian clicked on each other's toxic despair. Don't you want to change to another one? Ling Ying asked. The extreme poisonous territory was a rather special place. The degree of danger was about the same as the one they had chosen. However, the extreme poisonous territory had an extra layer of poison. The air in this place was filled with poison, not to mention any stalk of grass, demonic beasts. Everything that you could see with your eyes was poisonous, and the degree of toxicity was different. Although the place they had chosen was dangerous, these dangers would only exist if one encountered them. On the other hand, when Lin Xian stepped into this place, the poison was a hidden danger. Therefore, although they were of the same rank, Lin Xian's mission was more dangerous in a sense. The mission was very simple. They had to get rid of the king of poison in the toxic despair. The toxic despair was a small forest. There were several kings in this forest, and their realms ranged from high-level Grand Dominion realm to Heavenly Venerable realm. Therefore, this mission was also a compulsory team mission. It was not impossible for several top martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy to team up against a Heavenly Venerable realm monster. That monster was not a high-level Heavenly Venerable realm monster, so they had a high chance of killing it if they worked together. Of course, the possibility of death was also very high. Because of this reason, it had to be a team mission. Because if it wasn't a team and you were alone, even the most powerful student wouldn't be at the Heavenly Venerable realm. If they challenged a Heavenly Venerable realm demonic beast by themselves, it would simply be suicide. Lin Xian was secretly shocked when he saw this mission. The Martial Arts Academy was indeed forcefully increasing the strength of the students. Under normal circumstances, one would not even dare to think about such a difficult mission, but now it had become their mission. Although Lin Xian was only a one-star Grand Dominion realm monster and definitely could not fight a Heavenly Venerable realm monster, since it was a team mission, he would not be fighting alone. Moreover, his poison attribute should be more advantageous in this place. In addition, he had eaten the blue sky rainbow flower before, so he should not have to worry about the poison inside. If he did well, he might be able to increase his strength by a few stars. Although his realm was not high, Lin Xian was sure that if he went all out, he would definitely be able to injure a low-level Heavenly Venerable monster. At least, his attacks would not be like scratching an itch. Let's give it a try. I think this mission is quite to my taste. Lin Xian said. Then you have to be careful. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. They knew that this mission was very difficult, but Lin Xian had the space attribute more than them. They should be more confident that Lin Xian would be fine. Instead, they had to consider themselves. I have some ingredients here, Lin Xian, Ling Ying then glanced at Lin Xian. His meaning was very clear. Wow, you want to eat a big meal so early in the morning? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Won't you have to cook for a few hours? It'll be noon by the time you're done. Ling Ying said with a smile. Okay. I'll cook for you. Hee. Lin Xian was naturally very happy to cook for them. Lin Xian was already full of guilt towards them. I'm going to wash up. Ling Ying then walked into the bathroom. Han Chuxue had not washed up yet. Little Xinyue, come over and give me a hand. Lin Xian called out to Xiao Xinyue. Coming. Xiao Xinyue walked in and out. Hey, little Xinyue, I remember that you still owe me 6 conditions, right? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Xiao Xinyue, wow. After not mentioning it for so long, she thought that Lin Xian had forgotten about it. She was quite glad that he remembered it all along. Sure enough, a hooligan was a hooligan. Xiao Xinyue nodded as she washed the vegetables. Then I'll tell you the conditions now. Kiss me. Lin Xian then smiled. Xiao Xinyue, she guessed that Lin Xian would make such a hooligan request. How infuriating. No, change it. Xiao Xinyue said softly. You want to be shameless. I didn't ask you to kiss my lips or my face. Lin Xian then pointed at his cheek and moved closer. Xiao Xinyue. Chapter 11:20. Fine. She'll endure it. She'll endure it. She owed him a favor and lost the bet to him. It was her fault. But for a girl like her, asking her to kiss a boy who wasn't her boyfriend, honestly, how could she do it? She was conflicted and struggling. Your sister already slept with me. What's wrong with kissing me? Lin Xian said. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. When she suddenly heard Lin Xian's words, she felt that it made sense. Her sister, who had always been excellent in her eyes, had already slept with Lin Xian. It didn't seem like a big deal for her to kiss him, right? Quick. If you don't kiss me, I'll let you kiss me. Lin Xian smiled and moved closer. Xiao Xinyue took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled, proving that her heart wasn't calm. Then, she slowly moved closer to Lin Xian's cheek. Her lips were a little cold, but very soft. Ding! Tricking this big sister into kissing you, Prince Charming points plus 30,000. But at this moment, Han Chuxue walked out of her room to take the towel she left on the balcony. She just happened to see this scene. Hearing the sound, Xiao Xinyue quickly pulled back and her face suddenly turned red. God! She was seen. Wow! Why was her life so tragic? What a coincidence! What should Han Chuxue say after seeing this? She wasn't surprised at all because she always felt that Lin Xian had feelings for Xiao Xinyue. Xiao Xinyue was really beautiful, so she felt that it was normal. However, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart, but she was already used to it. She even felt that the relationship between many girls and Lin Xian wasn't simple. She even gradually stopped caring about it. Ahem, little Chuxue. When Lin Xian saw Han Chuxue, his old face also turned red and he coughed dryly. I came out to get a towel. Han Chuxue said faintly and then walked to the balcony. Bastard! Xiao Xinyue gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian with shame and anger. Are you blaming me? Lin Xian shrugged. Xiao Xinyue gritted her teeth. How do you explain this? Xiao Xinyue asked. I don't want to explain. If I really want to explain, you'll be my girlfriend. Lin Xian smiled and quickly kissed Xiao Xinyue's cheek. Xiao Xinyue was speechless. Bang! She kicked Lin Xian's leg and walked away. She slammed the door and went into her room. After entering her room, she leaned against the door and placed her hands on her chest. Her heart was beating very fast. She didn't quite understand the feeling of being at a loss for what to do. This Lin Xian actually dared to force a kiss on her. Although it wasn't a kiss, but, did he really like her? But why did she feel that he was so unreliable? No, why wasn't she angry? Xiao Xinyue was also shocked. Logically speaking, if someone treated her like this, she would even want to kill him. She and Lin Xian were friends, so she wouldn't kill him if Lin Xian treated her like this. But why wasn't she angry? Little Chuxue, come and help me. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Han Chuxue, who walked out. Han Chuxue hesitated for a moment but still walked over. She was a very cold person, but she was also very similar to Linya and Bing Lingyue. When she gave her heart and soul to someone, she could forgive and not care about many things. For example, just now when she and Ling Ying were together, maybe it was because she already guessed this, or maybe it was because she was used to Lin Xian having more than one girlfriend, so she could accept it more. Don't say anything, I won't say anything. Han Chuxue said softly. Wah! Lin Xian really wanted to cry. He felt that he was really a fucking beast. Scumbag, it really suited him. He was indeed a scumbag. The girl was so outstanding and beautiful, and she was so tolerant of him, but I'm sorry, aren't all men like this? Han Chuxue said. But you guys, how should I say? Han Chuxue thought for a moment and said, I think it doesn't matter. Kiss. Lin Xian then smiled and moved his lips closer. Han Chushua's pretty face was red, then she kissed Lin Xian's lips and ran away. Sigh. Lin Xian looked at her back and sighed. Really, what did he, Lin Xian, do to deserve this? Although he said that he was very handsome to the outside world, to be honest, he was really not handsome, just good-looking. However, it was precisely because of this that he won the hearts of so many outstanding girls, and they were still loyal to him, but he, on the other hand, kept seducing other girls. Lin Xian cooked a big meal for them, more than a dozen dishes, and it could be said that it took him 3 hours to cook. It smells good. Ling Ying rubbed her small hands and couldn't wait to pinch them, then her big eyes sparkled. Every girl was a foodie, just that the degree of foodie was different. Lin Xian's cooking had really captured the stomachs of many girls. Right now, Lan Xingxing, who was next door, was sitting on the sofa, hugging a pillow, watching TV, and hammering the pillow with all her might. Ah! I want to eat Lin Xian's delicious food. Lan Xingxing felt a little uncomfortable, and she wanted to roll on the ground and beg for delicious food. Wu Yuhan walked out and looked at her. I'm going out to buy some food, do you need me to bring anything for you? Her tone was very cold, and it was obvious that the other sister personality, Wu Yuhan, had come out. Ah, no need, no need. Lan Xingxing pointed at the fridge and said, there's a lot of delicious food in there, I just want to eat Lin Xian's dishes. Then Lan Xingxing pouted and looked like she was about to cry. When Wu Yuhan heard the name Lin Xian, she frowned. Then go find Lin Xian to cook for you, Murong Yu said indifferently as she walked out of the bathroom while drying her hair. No, I'm embarrassed. Lan Xingxing kicked her legs. Right at this moment, Lan Xingxing seemed to have discovered something, and her cute little nose sniffed. Delicious, it's the smell of delicious food. Lan Xingxing sniffed as she approached the balcony. This balcony was connected to Ling Ying's balcony, and she only needed to climb over. Lan Xingxing lay on the balcony. The two girls also followed. Delicious, it's the smell of delicious food, it's the smell of delicious food made by Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing said excitedly to them. Murongyu, she could even smell that. As expected of a top-notch foodie. Lin Xian might be with them, Murongyu muttered. Whoosh. Then Lan Xingxing ran out. She was embarrassed to ask Lin Xian to cook for her, but she was embarrassed to ask for a free meal. Wahahaha. I'm going out. Wu Yuhan said to Murongyu indifferently and walked away. Knock, 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 knock. Lan Xingxing knocked on the door, and Xiao Xinyue opened it for her. Sister Xinyue, I'm here for a free meal. Lan Xingxing smiled sweetly. Then come in. Xiao Xinyue said, and Lan Xingxing skipped in. Wah, wah, wah. Lin Xian, you didn't call me when you were cooking. Lan Xingxing pouted and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, then Lan Xingxing ran to the dining table, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Ah, I feel good, I feel good. That's right, she felt good. Lin Xian. Chapter 11:21. Lin Xian purposely didn't call them over because there were already 3 girls here. If another 3 came over, he wouldn't be able to handle it. However, Lan Xingxing still came over. But, Xingxing, how did you know I was cooking here? Lin Xian asked. Lan Xingxing, who was eating the delicious food, mumbled, Oh. I smell it. Lin Xian, then how did you know I was the one who made it? The smell. Lin Xian, perhaps this was the little glutton's special ability. This was amazing. Lin Xian had already made a lot of food. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to finish it. Luckily, this little glutton came over. Burp. After eating, Lan Xingxing burped in satisfaction. She leaned back on the chair and rubbed her little belly. So good, so good. Lan Xingxing was about to faint. Amazing. Ling Ying couldn't help but say. Ah. What's amazing? Lan Xingxing opened her eyes and asked in confusion. You're amazing. Oh, there were more than 10 dishes on the table. Originally, they thought that if they couldn't finish it today, they could eat for 2 days. However, this little girl came and finished half of it by herself. Hee hee, it's too delicious. Lan Xingxing stuck out her pink tongue cutely. So why didn't you invite Murongyu over to eat with us? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and asked. When Lan Xingxing first came, she wanted to invite Murongyu over as well. However, Lin Xian refused. Big sister, look at the situation now. There's only one more girl. We don't have any leftovers. Do you want me to make a few more dishes if she comes? Lin Xian said helplessly. Ling Ying felt that it should be something else, something between a man and a woman. Of course, this was also Lin Xian's idea. He felt that if Murongyu came, although he hadn't done anything to Murongyu yet, it was inevitable that the girls would say something terrible. Lin Xian was afraid. That's right. After the number of women around him increased, he had a very bad subconscious. For some inexplicable reason, he didn't want some of the women to bump into each other. He panicked. Even though there was nothing between Lin Xian and Murongyu, Lin Xian still had feelings for her. Lin Xian didn't want that, so Lin Xian was really upset. Moreover, girls were sensitive, so he had no other choice. That's true. Ling Ying felt that Lin Xian's words made sense. But that wasn't right. Murongyu couldn't eat much. Moreover, if she came, Lan Xingxing wouldn't eat so much. She was so full that she didn't even want to move. Forget it, forget it. Let's not bother about it. Lin Xian, there doesn't seem to be anything going on these few days. Lan Xingxing then looked at Lin Xian and stuck out her pink tongue cutely. Lin Xian, he knew what this girl meant. If this girl said that there was nothing going on, then he would have time to cook for her. Okay. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. Yay! I'm happy. Lan Xingxing jumped 3 feet high. That day, the few of them didn't do much. They stayed at home and played cards. There were 5 of them and 2 decks of cards. Moreover, they were playing real money. Lin Xian lost terribly. Lin Xian really couldn't understand. Why was he so weak? He couldn't beat girls in games, and now he was the only one who lost in cards. He was the only one who lost. Even Xing Baobao won. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian glanced at it. I'm not playing anymore. The 4 of you can continue. Lin Xian stood up. Why aren't you playing anymore? The girls looked at Lin Xian. I'm busy. I keep losing. I'm not playing anymore. Goodbye. Lin Xian walked out after he finished speaking. He must have gone to find a girl. Ling Ying said angrily. I just saw it. Lan Xingxing blinked her big eyes. Saw what? I saw it. It was a message from Sister Murong to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian knew about it, he would definitely find a chance to give this girl a good spanking. Wow! You were so obedient earlier. I even gave you good food. Now you're selling me out. I have to fight. Murong Yu. They were slightly stunned. How should they put it? Instead, they were relieved that Murong Yu had sent a message to Lin Xian. They knew this woman better. How could Lin Xian take advantage of her? No, but that might not be the case. A long time ago, they never thought that they would be together with Lin Xian. They never thought that they would be magnanimous enough to serve Lin Xian with another woman, so this Murong Yu, wah. Bastard. 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 Lin Xian really didn't do anything. Murong Yu was free tonight. She wanted Lin Xian to help her unlock the 6th level of 1000 ice pupils. Lin Xian was naturally willing to go. After all, Lin Xian cared a lot about 1000 ice pupils. Murong Yu was waiting for Lin Xian at her first peak. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't have the right to go there. However, Murong Yu was open to Lin Xian and agreed to let him come. Lin Xian was also quite excited. What was the first peak like? Then, Lin Xian entered the first peak's teleportation array. Originally, Lin Xian and Murong Yu had agreed to wait until nightfall before heading over. However, Lin Xian had been playing at Ling Ying's place for quite a while now. It was already about 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, so there was still 1 or 2 hours before nightfall. However, Lin Xian was truly in a bad mood after losing so much that he decided to head over directly. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Xian arrived at the first peak. Hiss! The first thing Lin Xian did when he arrived was to suck in a breath of cold air. What the fuck? Wasn't the spiritual power of heaven and earth too terrifying? Was this the first peak? How did it feel to have this spiritual power of heaven and earth? It felt like this was an air-conditioned room, while his room was a freezer. The difference was really that big. Then, Lin Xian gave the first peak a cursory glance. Other than the terrifying spiritual power of heaven and earth, the size of the first peak also crushed all the previous peaks. This peak's decorations, beauty, and quantity were also overwhelming. There were even towers that were 10 to 20 meters tall, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a paradise on earth. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This was fucking extravagant. This place was really not bad. Then, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he actually felt a strong spiritual power fluctuation in front of him. What was going on? Lin Xian then walked over curiously. When Lin Xian walked over, he saw Murong and a man sparring. These two people were unbelievably strong. Although they didn't use their full strength, Lin Xian could feel that there was a big gap between him and them. Lin Xian knew that man. It was Duan Lingxiao. The handsome man who was ranked second, the young master of the trial union. His status was the same as Murong Yu's. That wasn't something that Lin Xian could compare to. The two people's strength collided, then pulled away from each other. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian, who was standing not far away. Chapter 11:22. Duan Lingxiao's first reaction when he saw Lin Xian was to furrow his brows. As far as he knew, Murong Yu wouldn't have any contact with any other man. Aside from him, there were some opportunities for him to spar with her. He wasn't sure about the others, but this Lin Xian, he naturally knew about Lin Xian. When the Martial Arts Academy spread the news that Lin Xian and Murong Yu seemed to have a good relationship, he started paying attention to Lin Xian. Especially when Lin Xian was challenged by thousands of people and Murong Yu actually took the initiative to go to his peak 108 to watch. This made Duan Lingxiao pay attention to this person. And today, he actually appeared on Murong Yu's peak, which made him pay more attention to Lin Xian. This person, what made him worthy of Murong Yu's special treatment? He and Murong Yu had known each other for a long time, and he could only be alone with her under the pretext of sparring. What was he doing here? Could it be that he was here to spar with Murong Yu? No, he wasn't worthy. In the entire martial arts academy, he felt that there were no more than 20 people who were worthy of sparring with Murong Yu. And there were no more than 5 people who could fight with her. Why are you here now? Murong Yu saw Lin Xian, then put away the sword in her hand and slowly walked down the stage. Oh, I came early because I had nothing to do. You guys continue fighting, did I disturb you? I'll go to the side first. No need, I'm not fighting anymore. Murong Yu shook her head slightly and said. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao put away his sword and walked down from Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian, right? I've heard of you, Duan Lingxiao. Then, Duan Lingxiao smiled and reached out his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and shook his hand. I've also heard of you, the young master of the trial union. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Xian said with a smile. May I know why young master Lin is here? Duan Lingxiao asked with a smile. Oh, the class monitor invited me over for a meal. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Yu. Alright, Lin Xian was right. He helped her a lot, so she had to treat him to a meal. Moreover, Lin Xian could not tell her his real purpose. But, when Duan Lingxiao heard Lin Xian, he was very upset. What? Murong Yu was inviting Lin Xian. How was that possible? What was the relationship was the relationship? Why? Duan Lingxiao was not an irrational person. He knew that there was a reason, but he was upset that he did not know the reason. He knew that it was impossible for Murong Yu to like Lin Xian, he was sure of that, but if another man was able to do something that he could not do, he would be very upset. I see. Then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he looked at Murong Yu and said, Murong Yu, we've known each other for quite a few years now, right? I've never eaten with you before. He purposely said this in a joking tone. This girl was really interesting. After a while, Murong Yu walked out in her pajamas. Lin Xian had seen her in her pajamas before. It was also because of this experience that Murong Yu didn't seem so shy. Moreover, she was a woman who didn't get emotional easily. Can we start? Murongyu asked Lin Xian. Yes, but no one will come up here, right? No, I've already closed the teleportation formation. Okay, then let's start. Lin Xian nodded. They didn't go to places like rooms because the cold and fire energy would surge later. If they went too close to the house, they might destroy it. So, they just went straight to the empty garden. Lin Xian and Murongyu sat facing each other. There was, and that was a warrior or a member of the goblin clan who had a deeper understanding of a powerful attribute than her. However, there were very few of them. Oh, okay. I'll go cook. Lin Xian stretched and walked into the kitchen. Murongyu estimated that she would need at least an hour to finish her cultivation. Lin Xian would be able to cook in an hour. He didn't know if she had already prepared the ingredients, or if she had already planned to treat Lin Xian to a meal. There were plenty of ingredients in the kitchen anyway. About an hour later, a terrifying cold energy suddenly erupted from outside. Lin Xian walked out of the kitchen with a cucumber in his mouth. He leaned against the wall and looked outside. Everything within Lin Xian's line of sight was frozen. The power of frost assailed Lin Xian as well. However, Lin Xian was no weakling. He released a fire-type power to defend himself. After about 10 minutes, Murongyu opened her beautiful eyes. Her sky-blue eyes shone brightly. Then, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. She had reached the 6th level of the 1,000 ice pupils. She had really reached the 6th level. She felt a little unreal. Then, she looked around for Lin Xian. Seeing him leaning against the kitchen door and eating a cucumber while looking at her, Murongyu quickly got up and walked towards Lin Xian. Thank you. I've already reached the 6th level of the 1,000 sealing ice eyes. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian gratefully. She had originally planned to reach the 5th level in 5 years and reach the 6th level in 10 to 20 years. Then, reaching the 6th level in a month was a pleasant surprise. Of course, she was very, very grateful to Lin Xian. Although reaching the 6th level is already very heaven-defying, especially for someone your age, I don't know how to advance further. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I can't help you. Murongyu nodded. I'm already very grateful. Then don't you have any gratitude? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Murongyu. Murongyu lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, she said, I don't know how to thank you. If you need me in the future, feel free to look for me. Okay. Murongyu was a little special. Similar to Linglong Shui, Han Chushue was also the same. However, Han Chushue had something special that made it easier for Lin Xian to pursue her. Linglong Shui was the same. Murongyu didn't have that. Therefore, he had to take it slow. The good news now was that he really did have special feelings for Murongyu. And Murongyu's feelings for Lin Xian were not low. Let's eat. It's almost done. Lin Xian said. Didn't you say I'll do it? I have nothing to do. Sigh, where can you find a good man like me? You have to cherish me. Lin Xian smiled at Murongyu. Murongyu didn't say anything. The two of them went to the kitchen. Murongyu really liked Lin Xian's cooking. She felt that although Lin Xian couldn't compare to top geniuses like Duan Lingxiao, he was more outstanding than anyone else. At least he knew a lot of things that others didn't know. He was amazing. In any case, she admired Lin Xian. It was admiration, not admiration. Duan Lingxiao's was admiration. Lin Xian's was admiration. Oh right, what mission did you choose? Murongyu suddenly thought and asked Lin Xian. What about you? Toxic desperation. Murongyu said. Lin Xian, what a coincidence. Me too. Lin Xian grinned at her. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian. She wasn't surprised, but, you should be in the domain realm, right? Lin Xian nodded. The ranks of the demonic beasts in the toxic desperation weren't low. One had to be at least in the domain realm to enter. Otherwise, not only would they not be of any help, it would be very dangerous. And the final opponent was the Empyrean Realm Poison King. To anyone, even Murongyu, this was a very dangerous and huge challenge. She knew that Lin Xian's realm might not be very high. He might even be a low-star domain realm cultivator. However, she felt that Lin Xian shouldn't be weak. His ability to fight across realms was definitely not weak. Since he made his choice, he must have confidence in himself. After all, Murongyu knew that Lin Xian's talent was on the same level as hers. In a sense, it was a godhead talent. He definitely wasn't weak. Chapter 11:24. Murongyu felt that it would be good to do a mission with Lin Xian. This mission requires us to kill a heavenly venerable realm monster. I might not be of much help. Lin Xian said to Murongyu with a smile. If you're really useless, you wouldn't have chosen this mission. Murongyu ate a mouthful of food and looked at Lin Xian lightly. She was still very smart. Of course, she understood this point. Lin Xian was also looking forward to Murongyu's match. He'd known her for quite some time now, but he'd never seen her in action. He'd only caught a glimpse of it today, but that wasn't her true strength. However, he'd definitely seen it during this trip to the extreme poison realm. It's true. I thought that you guys, the most powerful ones, would definitely choose this mission. I just followed behind you guys. Anyway, as long as the team mission is completed, everyone will get the same reward. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murongyu naturally didn't believe Lin Xian's nonsense. Why is your cooking so delicious? Murongyu still didn't let go of this point. She really couldn't understand. Do you want to know? Murongyu looked at Lin Xian and nodded. If you're with me, we'll cook together every morning, noon, and night. At that time, you'll know. Lin Xian said with a smile. There are many girls who like you. I'm not the only one. Murongyu said lightly and then ate her food. How do you know? I can tell. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, and even Xue Bingxin and Wang Xintong are all possible. Lin Xian, was a woman's intuition really that strong? How can you tell? Why don't I know? It's very simple. The way I look at you and the way I treat you is special. Murongyu said. Is that a friend? Murongyu shook her head. I don't know. Think about it, you treat me quite special too. I can eat the food you cook, I can see you in your pajamas, I can even touch your hand. Murongyu, when can you touch my hand? Murongyu asked. Just now. When I was cultivating with you, I touched your hand for 2 hours. Murongyu, forget it, I don't want to talk to him. A few days later, the first 4,000 students who could accept missions were ready. Lin Xian didn't do much these days. He just wandered around the girls and went back to Lin and City to write songs for them. He saw Linya, Linglong Shui, Dragony, and so on. It was quite strange. Bing hadn't looked for him in a long time, so Lin Xian really missed her. Today was the day they set out for the mission. The day before, they had already received the message of whether or not you had successfully accepted the mission. Why did they do this? Because the academy had to ensure the safety of the students, they would carefully look at the missions chosen by each person in the background and weigh the pros and cons. They would see if the mission was too difficult or if the danger to one's life was too great. Yes, I heard from class monitor Murongyu that she was in this mission, so I also chose it. Murongyu. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Although she did not care, it was obviously not the case. Oh. Why? Zhuge Feng asked with a smile. He was also interested in Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian was a famous contestant in the academy. Now that he was qualified to do this mission, he also felt that Lin Xian was not simple, so he was quite curious about him. Because the class monitor is strong. I want to follow the class monitor. Lin Xian grinned. Ha, you're not weak either. Zhuge Feng laughed. No, I'm very weak. I'm really weak. I hope that everyone won't blame me if I drag everyone down. Everyone laughed. Very weak. If you're very weak, why would the academy allow you to participate in this mission? Pretentious. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan glanced at Lin Xian and did not look at him again. It was not that they did not want to look at him. After all, their relationship was not ordinary. They were just afraid that if they looked at him too much, it would arouse suspicion. Lin Xian then moved between the two of them. Chapter 1125. Why did the two of you accept this mission? Lin Xian asked. In the martial arts academy, it was no secret that Lin Xian seemed to have a good relationship with the campus belles. To be honest, Duan Lingxiao was quite envious. Although he liked Murongyu the most, all men liked pretty girls. To train myself. Xue Bingxin said. Take care of me. Xue Bingxin was speechless. She nodded lightly and did not say anything. Hello. Lin Xian then waved at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan turned her head to the side. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. Young Master Lin, it seems like not all girls like you. Ha. Zhuge Feng laughed. That's for sure. However, I think most girls still like me. Am I right, class monitor? Murongyu was speechless. Why did he suddenly mention her? Yes. She nodded lightly. Duan Lingxiao frowned slightly. What did this Lin Xian mean? Could it be that he was also interested in Murongyu? Why did he always appear at the places she appeared? He even had to follow Murongyu for a mission. He even had to mention her in some conversations. He hoped that Lin Xian would not embarrass himself. At this moment, Vice President Luo Xiu walked in with a few instructors and glanced at them. Of course, only the president and vice president knew about Lin Xian's uniqueness. Therefore, they would definitely agree to let Lin Xian participate in such a mission. Not bad. You're all here. Luo Xiu then nodded. Vice President, I beg you to change the rules. I've been appearing in the Martial Arts Academy every day. A group of people surround me and want to challenge me. It's so hard for me. Lin Xian put on an aggrieved expression. Although he had reached the 80th peak and those people could not casually challenge Lin Xian, he still could not refuse to appear in the Martial Arts Academy. Although defeating Lin Xian would not give him the right to enter the backyard, he would be able to obtain Lin Xian's ranking on the Lin Xian badge. Then why aren't there so many challengers? Luo Xiu asked. I have to find the reason from myself. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Of course, the academy was aware of this. They also knew that Lin Xian was collecting money to compete in the tournament. However, this was a matter where one party was willing to pay and the other party was willing to accept, so they didn't care. On the contrary, when the dean heard this news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was beginning to like Lin Xian more and more. This Lin Xian was surrounded by too many beautiful women, so it was normal for him to become the target of public criticism. So those people are jealous of my handsomeness. Lin Xian then said with a very reasonable expression. Pfft, Shui Binglan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, when she realized that she had lost her composure, she quickly stopped laughing and looked to the side with her big eyes. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her. Yes, yes. Shui Binglan hurriedly said. All right, stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Luo Xiao interrupted Lin Xian. Then, Luo Xiao slowly paced around. The instructor beside him turned on the big screen, and on the big screen were some videos of the Desperate Poison territory. The 7 of you are going to the Desperate Poison territory. This Desperate Poison territory is one of the most difficult missions of all. In my opinion, it is the most difficult. Apart from the difficulty of dealing with the Heavenly Venerable Realm Poison King, the entire Desperate Poison territory is filled with poison. Anything you see, as long as it exists there, is poisonous. Therefore, you have to constantly resist the power of poison. Once you are poisoned, you will be in great danger in that place. Luo Xiao paused for a moment and then continued, who has fought with a Heavenly Venerable before? Then, apart from Lin Xian, everyone raised their hands. Lin Xian, was it that awkward? He had fought with a Heavenly Venerable before, right? However, he definitely couldn't win. It was all solved by the big shots around him. It was either Ling Longyue or Murong Qin. The few of them glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed dryly. The big shots are awesome. Everyone, it's normal for a domain realm cultivator not to fight with a Heavenly Venerable. Lin Xian, you have to be extra careful. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Luo Xiao said, in the Desperate Poison territory, we have checked now. There are about 3, maybe even 5 Poison Kings. Then, he pointed at the map of the Desperate Poison territory on the screen and said, there is one in this area. There is one in this area, here, here, here. They looked at the screen carefully and roughly remembered the location. Demonic beasts have territorial awareness. Basically, they will be in that area. It's not wrong to be in your own territory, but it's inevitable that there will be special situations. You all need to be flexible. In the entire Desperate Poison territory, there are many demonic beasts. The area it occupies is about the size of 3 to 4 counties. It's not big, but it's not small either. Normally, it would take more than a day to walk around, but you all might need to stay there for more than 2 days. Every minute and every second is dangerous. There are about 5 Poison Kings. 4 of them are Domain Realm, and 1 is a Heavenly Venerable. I feel that with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a Domain Realm Poison King, even if the Domain Realm Poison King is higher than yours. A Heavenly Venerable Poison King is a great challenge. You all have a great risk of dying. The 7 of you need a perfect plan. Oh right, there's one more person. He should be here soon. When the time comes, the captain, vice captain, the team, the mission, who will be in charge of the main attack, who will be in charge of cover, who will be in charge of control, and so on. I believe you all understand these by yourselves. You all can solve them yourselves. The more important thing I'm going to talk about next is this Heavenly Venerable Poison King. This is your trial. I won't reveal too much about this Poison King because everything can change. If you all work together, there's a great chance that you can defeat him, but there's also a great chance that all 8 of you will die there. Poison is a very important point. Heavenly Venerable Poison King. In the same realm, demonic beasts are much stronger than humans, but you all are also geniuses who surpass your peers. So, do your best. Luo Xiao then nodded to the teacher beside him. Following that, he gave out things to everyone one by one. I'll give you 1 space crystal per person. If you encounter an extremely dangerous situation, the space crystal can save your life. You must keep it in a place where you won't lose it and can use it immediately. The other one is a detoxification pill. If you enter an extremely poisonous place, you must take it. It will make you immune to most poisons for half a day. Of course, it won't work on poisons from the Poison King level. What I need to tell you is that everything in the world has a counter to each other. In an extremely poisonous place, everything is poisonous, but there must be something that can detoxify it. If you really can't take it, don't force yourself. It doesn't matter if you fail the mission. Your life is the most important. Everyone nodded. Alright, that's all I want to say. You all can come up with a plan. An hour later, the Academy will send you all to the vicinity of the extreme poison realm. I won't disturb you anymore. After saying that, he walked out. Chapter 11:26. There were only 7 of them left in the room. If it was an ordinary mission, there would be no need for them to do this. If it was an ordinary mission, the Academy wouldn't have purposely called them over to warn them. However, they were just a few domain realm cultivators dealing with a heavenly venerable realm demonic beast. Moreover, this demonic beast was using poison, and the map was also filled with poison. So they had to be careful. At this time, Xiao Yun walked in from outside. Sorry, something happened, so I came late. Xiao Yun walked in with an apologetic look. So it's young Master Xiao, nice to meet you. Duan Lingxiao said. Xiao Yun's gaze swept across them and stopped on Lin Xian for a moment. This Lin Xian was also here. Of course, he hated Lin Xian to the core. Since Lin Xian was also here, then there were some things that could be done well in this mission. Nice to meet you. I still need everyone to take care of each other. I've already learned about the extreme poison realm. I just met the Vice Dean, so we can directly make a plan. Xiao Yun said. Then the 8 of us will make a plan together. Duan Lingxiao glanced at everyone and said. Lin Xian snatched a lollipop from Xue Binglan and ate it happily. First, the problem of the captain and vice captain. Duan Lingxiao said. The captain's strength must be the best, and at the same time, he must have great commanding ability. I recommend Murongyu. Zhuge Feng said. Recommend. Lin Xian then said, I heard that in addition to being strong, the class leader is also proficient in commanding troops. Moreover, he is in the military class and has the heart to command an army in the future. He is suitable to be the captain. Naturally, he must have commanding ability, right? Murongyu being the captain was what everyone wanted. The main thing was that Lin Xian had to recommend her. If Duan Lingxiao or Xiao Yun were to be the captain, Lin Xian would be in danger. Under normal circumstances, a team like theirs would absolutely obey the captain's orders. And, no problem. They nodded. Duan Lingxiao originally wanted to try to be the captain, but after Lin Xian and Zhuge Feng said that, he naturally had no chance. Alright then. Murongyu was not pretentious at all. She felt that this was also an opportunity to train herself. Then I'll leave the rest to class rep Murongyu, Lin Xian said with a smile. Murongyu then said, the vice captain can be handed over to Duan Lingxiao or Zhuge Feng. Their strength shouldn't be a problem. As for Xiao Yun, I'm not familiar with him. If you want to try, you can tell me. Xiao Yun shook his head. No need. Zhuge Feng also said, leave it to young Master Duan. I don't like to waste my time. Good. Vice Captain, I won't be pretentious. Duan Lingxiao nodded. For the next team, we have 8 people, so we need 2 or 3 vanguards. My close combat ability is not bad, so I can be one of them, Murongyu said. The elder sister was at 6-star domain realm, while the younger sister was at 4-star domain realm. They were very strong. Among the 8 of them, Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and Zhuge Feng's realms couldn't be seen by Lin Xian. They were definitely above 6-star. Wu Yuhan was also at 6-star. Hey, what's your boss doing recently? He didn't look for me. Lin Xian asked. If she didn't look for Lin Xian for a week, it wouldn't be a problem. But she was pregnant now. I don't know. We didn't go back. Master didn't look for us either. Don't tell me she doesn't dare to have sex with me now that she's pregnant. Lin Xian stroked his chin and thought to himself. Why don't you ask him yourself? Xue Bingxin said. Lin Xian was too embarrassed to ask her. He knew that, but he had gotten her pregnant. For some reason, he was too embarrassed to talk to her. It's okay. Help me pay for the things I buy later. Xue Bingxin, this man. Why did he take advantage of her like this? Lin Xian expressed that the money she spent was Yirenbing's anyway. She definitely didn't lack money. He took advantage of her. Chapter 1127. In the Martial Divinity Institute's shop, Lin Xian took out all sorts of things. He bought all sorts of food and drinks, all of which were expensive and branded. He also bought all sorts of healing medicines, spiritual energy recovery medicines, and the like, all of which were of high quality. Do we need to buy more than 200 medicine? Xue Bingxin saw that Lin Xian had emptied a shelf and was in a bad mood. Of course, it's very dangerous. There's no harm in bringing more. Don't tell me you don't have money. Yes. Xue Bingxin nodded and went to pay. How could Yirenbing lack money? Of course not. Yirenbing had no concept of money. She was the kind of person who would give you 100 million just to buy a scallion pancake. Xue Bingxin naturally had a lot of money on her. She would take advantage of whatever she could. Sigh, for a good man like me to take care of his family, the girls around him are really lucky. Lin Xian then took out his phone and sent a message to his girls group. Come to the Martial Arts Academy shop, I'll give you some medicine. 5 minutes later, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Wang Xintong, and Xiao Xinyue all came over. Come, 30 each. Lin Xian smiled and sent them the medicine. Boss, you're so generous. Ling Ying said with a smile. Of course. Xue Bingxin stood at the side, a little confused. Why did she want to beat him up so badly? She really wanted to. Be careful. Lin Xian said to them. Think about yourself, I'm leaving. After that, they all left. What are you looking at? Lin Xian then looked at Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. Xue Binglan quickly lowered her head. Nothing. Xue Bingxin shook her head slightly. Be careful when you get there. I don't want anything to happen to you. You should take care of yourself. Xue Bingxin said. Lin Xian, hey, I'm your boss, right? Is this how you talk to me? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. I'm sorry, Xue Bingxin said. That's more like it. I'll teach you two sisters a lesson when we get back. Lin Xian laughed and walked forward. Sister, he's so bad. Xue Binglan said softly. Yes, very bad. However, it's also quite interesting. Xue Binglan stuck out her tongue. After that, the 8 of them were ready to go. The academy was also ready. The Martial Arts Academy would send them to the extreme poison territory, which was thousands of kilometers away from the Martial Arts Academy. If they didn't send them to the extreme poison territory, they would have to stay in the beast territory for a long time. Moreover, the possibility of encountering unknown dangers was very high. Therefore, the Martial Arts Academy still had to send them to the extreme poison territory. Of course, they wouldn't send them directly to the extreme poison territory. They would drop them off when they were 150 kilometers away and then have them walk to the extreme poison territory. It was quite far away, and they couldn't see clearly what kind of demonic beasts they were. However, there might be more than 20 of them. They weren't sure if it was dangerous or not. The group of demonic beasts also saw them from afar. They could vaguely see these demonic beasts slowly standing up. It was either a warning stance or an attack stance. "Captain, should we go around or fight?" Duan Lingxiao asked. "It's best to go around them. If we don't reach the extreme poison despair, any consumption is unnecessary. But it seems like they don't want us to go around them." Lin Xian twisted his neck. The group of demonic beasts was gradually approaching them. These demonic beasts seemed to be very smart. When they came over, they spread out to prevent Lin Xian and the others from escaping. They gradually closed in and surrounded them. "It's the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf," Murong Yute said warily. The Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf was one of the more famous demonic beasts on the continent. They lived in packs, had extremely strong combat abilities, and were extremely fast. Their bloodline wasn't low either. Usually, an adult Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf had the strength of the lower realm. Naturally, this group of demonic beasts were all in the lower realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen a group of people coming over. Their first reaction was to welcome them. They were confident, and the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf was very smart. Fortunately, it was daytime now. Chapter 11:28. Lin Xian looked at the group of Silvermoon wolves helplessly. Fuck. This young master has never seen a group of lower realm beasts before, but they seem to be used to it. Wow. I'm so noob. If it was night time, these Silvermoon wolves would cause them quite a bit of pressure. There might not be any casualties, but they would definitely lose a lot of spiritual power and stamina. But it was daytime now. As members of the monster race, it was not a big deal for Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan to attack the monster race. The monster race was different from the human race. The monster race was similar to how humans looked at other monster race members. 10 seconds. Murong Yute said indifferently. Lin Xian scratched his head. They were strong, but these were all lower realm beasts. Killing more than 20 of them in 10 seconds was a bit abnormal, right? But in the next moment, Lin Xian roughly understood what Murong Yute meant. All right. Then, Lin Xian released his spatial power. The spatial power of a domain realm beast was naturally not something these lower realm beasts could withstand. In an instant, all the Silvermoon wolves were gathered in one place by Lin Xian. At the same time, Murong Yu's cold power erupted, and the terrifying cold power froze all the Silvermoon wolves. Hey, let's leave some experience for them. Lin Xian was only a one-star domain realm cultivator. After saying that, he rushed forward and released his 5 thunder constellation. Boom! Then, Lin Xian walked back. Awesome! Killing 7 or 8 of them. 10 seconds. Probably not even 10 seconds. This spatial attribute is really domineering. Zhuge Feng could not help but praise. That's one of the strongest laws after all. Although it's mainly functional, it's not something ordinary laws can compare to. Duan Lingxiao said. Lin Xian didn't have the same so-called magnanimity as them. He just wanted to level up and kill demonic beasts. Awesome. I feel like I might be able to level up by 2 or 3 stars this time. Lin Xian walked over with a smile. After all, this was the domain realm. It was very difficult to level up by 1 star. That's possible. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Young Master Duan won't steal my kill, right? You're already a 7-star Grand Dominion Realm cultivator, so I don't think you'll be interested in low-level monsters, right? And young Master Xiao. Lin Xian grinned. What the hell? How could this guy be so shameless? How could he have the nerve to say such words? However, Murong Yu was here, and their cultivation levels were indeed much higher than Lin Xian's. According to common sense, they could refuse, but Murong Yu was here, so the best way was to nod. That's only natural. Young Master Lin's cultivation level isn't high, and demonic beasts of this level won't be of much help to us. Naturally, if it can belong to young Master Lin, then it belongs to young Master Lin. Duan Lingxiao said. Although Xiao Yun did not want to, he still nodded. Thank you very much. When my cultivation level increases a little, I will be able to help you even more. Lin Xian said with a smile. Let's go. Let's talk after we enter the extreme poison realm. Then, the group continued forward. Soon, they arrived at the Toxic Despair. The Toxic Despair was a forest, a poisonous forest. If you stood outside, you could clearly see green poisonous creatures shrouding the entire poisonous despair. Every tree in the poisonous despair was grotesquely shaped. These trees and plants had all lived here for a long time and gradually mutated. They gradually formed antibodies, absorbed the poison, and became extremely poisonous. To be honest, this scene was really difficult for people to dare to enter. The poison in the toxic despair grows stronger the deeper you go. Similarly, the deeper you go, the more poisonous the demonic beasts you encounter will be. With your spiritual energy, you can temporarily resist the poison in the periphery. The antidote pill has a time limit, so don't take it first. Murong Yu said. Everyone nodded. After entering, there are 2 missions. One is to find the 5 great poison kings and kill them one by one. We'll leave the heavenly venerable poison king for last. The other is to find the antidote spirit medicine. Regarding the antidote spirit medicine, who knows? Murong Yu looked at the others. Finally, there's something the class leader doesn't know. Lin Xian smiled. Murong Yu tidied the hair in front of her forehead and said, I know a little, but I'm not sure. I know a little. Xue Bingxin said. Good. When we enter, Xue Bingxin, pay special attention. Xue Bingxin nodded. In fact, Lin Xian also knew. With the Imperial Physician Saint technique in his mind, he should know more than Xue Bingxin, but he didn't say it. He would tell them when they met. Let's go in. Then, the 8 of them walked into the toxic despair together. The moment they stepped in, everyone frowned. The poison was rushing at them. Every breath they took was poisonous, and they were constantly inhaling it. However, because the poison wasn't strong enough, they could use their spiritual energy to neutralize it. However, this process would constantly consume one's energy and spiritual power. Therefore, some of the restrictions on them were relatively large. Lin Xian tried to absorb it, but to his surprise, he was completely immune to the poison. At least for now. He didn't need to consume any spiritual energy. The poison is so strong. Wu Yuhan frowned slightly. She accidentally touched a leaf, and that piece of clothing was corroded. The poison of every creature here is much stronger than in the air. That's why the academy made us wear special shoes. Try to be careful. Now, head south. That's where the first poison king is. We'll enter its territory in an hour. Advance according to the formation. Okay. Then, they headed south one after another. Hey, I suddenly thought of a question. Lin Xian said. What is it? Murongyu asked as she walked forward. I remember that the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan is an elite demon clan belonging to the demon god temple, right? Murongyu pondered for a moment. Yes, I participated in the city defense battle before. Coincidentally, one of the factions I faced was the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan. The Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan's combat strength is very strong. Because their combat strength can be doubled at night, they were once a weapon of the demon god temple. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xian walked forward and said, I'm just worried that we'll encounter a small group of Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan here. Does that mean that this place is where the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf clan of the demon god temple lives? If that's the case, we might even be attacked by the demon god temple. This location didn't seem to be under Yirenbing's jurisdiction. As for whether it was Xiachui, Lin Xian didn't know. After all, this place was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Lin and City. Moreover, it was in a very remote location. I think there's no need to worry. Xiao Yun then said, the demon god temple won't attack us for less than 10 humans. Moreover, how can we attract their attention? How far is this place from the demon god temple? There's no need to worry. We just have to do what's in front of us. Chapter 1129. Although what Lin Xian said could be a form of danger, it was true that after everyone thought about it, the possibility of such a thing happening was simply too small. Just be careful. Murongyu said. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Why was he so sensitive? He had been targeted by Xiachui before. Yes, the people here might not be worth the monster god temple's attention, but he might be. Therefore, Lin Xian was always worried that he would attract Lin Xian's attention after leaving the martial arts academy and coming to this place. That was why Lin Xian was worried. But after thinking about it, he didn't think that would happen. Yirenbing had done something last time. However, what he was afraid of had happened. Your Honor, Lin Xian left the martial arts academy and went to the place of extreme poison. In the 9th monster god temple, a person knelt in front of Xiachui. Oh. Xiachui stood up and paced slowly. He really wanted to attack Lin Xian, but he was afraid of Yirenbing. Last time, Yirenbing had come to tell him in person, so he didn't dare to attack him. Forget it. Yirenbing is very strong. If we attack him, she will know. Besides, Lin Xian must have something that can save his life. Xiachui shook his head. But according to our intelligence, several top geniuses of the human clan are going to the place of extreme poison, including the daughter of the Master of the Divine Palace, the son of the Master of the Trial Union, and several other top geniuses. In the future, they will be a great threat to the monster clan. Oh. The martial arts academy is one step behind. Hearing this, Xiachui raised his eyebrows. You go to the place of extreme poison and take care of the others. Leave Lin Xian alone. Anyway, Yirenbing only protects Lin Xian. She has no right to protect the others. Xiachui sneered. Yes. Right, leave 1 or 2 or 3 people alive. Remember, don't attack Lin Xian. They will suspect that Lin Xian is colluding with the monster clan. When the time comes, I understand. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had just encountered a group of poisonous forest scorpions. Of their realms, but they were very strong. These monsters were not much of a threat to them. There's a swamp in front. About half an hour later, they stopped in front of a swamp. This swamp was so big that you couldn't tell how far away it was. This made the space attribute useless. If you sent them over and they were still on top of the swamp, then it would be dangerous. A normal swamp would not be a problem for them. However, the poison in this swamp was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. After so many years of gathering here, how many highly toxic things had entered this place? How many highly toxic leaves had fallen here? The poison in this place must be the strongest they had encountered so far. And there should be demonic beasts inside. This should be the location of the Poison King. If I'm not wrong, the Poison King should be in this swamp. Murongyu stared at the swamp and said, "This swamp is the most poisonous place we've encountered so far." Duan Lingxiao said, then tore a piece of cloth and threw it into the swamp. This piece of cloth floated on top of the swamp. Then, it turned into green smoke and was directly corroded. This fucking poison was a little scary. With their realms, even if they had spiritual protection, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. It should be. Such a poisonous place must be the location of the extremely strong Poison King. And since the Poison King had not shown himself, they could only force him out. "Let me do it." Wu Yuhan took 2 steps forward. Then, a dagger appeared in her hand. She threw the dagger directly into the swamp. In the next moment, the entire swamp flickered with a black light. Boom! In the next moment, it was as if a missile had exploded in the swamp. The entire ground shook. Lin Xian, fuck. This dagger was amazing. This dagger is specially made, right? Lin Xian asked Wu Yuhan. In response, she turned her face to the side. "Lin Xian, it's coming. Retreat." Murongyu said with a frown. Soon after, everyone took out their spiritual artifacts and retreated into a formation. Lin Xian also took out his light sword, Wan Xia. Roar! A huge monster let out a trembling roar and jumped from the bottom of the swamp to the surface. Their battle could not be in the swamp. It was too dangerous. Therefore, they had to pull the monster to the surface. And this Poison King might have been too confident in himself or was angered. Without any hesitation, he jumped up and roared. Roar, whoosh whoosh whoosh, none of them were to be trifled with. They quickly spread out to the sides, and everything within a few dozen meters in front of them was destroyed by the power it released. It was as if a path had been opened in the forest. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if such power were to fall on them. This demonic beast's body, including its tail, was more than 10 meters long. Its body was brown with blood-red patterns. Its eyes were blood-red. Its overall appearance was that of a huge crocodile. Its sharp teeth made one tremble in fear. Its entire back was filled with sharp spikes. The sword was incomparable, making it impossible to attack. "It's the Berserk Blood Crocodile King." They recognized the demonic beast when they saw it. It was undoubtedly the Poison King. The Berserk Blood Crocodile King's strongest points were its strength and defense. If its tail hit you, you would basically be crippled. As for its defense, you would know just by looking at its back. It was indestructible. Other than the Sky Venerable, the rest of the Poison Kings were all at the Domain Realm. Moreover, they were existences with 1 foot in the Sky Venerable realm. Each of them had the ability to fight across realms. But in this environment, facing the Poison King of this level, to be honest, it was difficult to fight one-on-one. Even Murongyu would find it difficult. However, it was not impossible. But since there were 8 of them, why did they have to fight one-on-one? The Berserk Blood Crocodile King's weakness is its abdomen. We have to find a way to hit its abdomen to cause any substantial damage. Zhuge Feng said. Let's fight first. This young master does not believe that it is that hard. Thunderous force. Zzz, the tip of Duan Lingxiao's sword was surrounded by lightning. Lightning flashed and illuminated the forest. Then, with a roar, he jumped up and stabbed at the Berserk Blood Crocodile King with terrifying strength. Roar, the berserk blood crocodile king's speed was not fast. However, it did not need speed. It raised its head and a blood-red energy gushed out from its mouth to resist Duanling Zhao's lightning energy. Boom! In the next moment, Duanling Zhao jumped back and staggered on the ground. It was indeed very strong. Follow the plan. Begin the battle. Murongyu said. Yes. So, following which, they all rushed forward. Tai Chi gives birth to two forms, rapid attack. Zhuge Feng stepped on the ground slightly. A huge Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram rotated on the ground and occupied the entire battlefield. At the same time, everyone who rushed over felt their speed and strength increase. Chapter 1130. Lin Xian finally understood why this Zhuge Feng was able to take up such an important role. Normally, a support role would be taken up by someone with the wood or water attribute. He didn't know if there was such an attribute, but he had this kind of special ability. Lin Xian didn't think that he only had this kind of formation. But this formation increased their speed and strength, and it wasn't low at all. Lin Xian really couldn't help but look at him in a higher light. A very special ability. This wasn't an attribute, and it didn't seem to be a martial technique either. And it was instantaneous, peng peng peng, the 8 of them attacked one after another. It only meant that Lin Xian and the others had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. It didn't mean that they weren't important just because they were protected. Every single one of them was important. 5 Lightning Constellation. Boom! Lin Xian's terrifying lightning landed on the berserk blood crocodile king's body, but, sorry, I won't attack anymore. Lin Xian said helplessly. 5 Lightning Constellation. Purple lightning, the strongest offensive attribute. But when it landed on the berserk blood crocodile king's body, it was like scratching an itch. There was no helping it, the difference was too great. Lin Xian was only at the 1-star domain realm, and this demonic beast was at the 10-star domain realm. Furthermore, the berserk blood crocodile king's back defense was too terrifying. It was normal for Lin Xian to scratch an itch. Not to mention Lin Xian, even Murongyu's terrifying attack couldn't do much damage to the berserk blood crocodile king. Murongyu's cultivation was close to the berserk blood crocodile king, and her battle strength was definitely not low. It was enough to imagine how strong she was. Shua, a powerful frost energy burst out from Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan's bodies, instantly freezing the berserk blood crocodile king. But in the next instant, the berserk blood crocodile king broke free from the ice. With a roar, a blood-red light burst out. Boom! Everything within 20 meters was shaken by the terrifying power, and dust flew everywhere. Putong! A few figures staggered to the ground. It's not hard to defeat it, but its defense is too strong. Even with Zhuge Feng's blessing, we can't do any damage to it. Duanling Zhao frowned. For any martial artist, what kind of demonic beast did they dislike the most? Agility type. Speed was very powerful. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. This sentence was not groundless. An agility-type demonic beast of the same rank would be more difficult to deal with than a demonic beast that was 2 stars higher than you. The other type was this kind of defense-type demonic beast. What was very exaggerated was that defense-type demonic beasts were basically defense-type demonic beasts that were several stars higher in strength would not be able to shake them, let alone those whose cultivation level was lower. However, there was one advantage. This berserk blood crocodile king did not have a strong defense that covered its entire body. It had a weak spot, and it was a large number of weak spots. But how could he attack its lower body? The simplest method was to use the power of space to move it into the air, allowing them to instantly focus fire below. However, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun were unable to do so, because the difference in their realms was too great. Why don't we just kill him by force? The sword in Duan Lingxiao's hand flashed with blue light. If we can't kill him, you'll be exhausted instead. Murong Yu said. Roar. In the next moment, the berserk blood crocodile king roared, and a blood-red energy gushed out. Shua. An ice wall appeared in front of Murong Yu, blocking the terrifying energy. In the next moment, she quickly retreated, and the ice wall shattered at the same time. I can do it, Zhuge Feng said as he dodged the berserk blood crocodile king's attack. I'll leave it to you. Everyone, prepare to deal a fatal blow, Murong Yu said. Obviously, she trusted Zhuge Feng a lot. She probably had a rough idea of Zhuge Feng's strength. In the next moment, Zhuge Feng's figure suddenly stopped. His hands quickly formed seals, and a golden light cage enveloped the berserk blood crocodile king. Rise! Zhuge Feng yelled. Puff. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the berserk blood crocodile king was directly sent flying. Now! Everyone gathered their strength and blasted it out in unison. Boom. The power exploded in the sky. Ding! Your realm has increased to 2-star domain realm. Lin Xian, hearing the system notification, Lin Xian was a little dumbfounded. He was the one who killed it. His luck was too damn good. Among the 7 of them, he was the weakest, and he was the one who killed this demonic beast. Although this demonic beast was strong, they weren't weak either. To be honest, if this was a different type of demonic beast, they would have already worked together to kill it. Even if the demonic beast's realm was higher than theirs, which one of them didn't have the ability to fight across realms? Their joint attack hit the berserk blood crocodile king's weak spot, and it was very normal for it to be killed instantly. Are you okay? Murong Yu walked to Zhuge Feng's side. I'm fine. Zhuge Feng waved his hand and said, it's just a small injury. It's normal for it to be injured by force. It'll be fine until we reach the next Poison King. Duan Lingxiao walked over and said, and this kind of defensive demonic beast is indeed troublesome. You have to be more careful when you're injured. Alright, I already said it's just a small injury. Zhuge Feng smiled. Lin Xian came over and gave him a pill. Take this and you'll be fine soon. Zhuge Feng glanced at Lin Xian. Many thanks. Then he took the pill. Then let's take a break and head to the next Poison King's location. This berserk blood crocodile king has a strong poison, but it hasn't had the time to release it. Otherwise, it'll be even more troublesome. After that, other than the Empyrean Realm Poison King, we'll try to kill the rest instantly. To avoid any trouble. Murong Yu said. Alright. To be honest, if this was heard by others, they would feel that it was inconceivable. You people who are lower realm than the Poison King actually want to kill it instantly. Is this world crazy? But they did have the ability to do so. Their real opponent was the Empyrean Realm Poison King, and the rest were just a matter of convenience. As long as it wasn't a defensive demonic beast, once it was locked on and controlled, it was normal to kill it instantly. After resting for a while, they walked towards the next Poison King. Brother, what kind of power is that? It's very strange. Lin Xian came to Zhuge Feng's side and asked. Oh, it's just a formation. Formations with different powers and different effects. My ancestors practiced this and passed it down from generation to generation. Zhuge Feng smiled. This kind of power is unique to the Zhuge family in the entire continent. Duan Lingxiao said with some envy. Doesn't that mean that if a person has these formations, it's equivalent to having a full attribute? Xue Bingxin was also slightly surprised. This human had such an ability. Chapter 1131. When Zhuge Feng heard Xue Bingxin's words, he smiled and said, "In some sense, I can release metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, and so on. However, how can there be such an exaggerated power in this world? There are pros and cons. Firstly, this isn't elemental power, so it can't be as strong, flexible as elemental power. Secondly, the spiritual energy consumption is even higher than releasing elemental power. It's just that there's no harm in having more skills." Lin Xian was enlightened. However, don't forget that apart from these abilities, Brother Zhuge is also a martial artist. He has his own elemental power, so compared to us, he is stronger. Duan Lingxiao said. To be honest, Lin Xian quite liked this ability and felt that it was very powerful. However, he wasn't envious because he was a man who could use all elemental powers. It should be others who were envious of him. I say, stop flattering me. All of you are stronger than me, yet you're still trying to kill me. Zhuge Feng said helplessly. I'm not wrong, right? Because I'm really not as strong as you, Lin Xian said. The one who shouldn't flatter me the most is you, young Master Lin. Lin Xian, why? Look, there are so many beautiful girls around you. You have the lowest realm, but the Academy still allowed you to participate in this mission against the Heavenly Venerable Realm Poison King. Shouldn't you be the one who is special in the eyes of the Academy? Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile. When Zhuge Feng said that, the surrounding people were also surprised. Yes, they did have this speculation when they saw Lin Xian participating in this mission. However, they quickly dismissed it. They even felt that there were too few people for this mission and Lin Xian was just there to make up the numbers. One more person, one more force. However, when Zhuge Feng said that, they indeed felt that something was wrong. They were all in the domain realm, and Lin Xian was also in the domain realm. However, they were going to deal with a Heavenly Venerable Realm Poison King. How could a one-star domain realm fight against a Heavenly Venerable? There was no way the Academy would allow a one-star domain realm cultivator to participate in this battle. The weakest was a 4-star domain realm cultivator. It was very easy for a 4-star domain realm cultivator to break through during this battle. Even a 1-star domain realm cultivator wouldn't be able to fight against the Poison King. Could it be because of his spatial attribute? That was impossible. There were more than 10 people in the Martial Arts Academy who knew the space attribute. Therefore, there must be something special about this Lin Xian that even the Martial Arts Academy valued. Although his realm was not high, he would definitely be of help in this mission. Murong Yu was probably the only one who knew the reason. She didn't know much, but she knew that Lin Xian was indeed very powerful. He definitely couldn't look at him with a normal gaze. He had to treat him even more seriously than when he looked at someone like Duan Lingxiao. I guess. I'm just here to make up the numbers. Lin Xian said with a smile. Being too modest means being pretentious. Zhuge Feng smiled. Lin Xian shrugged. Xiao Yun clenched his fists. Since when did he, Xiao Yun, become invisible? Although those girls were also very invisible and basically didn't talk, he was a man. Those girls were the cold type, so it was normal for them to not talk. Murong Yu was the team leader, so she had to talk. Hey! Lin Xian took a few steps back and walked to Wu Yuhan's side. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan's ears twitched, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Why did they want to eavesdrop? Because they were curious. I've already apologized to you. Can't you talk to me? Lin Xian said with a grin. Wu Yuhan didn't even glance at Lin Xian and continued walking forward. Then, did you accept my apology or not? At least tell me. Lin Xian said. Although this wasn't a place to pick up girls, it was a rare opportunity for Lin Xian to talk to Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan triggered the mission, so Lin Xian still cared about it. Did you accept it? Did you accept it? Shut up. Wu Yuhan said coldly. Then tell me if you accepted it. How could this man be so shameless? How could he be so thick-skinned? I don't blame you anymore. Wu Yuhan said and quickened her pace. Lin Xian smiled and followed. Then I'll treat you to a meal when we get back. No need. Wu Yuhan said coldly. No, I have to treat you to a meal and apologize, right? Shut up. Lin Xian, alright. I'll just hook up with Wu Yuhan's other personality. Lin Xian was helpless. After about an hour, the poison suddenly increased. We should have entered another area now. The poison here is even stronger. If you can't take it, take the antidote first. Don't save it. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. You won't have any combat power left. Murongyu said to the people behind her. Okay. Xue Binglan and Xiao Yun took the antidote. Young Master Lin, you're not taking it. Zhuge Feng looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Xiao Yun stopped taking the antidote. He didn't swallow it. The others were at a higher realm and could withstand it for a while. However, Xue Binglan and Xiao Yun were 4 stars. They probably needed to take it. Lin Xian was a 2-star. He should take it. Lin Xian didn't. Xiao Yun thought of something. Lin Xian was poisonous. It was normal for him to be immune to the poison here. Oh, I have some resistance to poison. Although my realm is lower, I can still withstand it. I don't need it for now, Lin Xian said. This surprised them for a moment. How could he have some resistance to poison? What's going on? They obviously didn't think of the poison attribute. This power was too rare. Normally, some martial artists might not encounter anything related to poison in their lifetime. Of course, the probability was low. Normally, they would encounter poisonous beasts. At this time, Xiao Yun put away the antidote pill. Young Master Xiao, you're not taking it. They looked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun felt that he couldn't lose to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian didn't take it, he wouldn't accept it either. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a joke if a 4-star domain realm cultivator took the antidote? He was thinking too much. The others wouldn't laugh at him. Although their realms were high, they could roughly sense the level of poison. It would be best if a 4-star domain realm cultivator took it. No need. I can still hold on for a while. It will save me more time to fight the Heaven Venerable Realm Poison King later. I won't have to worry about anything. Xiao Yun said. Safety first. Moreover, there are antidotes here. We just need to find them. Murongyu said. It's okay. Let's continue. Xue Binglan blinked her beautiful eyes. She felt that she couldn't withstand the poison anymore. How could this man withstand it? Was he really so powerful? Chapter 1132. Time passed minute by minute. Xiao Yun didn't take the antidote and walked for a long time. As he walked, his lips turned black. He sensed that he was poisoned. No. He couldn't hold on any longer. Then, he quietly swallowed the antidote. What was this called? He wanted to suffer and endure the pain of being poisoned. Why did he have to endure the pain of being poisoned? A lake appeared in front of them. It was very scary. This lake wasn't very big, and the lake water was like stagnant water. The surface of the water was green, and there were countless leaves floating on it. There were also many corpses of demon beasts. Occasionally, bubbles would appear on the surface of the lake. When the bubbles exploded, a green poisonous mist would burst out from within. If I'm not wrong, it should be here. Everyone stopped and stared at the lake. They were all martial artists with high ranks, so they could clearly sense some details. They could clearly sense that there was a poison nearby that was much higher than other places, so this place was definitely not simple. There's a ghost soul blood apple there. It should be right. Lin Xian said. Everyone's gaze landed on a black plant on the lake. Ghost soul blood apple, a highly poisonous plant. Its rank is not low, and it will release a powerful heaven and earth spirit energy and poison at any time. Normally, such a poisonous plant would be fought over by demon beasts, and the one who can obtain it must be a king nearby. So, this is the place where one of the poison kings is. Murongyu explained to them. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire Murongyu. He knew this because of the imperial physician saint technique, and Murongyu purely relied on her large amount of knowledge. Lin Xian felt that Murongyu was too outstanding in all aspects. He really didn't know how this person could be so strong. Let me lure it out. After Duan Lingxiao finished speaking, lightning condensed in his hand and directly blasted towards the ghost soul blood apple. The ghost soul blood apple instantly turned into Su Yu. Although the ghost soul blood tang was strong, it hadn't reached the level where a domain realm expert couldn't destroy it. If it was at that level, then it wasn't something a domain realm poison king could approach or possess. If this thing was strong, then it would belong to an Empyrean realm poison king. Because the Empyrean realm poison king didn't fancy this ghost soul blood apple tree, it was obtained by this poison king. As long as its precious ghost soul blood apple tree was destroyed or attacked, it would definitely appear in anger. However, Lin Xian felt his heart ache. The ghost blood flower might be useless to them, but it was very useful to Lin Xian. It was fucking ruined just like that. You have so many ways to lure out the poison king, but you have to do it like this. Lin Xian's other purpose in coming here was to see if he could find any rare and powerful poisons. He wanted to see if he could raise his poison attribute. Sure enough, when the ghost soul blood orchid was destroyed, a terrifying force emerged from the bottom of the lake, and then a huge green python drilled out. Seconds. In the next instant, Xue Bingxin's frost power erupted, and Zhuge Feng directly created an ice array. At the same time, Murongyu also released a powerful frost power. In an instant, the demonic beast was controlled. Although it could only be controlled for a short period of time, it was enough. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next instant, everyone rushed over. A dagger appeared in Wu Yuhan's hand, and her figure disappeared. A black light flashed past, and the monster's vital point was directly cut open, revealing a huge mouth. Heavenly thunder slash. Duan Lingxiao also roared, and the sword in his hand flashed with lightning as he slashed forward. 10 seconds, no, to be precise, the Poison King had just appeared. Perhaps they didn't even see it clearly before it was killed. Every one of them was very strong, and it was easy for them to fight across realms. In addition, with this kind of cooperation, they could kill the Poison King before it could react and release any demonic skills, or directly make it lose its ability to fight. Lin Xian expressed that he was really here to be a bystander. Along the way, he had killed quite a number of demonic beasts. Because other than the demonic beast king, they had encountered many other demonic beasts, and there were even groups of them. Lin Xian's experience had increased by quite a bit, and he really had a chance to reach Domain Realm 4 stars. However, when facing a big boss of this level, his strength was clearly a little weak. The main thing was that Lin Xian could also cause great damage to this level of existence, so he needed to go all out. However, Lin Xian didn't need to go all out. What was the point of going all out? Snatching experience. It would probably be difficult. Let's follow this method. At least, it should be easier for us to face a heavenly venerable realm poison king. Xiao Yun said. Let's continue on our way. 2 hours later, the third poison king was killed. 6 hours later, the fourth poison king was killed. Ding, your realm has increased to domain realm 3 stars. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally reached domain realm 3 stars. It really wasn't easy. After reaching the domain realm, increasing one's realm was simply too difficult. The number of demonic beasts he had killed was probably the highest among the 8 of them. Murongyu and the rest had deliberately left the demonic beasts to Lin Xian because their leveling speed was slower. As for Murongyu, she felt that Lin Xian's realm needed to increase so that he could unleash greater combat strength. The others had also advanced. Xiao Yun had reached domain realm 5 stars, and Wu Yuhan had reached domain realm 7 stars. This Wu Yuhan caused Lin Xian to be incomparably shocked. Her combat strength had completely exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. She was simply too strong. She didn't hesitate at all, and every move she made hit the target. The sky was already dark. Fortunately, their realm wasn't low and their night vision was strong in such a forest. However, it also had a huge impact on them as the forest was dark to begin with. Everyone, be careful. Many demonic beasts roam at night. It's even more dangerous now than during the day. And now, there's a very bad news. Duan Lingxiao looked at everyone and said, the antidote pill's effect is about to wear off. Once it's over, if we still haven't found a heaven and earth spirit item that can resist the poison here, this operation might fail. The academy deliberately didn't give them enough antidote pills because this was called training. Even if dealing with heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts was already extremely troublesome and dangerous, the martial arts academy was just that abnormal. You guys rest first. I'll go look for it. Lin Xian said to them. Murongyu frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. You? Xiao Yun sneered and said, you're going alone. If you die, we won't even know where to find your corpse. Besides, why should we trust you? Wait here for nothing. Wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time? Murongyu interrupted Xiao Yun, looked at Lin Xian, and asked, do you know? Lin Xian nodded. I know a little. I should be able to find it. Alright, I'll go with you. The rest of you stay here and rest, Murongyu said. I'll go too. Duan Lingxiao said. No need. We're not going to fight. We need you to lead the team here. Murongyu said. Xiao Yun clenched his fist and completely ignored him. Chapter 1133. Lin Xian and Murongyu left together. Master Xiao, do you have a grudge against Master Lin? After they left, Zhuge Feng smiled and asked Xiao Yun. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan listened carefully. Grudge? How can there be grudges? Even if there is a grudge, I wouldn't bring my personal grudge here. Xiao Yun said. Duan Lingxiao patted Xiao Yun's shoulder and said, that's a good sentence. We're a team here, we have to leave our backs to each other. So, why didn't Master Xiao trust Master Lin? You even said that we would just wait. Isn't that just distrust? Zhuge Feng smiled. Xiao Yun then explained, this place is so dangerous, and Lin Xian's realm isn't high. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't have a problem. Isn't Brother Zhuge worried? I'm really not worried. Zhuge Feng drank a mouthful of water and said, Lin Xian's realm isn't high, but don't forget, the Martial Arts Academy agreed to let him join this mission, which means that they acknowledge his strength. Plus, he has the space attribute, What's wrong with that? Xiao Yun secretly clenched his fist. That's because I was too one-sided, it's my problem. Xiao Yun then said. All right. Everyone rest, I hope they can find it. Otherwise, we won't be able to last until we find the Poison King, let alone defeat him. Xiao Yun sat there with a ruthless look in his eyes. How can I have a chance to destroy this Lin Xian? Class leader, pay attention to the roots of every tree. See if there are any plants that are also green, but have faint white stars on their leaves. Lin Xian said to Murongyu. White star grass. Murongyu asked Lin Xian. No, it's the white spirit poison grass that's similar to the white star grass. Lin Xian said. I know this, Murongyu nodded. These two types of poisonous herbs are very, very similar. It is very easy to confuse them. During the learning process, you will be specifically taught how to differentiate between these two types of poisonous herbs. Fighting poison with poison. Murongyu asked. Of course. Do you think there could be any other spiritual herbs here? It can only be a poisonous grass, and we can only fight poison with poison. This is the Academy's test of our survival ability. The poison of the white spirit poisonous grass can neutralize the poison here. How do you know? Murongyu asked in surprise. This kind of thing would require a lot of experiments to come to a conclusion. Anyway, she had done a little research on this poisonous grass, but she didn't know that it had such an effect. There were quite a few poisonous herbs that had this effect, and there were probably more than 10 types in this place. The Academy probably knew that other poisonous herbs could neutralize this effect, and the reason why they were looking for the white spirit poisonous herb was because there were more of it. Take a guess. Lin Xian grinned at her. Murongyu secretly shook her head. She believed that some of her knowledge reserves were already very high, but she always had a feeling that she was not as good as Lin Xian. Let's look. Half an hour later, the two of them were holding a handful of white spirit poisonous grass in their hands. Lin Xian directly held it with his bare hands, while Murongyu released spirit energy from her hands to isolate the poison. You're just holding it with your bare hands. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Oh. Lin Xian then released spirit energy from his hands. Murongyu, what do you mean by this? You're holding the poisonous grass without releasing spirit energy, and you're releasing it when I ask you? What does this prove? It proves that he can hold the poisonous grass without releasing spirit energy. This Lin Xian is really mysterious. Murongyu didn't say much, and then asked, how do we use this? We're still missing a poisonous grass. Only by combining the two can we achieve the effect of neutralizing the poison in the air. Here. Lin Xian pointed to the front. Purple daylily. Lin Xian nodded. The purple daylily had a nice name, but this flower was extremely poisonous. Very, very poisonous. Are you sure this purple daylily can be eaten? Murongyu still asked. She knew the purple daylily too well. This purple daylily's grade wasn't high, but it was extremely poisonous. It wasn't much worse than the ghost soul blood grass they encountered before. A domain realm martial artist wouldn't die from eating it, but they would definitely lose their ability to fight for a long time. What? You don't believe me? Murongyu shook her head. I believe you, but there's something I don't understand. Yo, class rep, there's something you don't understand. Lin Xian joked. Murongyu stood there and really wanted to roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian then kneaded the two poisonous grasses together according to a certain ratio. The juice dripped onto the ground, and smoke instantly rose up. Do you want to try it first? Lin Xian then handed it to her. Murongyu took it, glanced at it, and swallowed it. Seems like my position in your heart is quite high. You just swallowed it directly. Lin Xian joked with a smile. Because in my heart, you are very powerful. Your strength might not be certain now, but in other aspects, you are more powerful than anyone I have seen before. Including some top-tier experts. Murong didn't hide anything. She was a rather outspoken person. Then, am I qualified to be your boyfriend? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murong glanced at Lin Xian. I'm not looking for a boyfriend. That won't do. The two chatted as they walked back. As a girl, you have to pass down the legacy. You have to find a boyfriend. Murong didn't say anything. My Lin family's bloodline isn't weak, right? Why don't you, cough cough, don't think about this. You should leave these words to the other girls around you. Murong quickened her pace and walked away. Lin Xian scratched his head. Ah. This girl is so hard to get. Don't talk about getting her, I don't even have a chance. Soon, they arrived at the camp. Did you find it? Everyone stood up. Here. Lin Xian threw the needed ones to them one by one. They looked at the things in their hands. What kind of poisonous grass is this? A combination of purple daylily and white spirit poisonous grass, Lin Xian said. Purple daylily. Zhuge Feng frowned. Young Master Lin, are you kidding? This purple daylily is highly poisonous. I've eaten it. It's been more than 10 minutes, and the medicine has begun to take effect. It can neutralize the poison in the air without releasing spiritual power. Murong said. Hearing Murong words, they were relieved and ate it one by one. What surprised them was that after eating it, they didn't feel the poison attack from the poisonous grass at all. This is amazing. Could it be that these two kinds of poisonous grass can neutralize each other? Zhuge Feng asked Lin Xian. Yes, everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. Although white spirit poisonous grass and purple daylily aren't on the same level, they are restraining each other. After they merge, they will be immune to the poison in the air. The medicine's effect will last for about a day. It's enough. Good. Then let's go to where the heavenly venerable Poison King is. Chapter 1134. Under Murong lead, the 8 of them continued to go deeper and deeper into the forest to kill the demonic beasts. What surprised them was that the thing that Lin Xian gave them was really effective. It was much better than the antidote pill. Ahead of them, the poison increased sharply. They didn't know much about this Poison King. Because the Academy wanted to test them, they didn't give them any information. No one knew what kind of demonic beast it was. They could only be flexible and adapt. At this moment, Xiao Yun's aura suddenly exploded. Be careful. Xiao Yun shouted angrily. Then, a spirit weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at his feet. Then, he jumped back and pulled away. At the same time, Lin Xian and the rest also quickly retreated. What is that? Their eyes were on the ground. Amidst the countless poisonous grasses, a reddish-brown and black vine that resembled a slender, venomous snake slowly retracted. Xiao Yun's ankle had just been entangled by such a vine. Looking carefully, there were many such vines hidden under the poisonous grasses in front of them. The most terrifying thing was that they could actually move. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This color, this situation. Could it be the dark blood overlord flower? Lin Xian said in shock. It's the dark blood overlord flower. Murong said slowly and took a step back. What's the dark blood overlord flower? The others looked at the two of them in confusion. Murong then explained, it's a kind of poisonous grass that can be considered one of the top poisonous grasses in the continent. It's on the same level as the deep nether Yama spirit. Aside from its poison, the most terrifying thing about the dark blood overlord flower is that it's a carnivorous plant. Carnivorous? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian then said, the underworld blood tyrant flower isn't big, but it has a lot of vines. These vines can even extend to a distance of more than 500 meters, and it can sense the tremors of the ground several kilometers around it. Then, it will release a fragrance that attracts demonic beasts, and when the demonic beasts approach, the countless hidden vines will seize the opportunity to bind the demonic beasts. These vines have a poison that isn't inferior to the abyssal Yama spirit. Ordinary demonic beasts will lose their ability to struggle once they are poisoned, and then they will be dragged to the underworld blood tyrant flower. The underworld blood tyrant flower will absorb the demonic beast's blood as its own nourishment, so in a sense, this is a carnivorous plant. When they heard Lin Xian's explanation, they were all shocked. If it was a demonic beast, they would feel that it was normal. However, a stalk of poisonous grass could be so terrifying. They had never seen something like this before, so they felt an unfamiliar sense of fear. For anyone, the simplest example would be if you were used to eating roasted grasshoppers, or even scorpions or centipedes, but you had never eaten anything before. Then, you would feel a deep sense of fear. It was the same principle now. They were used to seeing all kinds of powerful demonic beasts, but they had never seen a poisonous grass that could eat people. Naturally, they would feel a sense of horror. This was a very normal psychological phenomenon. As long as this underworld blood tyrant flower is in its adult stage, its poison can even kill heavenly venerables if they are not careful. Murongyu then glanced at Xiao Yun's ankle and said, "Fortunately, your body didn't come into direct contact with the vines, or else it would have pointed to disaster." Xiao Yun also let out a long sigh of relief. But Wu Yuhan took a step forward and said, "Then this underworld blood tyrant flower should be a top-notch poison of heaven and earth. The one who can possess such a top-notch poison of heaven and earth should be the heavenly venerate poison king." Wu Yuhan's words made everyone realize this point. Although this underworld blood tyrant flower seemed to be made into a demonic beast, it was still a poisonous plant after all. To a demonic beast that cultivated poison, this was a supreme treasure. There were definitely benefits to cultivating around such a spiritual treasure. Therefore, Wu Yuhan's words caused everyone to subconsciously draw out their spirit weapons. It made sense. However, there were no clues so far. This is already within the range of the Poison King. Coupled with the existence of this underworld blood tyrant flower, it's very likely that the heavenly venerate Poison King is not far away. Murongyu said cautiously. But if we fight nearby, the heavenly venerate Poison King is already dangerous enough. With the threat of this underworld blood tyrant flower, we can't fight here. It's too dangerous. Duan Lingxiao said. Unless we eliminate the threat of this underworld blood tyrant flower first. Zhuge Feng said. I'll go. Lin Xian said. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I can try. I still have the spatial attribute. At most, I can run out. Why did Lin Xian want to go? The underworld blood tyrant flower might be a good thing for Lin Xian. Lin Xian wanted to see if he could get his hands on the underworld blood tyrant flower. Although it was very dangerous, if he could get his hands on it and absorb it, it would greatly increase Lin Xian's poison power. Is it okay? Murongyu glanced at Lin Xian and asked. I can try. Okay. I'll go with you. Murongyu said. Murongyu had both the spatial and temporal attributes. She also had the ability to come and go safely. Duan Lingxiao frowned. Why was Murongyu always willing to go with Lin Xian? Of course, there was nothing wrong with accompanying him in this situation. Murongyu also had the spatial attribute. However, he always thought too much. No need. I'll go alone. The two of us will be a big target. There's nothing to be afraid of with the spatial attribute. What if something unexpected happens? It's fine. Lin Xian said. Then, okay. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan looked at Lin Xian worriedly. They came here to protect Lin Xian. In order to protect Lin Xian, they were even willing to give up their lives. This was the mission Ren Bing gave them. However, to let Lin Xian go alone, let's go. Be careful. Don't cause any commotion. I'm worried that the Empyrean Poison King will find out. I'll try my best. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. The underworld blood tyrant flower's vines could extend for about 500 meters. Therefore, they only needed to jump 500 meters to see the underworld blood tyrant flower. When Lin Xian landed, his gaze fell directly on the underworld blood tyrant flower. It was about half a meter long, and its entire body was about the same color as the vines. It was a combination of blood brown and black. At a glance, one could tell that this thing was poisonous and very strange. It was actually very beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it was. The moment Lin Xian landed, countless hidden and unhidden vines quickly stretched toward Lin Xian. The underworld blood tyrant flower's poison was very strong, but Lin Xian wanted to try to forcibly absorb it. He felt that since he could withstand the power of the abyssal Yama spirit, why couldn't the underworld blood tyrant flower? Moreover, Lin Xian now had the abyssal Yama spirit and the poison attribute. He had a high chance of trying. Whoosh! Following that, Lin Xian forcibly released his poison power. Step by step, he walked over. The vines were all blocked by Lin Xian's poison power. Chapter 1135. After all, this was just a poisonous flower without any intelligence. Why could those vines take the initiative to attack others? It didn't mean that it had developed intelligence to control the vines to attack people or monster beasts. What would happen if it had developed intelligence? It was an unimaginable existence. Even if it was a heaven and earth spirit treasure that had existed for tens of thousands of years, it was definitely not something that a heavenly venerable realm poison king could possess. The reason it attacked was because the underworld blood overlord flower could sense vibrations in the ground within a 500-meter radius. As long as there were vibrations, the vines would instinctively bind the vibrating animals. This was a survival ability that had evolved into such a form, not a form of intelligence. Sure enough, after Lin Xian walked over, the vines approached one after another. However, when they sensed Lin Xian's poison power, they stopped. When Lin Xian stopped, all the vines also stopped. Then, Lin Xian came to the side of the dark blood overlord flower and felt the powerful spirit power and poison power rushing towards him. Lin Xian's face instantly turned purple. Then, Lin Xian forced out the poison power and directly enveloped the dark blood overlord flower. Then, Lin Xian sat down, closed his eyes, and forcibly absorbed the power of the dark blood overlord flower. One was the light green power released by Lin Xian, and the other was the light red power of the dark blood overlord flower. The two powers collided and attacked. Whoever won would win, and whoever lost would die. Lin Xian's skin color constantly changed between black, purple, light green, and normal. His expression became more and more painful because this process would cause unbearable pain all over his body. After all, this was poison. Lin Xian needed to absorb all the poison into his body, then let his body adapt to the poison. Finally, it would gather in the small poison attribute Dantian. 10 minutes later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The dark blood overlord flower in front of him had already withered. Lin Xian opened his hand, and a light red and light green poison power condensed in his palm. Lin Xian revealed an excited expression. The abyssal Yama spirit had fused with the underworld blood overlord flower's poison. This kind of poison could have many effects, but the main effect was the effect of the two great poisons. The poison directly doubled. Although Lin Xian rarely used the poison attribute, you had to admit that it was powerful. Furthermore, after absorbing the energy, Lin Xian's cultivation had advanced to 3-star Grand Dominion realm. Xue Binglan, who was sitting on the other side, pointed to the front and said, "The vines have withered." Everyone looked over and saw that the color of the vines had already faded, and there was no sign of life at all. "Looks like Lin Xian succeeded," Murongyu said. At this moment, a terrifying beast roar shook the entire poisonous despair. At the same time, a blood-red light flashed, and a terrifying power erupted in front of them, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone stood up. "Not good, this is the power of an Empyrean." At Lin Xian's side. "Quick!" So, in the next instant, everyone rushed forward. At this time, Lin Xian was about 20 meters away from the monster beast. He had just stood up from the ground, and his eyes were vigilant as he looked at the monster beast. This monster beast was an extremely large poisonous spider. Its entire body was a mixture of blood red and black, and it was a bit similar to the patterns of the underworld blood overlord flower. Its body was over 8 meters long, and it had 6 legs that were extremely sharp. Each leg even had many sickle-like reddish-brown blades. It was clear that if one was struck by these things, it would cause a wound that could cut through the body and cause instant death. Its eyes were blood red, and it had sharp teeth at the sides of its mouth. Disgusting saliva dripped from its mouth. Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign, this was the name of this poisonous spider. It was an extremely powerful existence. Nonsense, if a monster beast wasn't strong, how could it reach the Empyrean realm? This Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign had lived for at least 800 years. In the next instant, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign opened its mouth, and a blood-red energy spewed out at Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure rushed in front of Lin Xian. Murongyu's body erupted with a powerful cold energy. The red energy instantly turned into an icicle that shattered into pieces. Whoosh whoosh! At the same time, one figure after another rushed up to fight with the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. "Are you alright?" Murongyu asked Lin Xian. "I'm fine. Stand up and fight." With that, Murongyu gripped her spirit artifact and rushed forwards. "Everyone, be careful. This is the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. It's not slow and it's filled with poison. Its body is extremely hard, and its 8 eyes are its weak points. But you must not get close to it and attack its eyes. It is extremely dangerous." Murongyu shouted as she rushed forwards. Lin Xian stood up. Wan Xie, who had summoned his heavy sword, also rushed forwards. This Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign was a 1 or 2-star heavenly venerable. The Academy would definitely not let the Domain Realm cultivators deal with a 5 or 6-star heavenly venerable. That would be suicide. The 8 of them stepped onto the battlefield and used all sorts of martial skills. In close combat, most of their attacks were unable to cause too much damage to the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign. However, the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign was not slow. It was a kind of demonic beast that was half agile. Spatial lock. Murongyu naturally could not hold back against an existence of this level. She forcefully released her spatial energy and locked it down. Spatial lock. Spatial lock. At the same time, Lin Xian and Xiao Yun also released their spatial locks. Full power. ZZ, Lin Xian condensed lightning flash in his hand and threw it straight in. Icebound 1,000 miles. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan joined their hands. A terrifying cold energy instantly froze the blood shadow poison sovereign. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. However, the snowflakes turned into smoke as soon as they landed on the ground. 10,000 lightning blast. Zhuge Feng stepped lightly with his right foot. A blue Taiji diagram appeared under the blood shadow poison sovereign. Following that, lightning flashed. Sword of Thunder. Duan Lingxiao's right hand slashed across the sword. The entire sword flashed with blue lightning. Then, a blue lightning sword energy slashed out. Boom! Shadow cage. Wu Yuhan's power erupted as well. A black cage appeared beside the blood shadow poison sovereign and quickly locked him in place. Then, it strangled him. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The other side trembled. The 8 of them attacked together. Even a heavenly venerable realm poison sovereign would not have an easy time. When the dust slowly dissipated, the blood shadow poison sovereign's giant body gradually appeared in front of them again. He's fine. Everyone was shocked. The blood shadow poison sovereign's defense is not low. If we want to defeat him, we can only attack his eyes. However, he's done a very good job of protecting his eyes. It'll be very difficult. Murong Yu's brows furrowed tightly. In the next instant, the blood shadow poison sovereign roared and charged at Xue Binglan, who was closest to him. Time deceleration. Murong Yu released time deceleration while Xue Binglan pulled away. Chapter 1136. Eyes. They had to attack the blood shadow poison sovereign's eyes, otherwise they would not be able to cause any substantial damage. It was true that each of them was strong and could fight across realms, but this was still a large realm above them. The strength of an Empyrean was enough to instantly kill any one of them. Facing the blood shadow poison sovereign's attacks, the slightest carelessness could lead to instant death. With the difference in realms and the blood shadow poison sovereign's strong defenses, it was difficult to cause too much damage. But they had the advantage of numbers and a variety of abilities that allowed them to contend with the blood shadow poison sovereign. Murong Yu's figure flickered as she rushed behind the blood shadow poison sovereign. She raised her sword and slashed down. In that instant, a cold power burst forth. Now! Duan Lingxiao's thunder surged as he rushed in front of the blood shadow poison sovereign. His thunder struck the blood shadow poison sovereign's eyes. However, the blood shadow poison sovereign's strength was not an exaggeration. A blood-red strength erupted and the 2 of them were sent flying away. At the same time, Wu Yuhan replaced Duan Lingxiao's position with an unimaginable speed. The spirit artifact in her hand flashed with a red light as it pierced towards the blood shadow poison sovereign's eyes. The blood shadow poison sovereign's head nimbly moved and stabbed towards Wu Yuhan. As if she had teleported, her figure disappeared from where she was and landed beside everyone. Whoosh! The next person joined in seamlessly as Xiao Yun rushed forward. At the same time, Zhuge Feng's hands constantly formed seals. All over the battlefield, a myriad of colors flashed. Speed, defense, and strength all increased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 10 minutes later, everyone was panting as they stood in various positions, surrounding the blood shadow poison sovereign. None of them were injured, but everyone had exhausted a great deal of their strength. Facing a monster beast of this level, they would die if they were careless. Thus, in this battle, they had to be 120% vigilant. In addition, they had to constantly attack and release martial skills. Naturally, they had exhausted a great deal of their strength. But the blood shadow poison sovereign did not consume so much strength. At most, he would be injured, but that kind of injury was nothing to him. Murong Yu, Duan Lingxiao, and even Zhuge Feng had all used their heaven-tier martial skills, but they were unable to cause any damage to the Poison King. It was not that the heaven-tier martial skills were not strong, but it was because the Poison King had a higher cultivation level than himself. In addition, the Poison King's defense was not weak. When he released a heaven-tier martial skill, he would also release a surge of energy. He could easily resist the power of the heaven-tier martial skill. Therefore, there was only one way to defeat it, and that was to injure its vitals with great force. If the vitals were not damaged, all the attacks would be in vain. Buzz buzz buzz. Blood Shadow Blightzar shrieked. Blood-red poisonous fog spread out from its body. They could be immune to the poison in the air here, but it was impossible for them to be immune to the poison of an Empyrean Realm Poison King. Once the poison dispersed, they would have no choice but to leave the battlefield. There was no way they could fight Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign within the poison fog. Leave it to me. Zhuge Feng rushed to the front and formed a seal with his hands. Then, all the poisonous fog was blown upward by a sudden wind. Captain, we have to find a way to hit its eyes. Otherwise, we'll all be exhausted to death. Duan Lingxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. The difference between the Empyrean realm and the Domain realm was too great. A 1-star Empyrean could casually beat up 10 stars Domain realm martial artists. They even had deity-tier martial skills, but they could not use them. Why? First, they were not sure if a deity-tier martial skill could kill Blood Shadow Blightzar. Although a deity-tier martial skill was heaven-defying, it was still used by a Domain Realm martial artist to attack an Empyrean Realm demonic beast. The strength of an Empyrean Realm demonic beast was not an exaggeration. Moreover, what if it missed? Second, once they used a deity-tier martial skill, they would lose all their combat ability. Their spiritual power would be directly depleted. Therefore, a deity-tier martial skill was a battle of life or death. In this kind of situation, they absolutely could not use a deity-tier martial skill without being sure. Murongyu had thought of many methods, but none of them could hit its vitals. Because the difference in cultivation realm was too great, she could not do anything to it. Moreover, this Blood Shadow Blightzar was very good at protecting its eyes. Bang bang bang. They continued to charge at Blood Shadow Blightzar. At the same time, they were thinking of a way to deal with it. If it really doesn't work, I'll try using a deity-tier martial skill. Murongyu's sword slashed through the air and landed on the ground. Lin Xian used the spatial attribute to send Shuebingxin, who was fighting a demonic beast, to his side and said, No, if you use a deity-tier martial skill, you will lose your combat ability. If it doesn't work, we will lose a general. This is the only way at the moment. Murongyu frowned as she stared at the Empyrean Realm Poison King and said, Puff! At this time, Xiao Yun was careless and was hit by the Blood Shadow Blightzar's power. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Careful! A few of them rushed forward. Xiao Yun clutched his chest and landed on the ground. Fuck! Why was he injured? He was too careless. Chapter 1137. The moment Lin Xian landed, he once again released his spatial attribute and headed towards where Murongyu was. He needed to go over. The power of this move was incomparably terrifying. Even if Murongyu was very strong, she would probably be drained of her spirit energy. And if something unexpected happened, such as the Blood Shadow Poison Sovereign not dying, then wouldn't Murongyu die? Duan Lingxiao was just about to say that he wanted to go with Lin Xian, but Lin Xian had already disappeared from his spot. Lin Xian landed on the previous battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with dust and was very quiet. Lin Xian searched for Murongyu's figure in the dust. However, at this moment, Lin Xian heard some movement. Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison. Lin Xian did not hesitate to release the Heaven Tier martial skill that Linglong Shui gave him, Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison. The demonic beast did not die and still made a sound. However, it sounded a little weak, so this Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison was definitely fatal. A gravitational force similar to a black hole formed, sucking in all the dust and stones. At the same time, Lin Xian saw Murongyu. Whoosh! With a spatial jump, Lin Xian came to Murongyu's side. Are you okay? Lin Xian helped her up. I'm fine. It's just that my spirit energy is depleted. Murongyu shook her head. I didn't expect this kind of power to not be able to kill it instantly. Fortunately, this is a team mission. Otherwise, it would be impossible to win. Murongyu said. If it was a solo mission, she would definitely die in this situation. Unless she did not fight and directly use her spatial attribute to escape, this kind of power could not kill it. If her spirit energy was depleted, wouldn't she die if there was no one else? Is it done? Murongyu asked. Lin Xian took a look. The dust dispersed and the demonic beast was sucked into the Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison. It kept struggling, but how could it escape with its heavy injuries? I'm hanging up. Then, Lin Xian's aura surged. 4 stars domain realm. From this, one could see just how difficult it was to advance to the domain realm. Only with the experience of the heavenly venerate realm and the many demonic beasts he had killed, did Lin Xian manage to advance to the 4-star domain realm. It had to be said that in this experience, Murongyu had improved the most, and Lin Xian had gained the most. In any case, it was not a loss. What kind of martial skill is this? Murongyu frowned as she looked at the Myriad Temptations Heavenly Prison. This was actually a spatial attribute martial skill. She had never seen a spatial attribute martial skill in her entire life in the temple. The spatial attribute could release any kind of spatial energy, but it was unable to create a martial skill. And what Lin Xian released was actually a spatial attribute martial skill. This exceeded Murongyu's understanding. Wasn't it said that spatial and temporal attributes couldn't create martial skills? In theory, spatial and temporal attributes could also create martial skills, but because the difficulty was too great, it hadn't been created for so many years. So, in reality, there were no spatial and temporal martial skills. But Lin Xian released it. How could Murongyu not be shocked? Ordinary people or geniuses couldn't create such a martial skill, but who was Linglong Shui? The Void Fox. There wasn't a single race in the continent that dared to claim that their understanding of space surpassed that of the Void Fox. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, it was normal for Linglong Shui to be able to create a spatial martial technique. Lin Xian scratched his head. Spatial. Murongyu, it was indeed a spatial martial skill. As a spatial attribute martial artist, she felt that the power was opening up a special space and sucking it in. It was like a black hole. Creating a black hole with human strength, it was a little absurd, but it happened right in front of her. You created it? Murongyu asked in disbelief. That's definitely not it. She heaved a sigh of relief. That was still explainable. Then, she recovered a little and said, "It's time to go back." The mission was completed, so it was time to go back. Let's go. Do you need me to support you? No need. Murongyu shook her head and walked over with Lin Xian. Are you alright? They all ran over. I'm fine. The mission is completed. We should leave the extreme poison territory as soon as possible. Alright. Then, they started on their way back. A few hours later, they left the extreme poison territory. The outside air is still the most comfortable. Shui Binglan took a deep breath of air. Everyone else did the same subconsciously. Even their breathing became more cautious. Xiao Yun's injuries were no longer a problem. As long as he didn't continue fighting, he would be fine after resting for a while. Xiao Yun refused to accept it. He was really unhappy. The others were more or less injured, but that was not called an injury. He was the only one out of the 8 of them who was injured. Moreover, he was of the spatial attribute. Wouldn't he lose face if this were to spread out? But what could he do? On this trip, everyone got something. Duan Lingxiao and Murongyu didn't advance because their realms were too high. Shui Binglan and Shui Bingxin also didn't advance because they were of the demon race. Everyone else advanced. Lin Xian advanced to 4-star domain realm and even absorbed the underworld blood overlord flower. The one who gained the most from this trip was probably Lin Xian. After the mission was completed, everyone was happy. Wu Yuhan also had a slightly relaxed expression on her face. When we go back, I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Shui Binglan said excitedly. Lin Xian smiled. Then, do you want to eat the delicious food I give you? Yes. Shui Binglan nodded. When they guessed that the person might be from the demon god temple, they thought of this point. Trying to run. Just when they thought they were safe, the old man's voice suddenly appeared not far away from them. Everyone's pupils constricted. This person was not someone they could fight against. Since he took the initiative to find them, he must have absolute confidence in killing them. Of course, he knew that they had killed the Poison King in the Heavenly Master Realm. Therefore, this person was either at the high level of the Heavenly Master Realm or at the Great Void Realm. Murongyu's spiritual power was exhausted. Following that, Lin Xian released his own spatial energy and disappeared with them once again. This is not good. He should also have the space attribute, and we are too far away. After landing, Lin Xian said with a frown. It was more than 1,000 kilometers away. They could not use the space attribute to cover that distance. Humph. Still want to run. The old man appeared again. Lin Xian also had a headache. The worst thing was that Yirin Bing had taken back the bead that she had given him. She said she wanted to improve it. However, the bead that Linglong Shui gave him was only enough for him to escape. The others could not escape. How could Lin Xian leave them behind? Lin Xian did not care about those men. They were not even friends. However, what about Murongyu and the others? Then let's fight. Murongyu's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Everyone revealed an unwilling expression. Go! Swoosh swoosh swoosh, facing such a top powerhouse, they had to take the initiative. If they lost the initiative, they would really lose it. However, the old man only released his aura. Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Except for Lin Xian, Great Void Realm. When they felt this power, they despaired. If it was the Heavenly Master Realm, they might still be able to fight, but the Great Void Realm, 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Boom! Lin Xian rushed over. Thunder surged and blasted on his body. However, it was blocked by his faint power. Then, he waved his hand and Lin Xian fell to the ground. A bunch of trash. You want to fight against the demons? The old man released his power again. Boom! Everyone flew into the distance again. Puff! However, Lin Xian stood there without moving. Cough, 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 why? They propped themselves up with their elbows and looked at the scene in front of them. What was going on? Why did the old man only attack them? Why didn't he attack Lin Xian? Could it be that Lin Xian, he naturally would not attack Lin Xian. There were two reasons. First, attacking Lin Xian would incur the wrath of Yi Renbing. He could not afford to offend her. However, Yi Renbing had clearly said that if something happened to Lin Xian, she did not care how Lin Xian got into trouble. She was sure that it was Xia Qiui from the 9th Demon God's temple. Therefore, he could not attack Lin Xian, not even hurt him. Second, this was a good thing. Why? If he were to attack everyone but not Lin Xian, what would the others think of it? They would think that Lin Xian was on his side. In that case, although he did not attack Lin Xian's reputation among the humans would be tarnished. This was also their plan. Therefore, when the time came, he would not touch Lin Xian at all. As for the others, he would deliberately injure one of them but not kill him so that he could spread the news to the human race. Clearly, in the eyes of the others, apart from Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan, the suspicion was there some relationship between Lin Xian and the old man? Otherwise, why did he not attack Lin Xian? Murongyu did not believe it, but this scene forced her to think so. Lin Xian stood there. He had probably thought of this. Was he doing it on purpose? You're not going to kill me? Lin Xian looked at the old man and asked. Pfft, the old man sneered and did not answer. Sometimes, it was not good to give too many answers. All right, I got it. Lin Xian took out his phone. Since you're not going to kill me, aren't you afraid that I'll call for reinforcements? He roughly knew that this was someone from the 9th Demon God's temple. Chapter 1139. The others watched from afar. They were really doubtful, but they were all injured and could only look forward. Ha ha ha, the old man laughed out loud. Do you know where this is? In this position, your human cell phone is nothing more than something that can emit light. What else can it do other than emit light? Do you think you can contact others? Your martial arts academy's spatial crystals are useless. Don't even think about it. The old man looked at Xiao Yun, who was about to use the crystal to escape, and sneered. In his eyes, at this distance, it was impossible for his strength to undergo any more changes. He had everything under control. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and sent a message to Linglong Shui right in front of him. The old man only thought that Lin Xian was just pretending. What was there to pretend about? Wife, ask for help. Don't forget what Lin Xian had on him. The signal duplication receiver invented by Miao Xiaomiao. This thing hadn't been popularized yet, so the shifters wouldn't know about its existence. Lin Xian had it with him. At this distance, he could send a message to Linglong Shui. I'm telling you, you're finished. You're in big trouble. Lin Xian pointed at the old man. The old man sneered. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently because he felt a terrifying force coming from behind him. Why did Lin Xian ask Linglong Shui to come and not Yi Renbing? Because Linglong Shui had a spatial crystal. She could sense it immediately. Although Yi Renbing was strong, she might not be. Linglong Shui stood in the air. Lin Xian looked at her, touched. Wow! Luckily, he had these girls by his side. Otherwise, he would really be dead. Who are you? The old man felt the terrifying aura coming from Linglong Shui's body and was terrified. Because Linglong Shui was quite tall, the people below could not see her face clearly. Linglong Shui didn't say a word. She waved her hand, and a space appeared behind the old man. In the next instant, the old man screamed as he was sucked in. The surroundings were silent. Linglong Shui glanced at Lin Xian but didn't say anything. After all, there were other people here. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked, but they also let out a long sigh of relief. They then sat up and began to heal their injuries. Lin Xian walked over to Murongyu. "Give me your hand," Lin Xian said to Murongyu. Murongyu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Then, she reached out her hand, and Lin Xian held her small white hand. Duan Lingxiao looked at this scene with a frown. In the next instant, Murongyu was shocked to feel her injuries recovering quickly. Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation and healed Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan's injuries. Healing power. Murongyu was puzzled. However, she didn't feel any water or light elemental energy being released. She really didn't understand. Hand. Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan opened her beautiful eyes and ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Then, he forcefully held her hand. He didn't have to hold hands with the law of creation, but why didn't he seize such a good opportunity to take advantage of her? Wu Yuhan wanted to flip out, but when she felt her injuries recovering, she roughly understood. "Thank you," she said faintly. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Then, he sat down to recover his spiritual energy. For a moment, everyone was silent. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to heal the men. These women were all his women, so he had to take good care of them. Among the men, only Zhuge Feng was more to Lin Xian's liking. However, his spiritual energy was empty, so he could only leave it at that. After about an hour, everyone opened their eyes one after another. "Lin Xian, what's going on?" Duan Lingxiao opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xian. He frowned and asked. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. "You need to explain to me why the demon god temple's expert only killed us and not you. He didn't even injure you." Xiao Yun stood up as well. He finally found an opportunity. This time, he was going to destroy Lin Xian. "That's right. I have reason to suspect that you, Lin Xian, are in cahoots with the demon race. You have to give us an explanation," Xiao Yun said. Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan were actually quite flustered because they knew that Lin Xian did indeed have a special relationship with their demon race. However, they were also very angry. These people were really disgusting. Was that all they cared about? Did they not think about who saved them? Lin Xian shrugged. Explanation. Does it count as an explanation if I saved you? Lin Xian's words made them speechless. Yes, although I was also suspicious at that time. Why didn't the demon race expert attack Lin Xian? I even suspected that Lin Xian was in cahoots with the demon race to get rid of us. However, Lin Xian saved us, so I dispelled this suspicion. If he was really in cahoots with the demon race, why would he save us when we were in a situation of certain death? Zhuge Feng said. Yes, I think so too. So, I'm only suspicious. I even suspect that the expert who suddenly appeared was sent by Lin Xian. Xiao Yun gazed at Lin Xian, and then he said, that expert just happened to appear here, and he killed him in passing for some unknown reason and saved us. If she was sent by Lin Xian, then the energy she released just now was obviously from the demon race. She's a demon race expert as well. So, I have no choice but to suspect your identity, Lin Xian. Xiao Yun finally found an opportunity to deal with Lin Xian, and he definitely wouldn't miss it. Demon race. So what? Are all demons our enemies? Lin Xian laughed. After that, Lin Xian continued, if I'm an enemy, if I'm in cahoots with the demon race, then why would I spare your lives? Are you an idiot? Wouldn't it be fine if I just killed all of you? Just say that the mission failed and all of you died. Why would I spare your lives? Why would I spare your lives to tell others? Idiot. Of course, Lin Xian knew that Xiao Yun was deliberately making things difficult for him. You. At this time, Duan Lingxiao walked over and patted Xiao Yun's shoulder. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian is right. Although I do have some suspicions, these can be dispelled. Not all demons are enemies, but, Duan Lingxiao looked at Lin Xian and said, I will report this matter to the Martial Arts Academy. Because the demon race expert who wanted to kill us didn't have any intention of touching you. She only wanted to kill us, so this made all of us suspicious. Then do as you wish. Lin Xian shrugged. At that moment, Murongyu spoke up, many of the Yao clan's friends are also humans. That expert from before should be Lin Xian's friend, right? Those are two separate matters. Lin Xian did save us. Chapter 1140. Xiao Yun secretly clenched his fists. Yes, Lin Xian saved them, but he didn't care. He only wanted to get rid of Lin Xian, and this was a very good opportunity. If he did it well, Lin Xian would be kicked out of the Martial Arts Academy, and he might even be tried by the trial union. But Xiao Yun thought about it, and it was a little difficult. Indeed, they had seen a very suspicious scene. That powerful shifter didn't kill Lin Xian, and didn't even attack Lin Xian. His intention was obvious, he only wanted to kill them. Just based on this point alone, Lin Xian couldn't be cleared. He must be related to the Shifter God Temple. After all, humans and Shifter God Temple were related, and there were many precedents of humans betraying humans. But Lin Xian saved them, so it was contradictory. The previous part didn't make sense. Because if he was really a traitor of humans, he definitely wouldn't have saved them. But Xiao Yun had to seize this opportunity. As long as he ruined Lin Xian's reputation, the crime of betraying humans was enough to get him killed. Murongyu didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Lin Xian was that kind of person. Plus, Lin Xian found someone to save them, so she didn't believe it. But the previous scene didn't make sense, but she felt that Lin Xian should know. He should know it himself. Let's talk about this later. Let's go back to the Martial Arts Academy first. Murongyu said. Okay. Then, everyone embarked on the journey back to the Martial Arts Academy. About 100 to 200 kilometers away, the Martial Arts Academy left them a car. They just needed to finish the mission and drive there. Everyone didn't say anything along the way. Murongyu took the initiative to go to Lin Xian's side. Thank you for saving my life. I owe you a favor. Indeed, if it wasn't for the powerful shifter Lin Xian found, they would all be dead. Lin Xian smiled at Murongyu. Then how do you plan to pay me back? Murongyu shook her head. I don't know. Just tell me. I'll definitely repay you. Can I be your girlfriend? Murongyu, no. She answered decisively. Wow. In TV dramas, if the male lead saved the female lead, wouldn't the female lead repay him with her body? Why don't you devote yourself to me as well? Lin Xian said with a smile. Change it. It's fine if you're not sincere. You don't have to pay me back. Lin Xian shrugged and quickened his pace. Murongyu quickened her pace and chased after him. She was definitely a person who would repay kindness. This was her principle, but there were some things that she couldn't do. For example, being Lin Xian's girlfriend. Don't you think this is too much? Change it. Murongyu continued. I say, sister, you don't have to pay me back. We're so close. I've even seen you in pajamas. Shouldn't I save you? Murongyu, wearing pajamas was normal. Why did it sound so wretched when it came to him? But I must pay you back. But you don't agree with what I said. Lin Xian said. Murongyu, that really won't do. Lin Xian smiled. Won't do. That means, there's a chance. Murongyu, change it, she was really helpless. Then, can you at least give me a kiss? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murongyu, were all men like this? Did they only think in that direction? But, kissing him might not be a big deal, although she was very unwilling. Murongyu was very conservative and it came to relationships between men and women. In this lifetime, her hand had only been touched by relatives of the opposite sex. Then, it was Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian helped her to advance her 1,000 ice pupils, she was very grateful. Thinking about it, she seemed to owe him several favors. Advancing her 1,000 ice pupils twice, and then saving her life, since when did she, Murongyu, need to owe anyone a favor? But she was really grateful. Lin Xian looked at Murongyu with a smile. Murongyu lowered her head and hesitated as she walked. Forget it, forget it. There's no need. I only helped you because I admire you. It's not a big deal. I did it willingly, Lin Xian said. Okay. Murongyu made her decision. Wasn't it just a kiss? So what? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Kiss. Murongyu nodded slightly. Lin Xian was delighted. Kiss where? Lin Xian then asked. Murongyu, we'll see. Then, she quickened her pace. Lin Xian was very happy. This Murongyu was really difficult. Too difficult, too difficult. But now, it was all good. Soon, they arrived at the car. Then, they got in the car and drove toward the martial arts academy. A few hours later, they arrived at the martial arts academy. Many people in the martial arts academy looked at them. They knew that these people were going on a mission together, but they didn't know who was with whom. When they saw Murongyu and the others come out, they were secretly shocked. Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, Zhuge Feng. Wu Yuhan, Foggy Grass. What kind of mission did they go on? Some of the teams were very difficult. There was even a mission to kill a heavenly venerable. What kind of mission did they go on together? Damn. Lin Xian. Isn't that Lin Xian? He's also there. Why is he doing the same mission as them? Look, Duan Lingxiao and the others seem to be injured. It's normal to be injured, but I don't understand why Lin Xian can go on a mission with them. Could it be that Lin Xian is already on the same level as them? The best in the martial arts academy. It's probably just that this mission is lacking people, and Lin Xian just happened to register for this mission, so they let him go. How can he be on the same level as them? After they got out of the car, they walked away. Murongyu and the others went to submit the mission, while Lin Xian walked away. Xiao Yun did not follow him, he still had very important things to do. He wanted his own people to investigate this Lin Xian, and see what kind of relationship he had with the demon clan. If they could find out even the slightest bit, then he would be finished. Come in. Murongyu, Duan Lingxiao, and Zhuge Feng walked into Luo Xiu's office. Luo Xiu was relieved to see them back. The mission is completed. Murongyu nodded, then took out the monster crystal. It's done. Good. Not bad. Not bad at all. Is everyone okay? Murongyu said, we're a little injured, but what? Duan Lingxiao said, but it wasn't during the mission. On the way back, we met an expert of the demon god temple in the higher void stage. What? Luo Xiu was shocked. And then? Later, Lin Xian invited an expert in time, so we were lucky to escape with a little injury, Zhuge Feng said. There's such a thing. Could it be that the martial arts academy? Luo Xiao paced slowly. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Our guess is that someone or some people in the martial arts academy are spies of the demon god temple. Chapter 1141. Their mission could not be said to be very confidential, but only the Martial God Academy knew about it. There were only 4,000 of them on the mission. In addition, the Martial God Academy had carried out a large-scale inspection in the surroundings. Even a small animal could be detected. Therefore, Luo Xiao was very shocked when he heard this news. The most likely possibility they could think of was that there was a mole in the martial arts academy from the demon god temple. The mole was not necessarily a demon. It could be a human. This was definitely not good news. But it was absolutely possible. Then Duan Lingxiao said, the expert of the demon god temple attacked 7 of us, but he didn't attack Lin Xian. He didn't even touch him. What? Luo Xiao frowned. You mean that the expert of the Great Void Realm wanted to kill you, but he didn't attack Lin Xian at all? Yes. So at that time, we also suspected that Lin Xian had colluded with the demon god temple. However, a powerful expert of Lin Xian's came in time and saved us. That powerful expert was from the demon god temple. Duan Lingxiao said. Luo Xiao paced slowly. In that case, Lin Xian didn't want to kill you. Otherwise, why would he save you? So, Lin Xian didn't have anything to do with the demon god temple. After all, he was an expert of the Great Void Realm. You couldn't have escaped from him. Therefore, if Lin Xian really colluded with the demon god temple, you couldn't have come back alive. Luo Xiao said. Yes, we think so too. However, it's hard to explain why the expert of the demon god temple didn't attack Lin Xian. Duan Lingxiao said. I think there's a high chance that Lin Xian caught the attention of the demon god's hall in some way. The demon god's hall didn't kill Lin Xian because they wanted to take him away. He has some sort of value to the demon god's hall. Also, although I didn't get a clear look at the senior who saved us, I vaguely saw that she was wearing modern human clothes. This proves that she lived in the human world. That's possible. Murong trusted Lin Xian very much. She really felt that he shouldn't be such a person. If he was a traitor to the human race, why would he save people? It didn't make sense. On the other hand, she knew that Lin Xian was very special and powerful. He had some powerful abilities, and this was only what he had shown. There must be more that he hadn't shown. It was normal for the demon god temple to be interested in him. Alright, I got it. You guys go back and rest. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you understand? Understood. Then they walked away. Luo Xiao also went to the dean's place and told him about this. We've investigated Lin Xian. It's unlikely that he's a traitor. As Murong said, he might have some value to the demon race, or the demon race might want to capture and torture him. After all, when the demon race attacked Tianhua City, it was Lin Xian who destroyed the demon race's void heavenly crystal, which led to the destruction of the demon race's decades of hard work. In addition, the various medicines of the Yixian group helped the human race. Do you think such a person could be a traitor to the human race? Luo Xiao nodded. Indeed. As for the expert of the demon race who saved them, it's purely a personal opportunity. Many of the demon race are friends of the human race. Didn't Murong say that she was wearing human clothes? There's a great chance that she's indeed our friend. Alright, let's not worry about this anymore. However, there's a more important matter now. Dean, you mean, there must be a spy of the Demon God Palace in the Martial Arts Academy. We have to find them. Otherwise, they will be a great threat to the martial arts academy and this group of children. But, what should we do? The dean of the martial arts academy said, it's easy to find them. Don't forget that our martial arts academy app can choose tasks. No one knows what others choose. Coincidentally, Lin Xian and his group are the top existences in our martial arts academy. It's normal that the demon god palace wants to get rid of them because they will be a huge hidden danger to the demon race in the future. This is a purposeful attack, not a random one. And how did the spy of the demon god palace know where they went and which task they were going to complete? Luo Xiu's eyes lit up when he heard the dean of the martial arts academy's words. I understand. Dean, you mean to investigate from the people they know? Yes. Okay. I'll go now. It was very simple. No one knew which mission they had completed and where they had gone. This was confidential, so it was easy to investigate. This informant should be someone close to them who had a good relationship with them. From their mouths, they would know who had completed the mission with whom. Because they knew each other, it was easy to investigate. It might even include one of them. Although it seemed unimaginable, it was a very normal phenomenon. Lin Xian had nothing to do after he came back from the task. Next, he would definitely eat, drink, and have fun with the girls. He had gained a lot from this trip. He was very satisfied. He sent a message to Ling Ying and the others. Because Lin Xian had given them the signal copying device invented by Miao Xiaomiao, he felt more at ease. Finally, before Ling Ying came back, Han Chuxue came back, Xiao Xinyue was on her way, and Wang Xintong was also coming back. Little Chuxue is back. Lin Xian showed a smirk. Then he hummed a tune and went to Han Chuxue's dormitory. Shua, releasing the power of space, Lin Xian came to Han Chuxue's place. At this moment, Han Chuxue was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She was wearing pajamas and had obviously just taken a shower. After all, for a beautiful girl, the first thing she would do when she came back from a battle was to take a shower. Then she saw Lin Xian. Are you hurt? Han Chuxue stood up and asked Lin Xian with concern. No, how could I be hurt? How are you? Han Chuxue shook her head. I'm fine. I'll go get you some water. Then she went to the kitchen and poured some water for Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, walked behind her and hugged her from behind. Han Chuxue's pretty face immediately turned red. Hee, little Chuxue, we haven't been intimate for a long time. I missed you so much. Lin Xian whispered in her ear. Go take a shower, Han Chuxue pouted. This bad guy must be sweating all over. I'm not taking a shower. Little Xinyue is coming back. We have to hurry. It's not like you don't know my schedule. If I take a shower now, I won't be able to make it. Han Chuxue's beautiful face was dyed with a layer of red. Go take a shower. If you don't, I won't let you. Then help me take a shower. Han Chuxue nodded gently. Then the two walked into the bathroom. After about 5 minutes, the door opened and Xiao Xinyue walked in. Chuxue, are you taking a shower? Xiao Xinyue asked. Chapter 1142. Lin Xian and Han Chuxue, who were in the bathroom, trembled all over. Damn. I just fucking entered the water and didn't do anything. I just felt like doing something, and suddenly, you fucking went home. Wasn't this a trap for him? Lin Xian was very uncomfortable, especially now that he was holding it in. Well, I'm taking a shower, Han Chushue said to the outside. Well, then I'm going to take a shower too. Xiao Xinhua didn't suspect anything, but she saw a man's shoes at the door. A man? That could only be Lin Xian, right? Is Lin Xian here? Xiao Xinhua asked. Ah, no, he didn't come. Then the shoes at the door are. They were left here before. Oh, then I'm going to take a shower. Xiao Xinhua then walked into her room. Why was something wrong? Lin Xian came here as a guest to have fun. Why would he leave his shoes here? Did he leave with the slippers at home? No matter how she explained it, it didn't make sense. She felt very strange. Han Chushua breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin Xian and said, "You go back first." But Lin Xian lowered his head to take a look. Han Chushua's pretty face was red. "Xinhua is outside, you can't, then help me," Lin Xian grinned. Han Chushua, no, she turned her pretty face to the side. Xiao Xinhua was still outside, how could she? Then I won't leave. Lin Xian said. Han Chushua bit her red lips slightly, then slowly lowered her body. Good girl. After that, Lin Xian put on his clothes, released the space attribute, and slipped away. Hey, Lin Xian walked comfortably in the martial arts academy. This Han Chushua was too obedient. She was such a cold girl, but after he got her, she became the most obedient one. Thinking about it, Ling Ying definitely wouldn't be so obedient. Thinking about it, he was also happy, really happy. On the way back, Lin Xian received a message from Ling Ying. She was also on her way back. Then, Lin Xian and Zhao Yunqi chatted. They often chatted. Lin Xian, I challenge you. Several people blocked in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at them. No challenge, no challenge. Don't you know that I just came back from a mission? You can refuse the challenge today. But this young master sees that your condition is very good. Then it's also within the rules that I won't accept your challenge. Lin Xian then walked away. Wouldn't this affect his conversation with the girl? Why don't we go to Yi Rinbing's place? Lin Xian thought to himself as he walked. There shouldn't be much to do in the martial arts academy for the next 2 days. He should be able to accompany the other girls in Lin and City. Then, he would find some time to accompany the girls in the martial arts academy. Sigh, there was no choice. There were too many girls. He couldn't split himself up. Especially this Yi Rinbing. Lin Xian was used to being ordered around by her. Suddenly, there was no news from her for many days. Lin Xian really missed her. Don't you think this person is despicable? It was so uncomfortable to be ordered around all day. Now that she was suddenly gone, he was panicking. The main thing was that she was pregnant with Lin Xian's baby. And to be honest, Yi Rinbing's appearance was really on the level of a goddess. That was also Lin Xian's happiness. After thinking about it, Lin Xian went to Xue Bingxin's place. What's the matter? Xue Bingxin ran downstairs. Do you have any way to go to your boss's place? She took back the bead she gave me last time. I'll go and see her. Xue Bingxin was slightly surprised. Didn't he refuse to go no matter what? Sure enough, men were like this. Yes. Then, she handed Lin Xian a bead. Thanks. Next time when you come back, I'll pamper you and your sister. Lin Xian smiled and pinched her pink cheeks. Then, he walked away. Lin Xian arrived at his 80th peak. After confirming that this place was not under anyone's surveillance, he crushed the bead. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian disappeared and appeared on Yi Rinbing's heavenly island. Mr. Lin Xian, when the beautiful girls saw Lin Xian, they all bowed respectfully. "Where's your boss?" Lin Xian asked. "She should be in her room." Lin Xian nodded and walked over. Yi Rinbing was lying on the bed, playing with her phone. Then, there were a few beautiful girls massaging her legs, feet, and shoulders. It was really a fairy-like life. Lin Xian walked to the door and took a look. He felt uncomfortable. This was too fucking enjoyable, wasn't it? There were even girls feeding her grapes personally. Then, he looked at Linglong Shui. The two of them were in two completely different situations. Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. Someone actually took the initiative to come over. How rare. Yi Renbing said. Of course I came to see you. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Yi Renbing then raised her hand. The girls walked out respectfully. Lin Xian then sat beside her. If you didn't come to see me, I would have missed you. Lin Xian said with a smile. What did you miss? Yi Renbing took a bite of the grape and asked. I missed you. Lin Xian smiled. Did you miss me or my body? I'm afraid that Linglong Shui won't let you touch her, right? Yi Renbing laughed. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I'm not craving for her body. You mean that I'm not as pretty as Linglong Shui? Lin Xian, no, it's because, you're pregnant. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Then, I don't see you touching Linglong Shui less when she's pregnant. Lin Xian, I was wrong. Lin Xian moved closer to her and held her foot. Yi Renbing's delicate body trembled slightly. For many women, their feet were very sensitive places, and Yi Renbing was no exception. It was fine for a woman to touch it, but it would be strange for a man to touch it. Let me massage Lord Demon God's foot. Yi Renbing then lay there and played with her phone. Use more strength. Okay. After massaging for about 10 minutes, Lin Xian's hand was a little sore. There was nothing he could do. He felt that he had let Yi Renbing down. He had made her pregnant. Who could bear that? Hey, about the baby, do you plan to? Lin Xian asked. What? You don't like it? Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian. No. I'm just afraid that you'll dislike it. It's not that I dislike it, I'm just worried that you'll feel uncomfortable. I dislike it. I have such a noble bloodline, yet I'm pregnant with a despicable human's child. How can I not dislike it? Of course not. She said that on purpose. She couldn't wait to protect her own child. How could she dislike it? I want to eat barbecued meat. Help me barbecue it. Yi Renbing stretched, then sat up and said. Okay. Let's go to the garden. What do you want to eat? Chicken wings. Or pork belly? This. Yi Renbing pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian lowered his head to take a look. Fuck. His whole body trembled. Chapter 1143. Yi Renbing smiled when she saw Lin Xian's expression. We'll eat at night. For now, let's eat something else. She walked out after saying that. Lin Xian, wow. This Yi Renbing was a woman that even he admired. Her words made you feel like she was a wanton woman, but she wasn't. She was very valiant. Lin Xian followed her out. The two of them sat in the beautiful back garden. The girls helped to set up the barbecue grill. Naturally, they could get whatever they wanted. However, Lin Xian only liked to eat normal meat like chicken, duck, fish, and so on. Lin Xian personally went to choose the most popular ingredients for barbecue: chicken wings, tenderloin, oysters, potato chips, and so on. Lin Xian felt that Yi Renbing's life was simply invincible. She could do whatever she wanted and eat whatever she wanted here. Because it was one of the few days when she truly came into contact with the human world, she learned a lot from Linglong Shui. After that, she fell in love with many human delicacies. Every day, people would regularly go to the human world to purchase ingredients, drinks, snacks, and even red wine. She wasn't afraid of spending money. It was unimaginable. What did a demon god think? Do you want to call Linglong Shui and the others over? Yi Renbing asked. Ah. Didn't you want to eat that tonight? Call her over. Let's eat together. Lin Xian, no, no, no. She's different from you, Lin Xian said helplessly. Trash. Yi Renbing said. No, how am I trash? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Even the demon god had sex with him, and Linglong Shui was also obedient to him. This was something that no one in the history of mankind had ever been able to do. Instead, he had become a cripple. You haven't even touched Linglong Shui a few times. Aren't you trash? Lin Xian, a man can't even convince Linglong Shui to serve you with another woman. Isn't he a piece of trash? Lin Xian, sister, your thinking is too tough. Whether or not you're brave is one thing. Do you dare to say that you've never thought about it? Yi Renbing smirked as she looked at Lin Xian. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to barbecue. Do you like oysters? It's garlic flavored, and I'll add some small chili pepper for you. It's very fragrant. Lin Xian was barbecuing. Lin Xian liked to eat barbecue very much. He felt that many things were simply delicious when they were barbecued with some chili, especially oysters. You should eat more. It's said that this thing can increase the intensity of that aspect. Yi Renbing said with a smile. Lin Xian, yes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand it. It's okay. Anyway, Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue will accompany me tonight. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to withstand it. Ah. At this moment, the two girls walked in with a few people. It's here. Lin Xian looked over. Linglong Shui, Yi Renbing, and Linglong Yue had arrived. Damn. Lin Xian then looked at Yi Renbing. The phone beside her was lit up. God knows when she sent them a message, the rest of the night will depend on your ability. Yi Renbing smiled at Lin Xian. No, wait. What does this woman mean? Other women all wish that a man only belongs to them. When they see a man flirting with another woman, they want to twist his head off. But this Yi Renbing is pushing him into a pile of women. Wow. Someone is going to die tonight, right? It smells so good. Linglong Yue then ran over and stood beside Lin Xian. Looking at the delicious food that Lin Xian had barbecued, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She also loved barbecued food. She felt that the taste of barbecued food was like heaven and earth. Even some of the dishes were delicious. Add some chili noodles. Wow! You want to try it first? Lin Xian passed a skewer of barbecued wings to Linglong Yue. Furthermore, it was a boneless barbecued wing. Okay. Linglong Yue couldn't wait to receive it. This color, this chili, this taste, the saliva in her mouth was instantly diluted. Then, she took a bite. Her eyes were wide open and little stars appeared. Linglong Shui and Yi Renbing walked over and sat beside them. Why are you guys here? Yi Renbing said that since we have nothing to do, we should gather together and eat something. So, we decided to come. Linglong Shui sat beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian then touched her lower abdomen. It had been 3 months. Actually, the bulge wasn't obvious. After all, she was wearing quite a lot of clothes. But when you touched it, you could feel it. Yiren Bing took a look and then subconsciously looked at her own stomach. Can we eat this now? Foodie Ling Longyue stared at the lamb skewer and asked. Yes, you guys can eat. I'll continue barbecuing. Lin Xian then took out the ingredients. Didn't you say that barbecued food goes best with beer? Yiren Bing asked. Then, she snapped her fingers and a dozen girls each carried a box over. Wow! What are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion. Didn't you say that one person can drink a box of this beer? Lin Xian, it's not easy for us to get together today. Let's drink to our heart's content. Whoever uses spirit energy to dissolve the alcohol will be punished. Yiren Bing looked at them and said. Lin Xian, for some reason, he felt that Yiren Bing had some bad intentions. Let's eat. Why do you have to set such a rule? Linglong Shui asked in confusion. If one uses spirit energy to dissolve the alcohol, what's the point of drinking? Yiren Bing said. Alright. You can drink less. Yiren Bing looked at Ling Longyue and said. I'll eat something good. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. What was this demon god trying to do? She was really lawless. Then, they chatted and ate while Lin Xian acted as the coolie. Here. Yiren Bing sat on the other side of Lin Xian and put a roasted wing in front of Lin Xian's mouth to feed him. Little Bing Bing is still the best. Lin Xian grinned. Bing Lingyue didn't say anything. Who were the people in the day? Linglong Shui thought of something and asked Lin Xian. I don't know. They were from the demon race. Maybe they were from the 9th demon god temple. Lin Xian said. The 9th demon god temple? Yiren Bing licked the condiments on her red lips and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. They're looking for you again. Lin Xian nodded. I was doing a mission with some people from the martial arts academy. When I came back, someone was waiting for me. He didn't kill me, but he wanted to kill others. It's fine as long as he doesn't kill you. Yiren Bing then took a sip of wine. No, I have many friends around me. I can't just watch something happen to them. Yiren Bing wiped the corner of her mouth and said, I don't care about your friends. Lin Xian then looked at Linglong Shui with grievance. You've made too many enemies. Sometimes, having too many enemies will affect the people around you. Damn. I'm not the one who wants to make enemies. Ask her. Lin Xian pointed at Yiren Bing. Yiren Bing. Chapter 1144. Bing Lingyue then said, it's probably because the 9th Fey God Temple is a male Fey God who admires Yiren Bing. Then, he learned of the relationship between Yiren Bing and Lin Xian. That's why he targeted Lin Xian. All of them were very smart. Very little information was enough for them to guess certain things. Then who's to blame? Yiren Bing said. Blame me. Blame me. Lin Xian gave a long face. He will be apprehensive as well. Don't worry too much, Linglong Shui said to Lin Xian. Yeah. I'm full. Shall we play? Yiren Bing said as she stretched her back. Play what? Yiren Bing then looked at Lin Xian and asked, "Don't you humans have a rather interesting game called Truth or Dare? Let's play that." Alright. I want to play too," Ling Longyue said happily. "Don't." Lin Xian's expression turned ugly. "Why? You don't dare to play." Logically speaking, he really didn't dare to play. Normal truth or dare was nothing, but what did it mean to play with these people? One was at the Great Void Realm and the other was about to step into the Great Void Realm. Two were at the Heavenly Tao Realm. To play truth or dare with them. He was courting death. Fuck. What was a man like him afraid of? They were all his women, so what could they do? Furthermore, they weren't the kind of girls who wouldn't allow him to flirt outside. They probably knew many things, but they had never mentioned it to Lin Xian. For example, the few girls around Lin Xian were related to Lin Xian. They were probably aware of it. Their perception and sense of smell were too powerful. Any girl with the slightest hint of Lin Xian's scent could be smelled by them. Play. Afraid of you. I'm just afraid you can't afford to play. Pfft, can't afford to play. That's because you can't afford to play. Two at the Heavenly Tao Realm, one at the Great Void Realm, and one at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and you say they can't afford it? Yiren Bing couldn't help but laugh. But I'm a man. Whatever. Yiren Bing stood up and walked towards the huge hall. Go play in my room. Ling Longshui also got up and followed. Humph. Just wait to lose. Ling Longyue wrinkled her cute little nose beside Lin Xian. The girls were definitely on the same side. Humph. Tonight, Lin Xian will die. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He was a man, yet he was playing truth or dare with a few women. Who would lose out? Little icy. Lin Xian giggled as he held Bing Lingyue's hand. In his memory, he did not seem to have touched her much. Bing Lingyue's beautiful face blushed. Why don't we? Lin Xian whispered into her ear. Bing Lingyue was speechless. Then, without saying anything, she quickened her pace and caught up with them. Sigh. Lin Xian smiled and sighed. Really, how many lifetimes of good fortune did he have? Bing Lingyue was also a cold girl. She was an empress, but she was always gentle in front of Lin Xian. In this world, other than Ling Longshui and the others, Lin Xian was the only one who could enjoy her gentleness. Wow! He realized that he was not a man at all. He had established a relationship with Bing Lingyue for so long, but he still hadn't touched her. Fuck! This was amazing. He admired himself. He had not touched such a beautiful woman, and she was an empress. Amazing. Then, the five of them went to Yiren Bing's huge room. The room was unimaginably clean. You could even lie on the floor and roll around. The entire floor was covered with soft and comfortable furry blankets. Especially the bed, it could fit more than 10 people. Let's play on the bed, Yiren Bing said. Then, they took off their shoes and sat on the bed one by one. In a circle, Lin Xian's hands kept touching Yiren Bing and Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui, who was sitting opposite him, wanted to bite him to death. How do we play? Ling Longshui asked. Yiren Bing stretched out her hand and a roulette appeared in her hand. Then, she placed it between them and looked at Lin Xian. You tell us. Let's do it this way then. We'll take turns. For example, the first one is the exquisite spin. Whoever it turns to will choose truth or dare. Then, the person on his left will choose truth or dare. What do you think? Lin Xian said. Okay. Are there any rules that are not allowed? For example, what if we can't do something? TSK, what can't we do? As for you, we will naturally choose something that you can do. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian and said. You said it, don't regret it. Lin Xian smirked. Linglong Shui saw Lin Xian smirk and knew that things weren't going well. She wasn't as open as Yi Renbing. What if this Lin Xian did something that she couldn't do? Forget it, forget it. Thinking about it, they were so close, what couldn't they do? Then let's start. Linglong, you turn first. Linglong Shui nodded and turned the roulette slightly. The needle spun quickly and then slowed down, until it finally pointed at Yi Renbing. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Who told you to be so arrogant? Life, it's all life. Lin Xian was very straightforward. He just happened to be the first to the left of Linglong Shui, so Lin Xian was the one who gave Yi Renbing the question. Have you ever seen this sovereign scared? Yi Renbing laughed and said, Dare. Lin Xian thought that he might be the only one who couldn't afford to play. They were all big shots. Normally, shouldn't you test the waters with a truth first? Why did you start with a dare? Don't be so fierce, okay? You're making me panic. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Then I'll give you the question. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to start gently. Then, he looked at Yi Renbing and said, How many pieces of clothing are you wearing? Yi Renbing glanced at him. Pajamas, underwear. Pajamas, tuo. Yi Renbing, the girls, Ling Longwell looked at her clothes silently and then pulled down the zipper. Wow! She was still the same hooligan. So scary. Yi Renbing laughed and then took off her pajamas. Then, Lin Xian sighed and gulped. Too much, too much. Wow! No, this hooligan is too bad. Ling Longwei said with grievance. The others were a little better. They were all Lin Xian's women. Bing Lingwei was probably the second most embarrassed. I'm already being very kind by not letting her drag down the guangguang, Lin Xian said. Do you want to drag down the guangguang? Yi Renbing smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, wow. No, he couldn't win against her. Let's continue. Lin Xian said, and then it was his turn. The needle stopped in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Chapter 1145. Lin Xian expressed that he was a little flustered. For some reason, he felt like he was a cute little bunny, and the four girls beside him were all big bad wolves. Especially Yi Renbing, who was the mother wolf, Choose. Yi Renbing smirked as she looked at Yi Tianyi. Lin Xian felt helpless. The person who proposed the condition was the person on the left of the roulette wheel, Bing Lingwei. Bing Lingwei was probably the most gentle towards Lin Xian out of the four girls. Linglong Shui might also be gentle, but Bing Lingwei was probably the most soft-hearted towards him in this game. Truth. Lin Xian made his choice without hesitation. What a coward. Yi Renbing sneered. Fuck. She was laughing with disdain now, but she would scream as loud as she could. I'm not being a coward, I'm just testing the waters. Yes, you're a coward. Yi Renbing Jijia chose dare and you, a man, chose truth first. What a coward. Ling Longyue made a face at Lin Xian. Don't force me to spank you. Lin Xian said fiercely. You dare. Ling Longyue stared back without any fear. Humph. She wasn't the only one here, there were 3 other powerful sisters. Lingyue, you choose the question. Yiren Bing looked at Bing Lingyue and said. Sister Bing, you can't choose a simple question. It's truth, so it's very simple. If the question is any simpler, it'll be boring. Ling Longyue said. Bing Lingyue wasn't the kind of person who would come up with such dirty questions. However, she felt that dirty questions were more interesting. Ask him how many girls he's had sex with. Yiren Bing said. Bing Lingyue looked at Lin Xian and said helplessly, let's choose this. Lin Xian, wow. He really didn't want dare. This topic, don't lie. There's no point in lying. Furthermore, this sovereign can tell what you're talking about. Yiren Bing said with a smile. Lin Xian scratched his head. Forget it, forget it. They weren't the kind of people who couldn't talk about it. Let me calculate. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Xiao Runing. Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing, it seemed like there were only these 5, right? Bai Xian might be able to have sex with him, but Lin Xian couldn't. 5. Only 5. Yiren Bing smiled disdainfully. I'm done. Continue. Then, Bing Lingyue turned the roulette and pointed at herself. Dare, Bing Lingyue said. Okay. Then let's start with something simple. Punch Lin Xian. Yiren Bing smiled. Lin Xian. What? Sister, stop fooling around. Bing Lingyue punched him. Wouldn't he have to kick a punch from someone at the virtualization stage? What? You can't do it with one punch. Wow. Don't target me. Lin Xian's face fell. Quick, quick, quick. Let Lingyue punch him. Yiren Bing said impatiently. Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue and said, come on. Just a light punch. No, it has to be with spiritual power. Yiren Bing said. That won't do. You've already said it. If you add now, you'll be shameless. Lin Xian said. Yiren Bing shrugged. Okay. Then, Bing Lingyue punched Lin Xian in the chest. Of course, it was a gentle punch. After all, Bing Lingyue was still gentle. I'll let you escape once. Yiren Bing said. Just you wait. Lin Xian said fiercely. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yiren Bing found it hilarious. What was he waiting for? Then, it was Yiren Bing's turn. In the end, the pointer pointed to Linglong Shui. Yiren Bing smirked. Dare. Linglong Shui said calmly. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Wow. Why were all these women so fierce? Was this what he meant? However, Lin Xian knew that Yiren Bing was targeting him. She wanted to mess with him. If he chose dare and lost, he would probably be killed by her. Fuck. What was he afraid of? Linglong Shui's task was set by Ling Longyue. As the younger sister, she couldn't set a difficult task, right? Oh, pinch Lin Xian's thigh super hard. Ling Longyue thought for a moment and said. Lin Xian, wow. Linglong Shui then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui with a wronged expression. Linglong Shui then raised her hand and placed it on Lin Xian's thigh. Lin Xian still looked at Linglong Shui with a wronged expression. Ouch, ha 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 ha. Ling Longyue laughed happily. Yiren Bing also felt great. Linglong Shui then smiled at Lin Xian. It seemed quite satisfying. You wait for me too. Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue made a face without any fear. Was she afraid of him? Continue, continue. Then, it was Yiren Bing's turn. Dare. Yiren Bing said without hesitation. Xiao Linglong, avenge me. Take your revenge. Lin Xian said to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui didn't know what to do. She wasn't Yi Renbing. She wouldn't do that. Why don't you say it? Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian. Okay. Hey, don't be shameless. Yi Renbing said with her legs crossed. What's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Xian laughed. TSK, how is that possible? I just want to follow the rules of the game. If one person doesn't follow the rules, wouldn't the others be able to act shamelessly? Yi Renbing said. Okay, Linglong Shui lowered her head and pondered for a while. Then, she said, then shout out the window that I, Yi Renbing, am the ugliest. Yi Renbing, to be honest, Yi Renbing didn't care if she was asked to strip naked and play with them. Instead, it was Linglong Shui's question that gave her a headache. Linglong Shui was indeed her best friend. She knew her well. Okay, Linglong Shui, you're good. Yi Renbing then walked to the window. Lin Xian scratched his head. What was going on? He felt that she didn't care at all when he asked her to strip. Why did he see a trace of unhappiness on Yi Renbing's face when it was a simple dare in Lin Xian's eyes? Then, Yi Renbing shouted out the window. Pfft, ha ha ha, Lin Xian felt that it was hilarious. A demon god shouting out that she was the ugliest? In this world, only he, Lin Xian, could see this scene. Outside, Yi Renbing's underlings were chatting. Some of them were sitting in a circle and warming themselves up. Then, they suddenly heard this voice. What's wrong with Master? Someone asked in confusion. She probably lost in a game. Pfft, don't laugh. Be careful that Master doesn't punish you if she finds out. I recorded it. Lin Xian smiled and waved his phone. Yi Renbing. Chapter 1146. Yi Renbing walked back to her seat and smiled. It's okay. Let's continue. It was Linglong Shui's turn next. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Yi Renbing. It had to be Yi Renbing. Finally, it was Lin Xian's turn. Lin Xian was speechless. How does this count? Lin Xian said. Then let's change it to Lingyue. Wait for the next round. Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue pleadingly. I choose truth. Trash. Yi Renbing couldn't help but say. You talk too much. Lin Xian glared at her. Oh. This person dared to glare at him. Interesting. Bing Lingyue thought for a moment and asked, then I'll follow up with my previous question. Who are the girls you have a relationship with? Lin Xian was speechless. Lin Xian collapsed when he heard Bing Lingyue's question. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good question. Absolutely a good question. Little Bing Bing, you're too cruel. Bing Lingyue said, I'm just asking. Tell me. Yi Renbing said. One for you, one for Linglong, and... You don't know the rest, Lin Xian said. If you don't know him, then tell me. Lin Xian scratched his head. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, and Xiao Runing. Isn't Xiao Runing your teacher? Linglong Shui asked. Everyone was speechless. What a beast. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian was speechless. No, there are two more, Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan. Lin Xian said. Well, they can be considered as such. Yi Renbing nodded. My turn, my turn. An hour later, they were really in high spirits. They were really playing more and more. To what extent would they play? For Yi Renbing's dare, Lin Xian asked her to call one of her subordinates boss, which scared the hell out of her. And Lin Xian was telling the truth the whole time, so they didn't know what to ask. Can't you pick a dare? The more Yi Renbing played, the angrier she got. It was not that it was not fun, but this bastard was telling the truth the whole time. She was furious. No, I know that if I choose, I will die. Lin Xian said stubbornly. Alright, then let's change the terms. There's no truth, only dare. Yi Renbing said. No, it's not fair. Raise your hands to vote. Those who agree, raise your hands. Then, the 4 votes instantly agreed. Bing Lingyue and Linglong Shui didn't hesitate at all. Why? After playing for so long, each of them had been tortured in various ways, but this bastard, so, Bing Lingyue and Linglong Shui were also unhappy. Yi Renbing laughed, then said, It's time for me to give you a dare. Go easy on me. I want to see you and Linglong Shui have sex live. Lin Xian, Linglong Shui, hey, you're going too far. Am I? Yi Renbing's lips curled up slightly, and said, Other than this girl, everyone here is your woman. You don't think it's okay? Linglong Shui also said, Forget about this kind of content. Alright. Yi Renbing also nodded helplessly. Unhappy. If Linglong Shui's personality changed, then there would be no problem. The main problem was that she didn't drink enough. Then scold yourself for 30 seconds. Lin Xian was stunned. This woman let him go just like that. Okay. Lin Xian leaned against the window and scolded. After that, Yi Renbing smiled and waved her phone at him. It's okay. You're a demon god. Your video is much more important than mine. Lin Xian smiled. I'm fine too. Let's continue drinking. Linglong Shui stood up and said, I'm not drinking anymore. It's getting late. We should go back. So boring. Yi Renbing lay there. Oh. I'm a little dizzy. I really can't drink anymore. Linglong Shui said. Rest early. Linglong Shui then looked at Lin Xian and said, We're going back first. Then I'll. Before Lin Xian could finish, Yi Renbing said, You stay. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Let's go. Rest early. Then Linglong Shui released her power, and the 3 of them left. Trash. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian and said. I say, sister, why do you keep calling me trash? Lin Xian said helplessly. I created an opportunity for you. It's obvious that those 2 women could let you do whatever you want. But what about you? Lin Xian, damn. You're really a demon. I just want to know what a noble and beautiful woman like Linglong Shui looks like when she does that kind of thing. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian, in any case, it's different from you. Oh. If I have the chance, I'll definitely see it for myself. Lin Xian, I'm tired too. Let's go to sleep. Lin Xian yawned and fell onto the bed. You're not allowed to sleep. Yi Renbing said. I'm really tired. Lin Xian took off his jacket and crawled under the covers. Then, he turned his back to Yi Renbing and closed his eyes. When a person is extremely excited, it's especially easy to feel sleepy. Lin Xian was originally thinking about what to do tonight, but when he felt sleepy, he decided to just sleep. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian, then turned to face Lin Xian. Lin Xian, go to sleep. You can't sleep. A minute later, Lin Xian really couldn't sleep. As for what happened, there was no need to think about it. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the obedient Yi Renbing in his arms. He couldn't help but smile. This Yi Renbing was always swift and decisive, just like a demoness. However, she was especially quiet when she was sleeping, making others feel that she was truly peaceful. Yi Renbing probably felt Lin Xian's movements. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, then she opened her beautiful eyes. What are you looking at? She asked. You're the one looking at it. Lin Xian grinned. Save those words to deceive other girls. Yi Renbing stretched, not caring about how violent she was in front of Lin Xian. This was the complete opposite of Linglong Shui. Even though Linglong Shui and Lin Xian were an old married couple, sometimes she was shy even when kissing, let alone like this. Even after they had sex, Lin Xian wanted to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Linglong Shui didn't even let him turn on the lights. She just let him feel around in the dark. That's why it was said that the colder a girl was, the more shy she was. Hey, then can you stop attacking the human race now? Lin Xian asked. Why do you care? Don't do that. We've been married for a long time. Women have to listen to men. Look at Xiao Linglong, then go find her. Hurry up and get lost. Yi Renbing then shrunk back under the covers. Don't make me poke you. Yi Renbing. Chapter 1147. Then. Lin Xian poked her again. Yi Renbing lay there weakly. She did not want to move at all. She just wanted to lie there like a corpse today. I'm leaving, Lin Xian said. Yi Renbing raised her hand slightly, and a few beads flew to Lin Xian. Take this. This was created by me and Linglong Shui. You don't have to worry about your space being sealed in the future. Lin Xian took it. Thanks. Get lost. Lin Xian, wow. This woman was too infuriating. After using him, she said, get lost. It seemed that he did not manage to make her submit. However, Lin Xian was bored. I'm leaving. Lin Xian walked out. Someone sent him to Lin and City. He still had a lot of things to do in Lin and City, especially Zichua and in Axan. He had to write songs for them. Lin Xian was not worried about writing songs. He had countless good songs in his head. However, he had to woo them while writing songs. This was too damn difficult. Do you have time? Lin Xian wanted to go to an Xian's place directly. However, he received a message from Luo Chenxi. Luo Chenxi actually took the initiative to look for him. Of course, he had time. Lin Xian really did not have any contact with Luo Chenxi. He had no idea how to woo her. Therefore, he decided to go and take a look. Yes, what do you want, beautiful? I want to talk business. I'll wait for you on the first floor of Lu Qing Cafe. Are you coming? Yes. Then, Lin Xian went to Lu Qing Cafe. It was said that the Lu Qing Cafe was a place for men and women to have sex. Lin Xian didn't know anything about it. Only those who knew the ropes would know. For example, in some clubs, those who didn't know would think that it was just a place to wash your feet, but those who knew would be able to do whatever they wanted after entering. After Lin Xian walked in, he saw Luo Chenxi, who was wearing a beige jacket, swirling her coffee in the corner. At the same time, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian greeted her, then walked over and sat across from her. "Boss Luo," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Didn't you just call her a beauty on the phone? Why are you calling me boss here?" Luo Chenxi said with a smile. "Sigh, I'm just like this. I'm very powerful on the internet or on the phone, but once I'm in front of someone, I'm terrified." Yi Tianyi smiled and said. "Really? I see a lot of pretty girls around you." Luo Chenxi smiled. "It's all right. It's mainly because I'm too charming." "Charming? Well, indeed, a talented person does have a lot of charm." Luo Chenxi nodded. "No, it's mainly because I'm handsome." Lin Xian grinned. "Handsome? Ha ha ha." Luo Chenxi laughed. Lin Xian, hey, why do I feel a trace of sarcasm from your laughter? Lin Xian took a sip of the coffee she ordered and said. No. If you want to say that I'm handsome, I'm not very handsome, but I'm not ugly either. Lin Xian, hey, you're hurting my heart. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. You're quite handsome, but I think those girls should like your talent more. Luo Chenxi smiled and said. Hey, in my opinion, you're not a superficial person. Well, it's okay. I'm so superficial that I only want to make money. Luo Chenxi said. Me too. I only want to make money. Lin Xian said. Then let's cooperate. Luo Chenxi said. Okay, but what kind of cooperation? Lin Xian asked. You're so talented. You must be very smart. You should know some of my ideas. It's nothing more than creating stars. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Yes. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian's songs were all top-notch. How could they be used to create stars? Well, it's expected. Luo Chenxi nodded. Then why did you ask me to come? I just want to meet you, the big genius. I want to chat with you and see what kind of person you are. At the same time, I want to see if we can talk about business. If not, then forget it. Lin Xian, why do I feel that you're here for a blind date? Well, Luo Chenxi pondered for a while and nodded. My family has been trying to arrange a blind date for me. Are you willing? Lin Xian, damn. This woman must be thirsty, right? He liked it. Yes, I'm very willing. Luo Chenxi could not help but laugh. Sure enough, all men are like this. Luo Chenxi said. Well, yes. By the way, speaking of Anshin, how many songs do you intend to write for her? Lin Xian. Sister, when did we talk about Anshin? Luo Chenxi laughed to hide her embarrassment. Don't tell me you're here for Anshin. Lin Xian asked. Why? I heard from Anshin that you're going to produce an album for her, right? Lin Xian nodded. I'm thinking of trying to produce a few more albums. Lin Xian, sister, you're thinking too much. Anshin and I are not just working together. Is that so? In Luo Chenxi's opinion, basically everything in this world was about cooperation and benefits. After all, she was a businesswoman and was used to it. Even if Lin Xian helped Anshin produce an album, in her opinion, they were only working together for one album. Therefore, she wanted to fight for Anshin. She wanted Anshin to become someone on the same level as Zichiyue. Lin Xian had this ability. If Lin Xian could produce more than 3 albums for her, Anshin would definitely be crowned as a queen. Moreover, her position would be unshakable in a short period of time. Yes, I'm very good friends with her. I can even write songs for her for free. If she wants songs, she can tell me anytime. You're thinking too much. I see. Luo Chenxi nodded. Indeed, I'm thinking too much. It turns out that you're so close. Then it doesn't matter. Luo Chenxi nodded. So, is there anything else? To be honest, there's nothing else. Then, do you want to have a few drinks? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Luo Chenxi glanced at Lin Xian. Drink until you're in bed. That's fine too. Luo Chenxi smiled and said, don't get me wrong. I've been in the entertainment industry for a long time and have seen everything. Therefore, I dare to say anything. No, I'm serious. Lin Xian said. Luo Chenxi glanced at Lin Xian again and then laughed. Let's go. I'm still very familiar with Lin and City. There's a night bar. Are you sure? Of course. As for how much you can drink me, it depends on your ability. Luo Chenxi said. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian and Luo Chenxi went to night bar together. Lin Xian felt quite surprised. This woman was so open-minded. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, the girls who triggered the system's mission were very good. She was indeed not bad, but wasn't she a little too open-minded? Chapter 1148. As for Luo Chenxi, she did not have any other intentions. She simply did not have much to do these days. Many of the artistes in the company were either on vacation or attending the gala. As the boss, she was quite bored and was quite concerned about Lin Xian. After all, Luo Chenxi was not the boss in the past. She was a popular celebrity and a singer-songwriter. Lin Xian's songs were the most touching songs she had ever heard and she admired them very much. As for going to bed, of course, she did not have that intention. She simply wanted to get to know Lin Xian, drink some wine, and relax. She really had not relaxed for a long time. It was too troublesome to go out with an Xian and the other stars. They were surrounded by all kinds of people. She was quite interested in Lin Xian and no one knew Lin Xian. Wouldn't it be good to go together? Therefore, sometimes, a person's talent could really attract a lot of people. Some fans would even give their idols KKP in order to prevent their idols from being criticized by anti-fans. Who could resist this? The two of them arrived at Night Bar. This Nightshade Bar should be the largest and most famous bar in the entire Lin and city. As long as this bar existed, it would definitely make a profit. Although Lin Xian didn't care about that amount of money, just buying this bar alone would probably cost him hundreds of millions of yuan. Perhaps the cost of this bar would be less than 10 million yuan. This was because the Nightshade Bar's business was too good. All kinds of big shots would gather here and the average daily net income would be more than 500,000 yuan. How exaggerated would it be if a bar like this could make a few 100,000 yuan a day? The monthly income was a few million and the annual income was close to 100 million. Therefore, the value of such a bar was very high. I say, there are people in the bar during the day. Lin Xian asked. This night bar is open all day. Although it's more lively at night, it's not bad during the day. During the day, it's a light bar, and at night, it's a DJ. The light bar is more suitable for drinking, isn't it? Luo Chenxi smiled. That's true. The two of them then walked in. There were a lot of people in the bar during the day, but not too many. Most of the people who came to the bar were actually looking for a romantic encounter, and it was not suitable to have a romantic encounter in the bar during the day. Therefore, many people came to the bar during the day just to drink a glass of wine. Lin Xian and Luo Chenxi walked in. The lights inside were dim, and there were only soft special effects lights flashing. There was a beautiful girl on stage. In a bar like this, there were at least 5 resident singers. Do you know why I prefer to come to places like bars? Luo Chenxi asked as she sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Xian. I know. It's a romantic encounter. Luo Chenxi, don't think I don't know that the number of girls who like to date is no less than the number of guys. Lin Xian laughed. Alright, but I really haven't asked her out yet. Luo Chenxi casually tucked her hair behind her ear. At that moment, she looked extremely charming. Does that count as? Luo Chenxi glanced at Lin Xian. It depends on your ability. Then she snapped her fingers, and a beautiful young lady walked over. What would you like to drink? Hennessy, make me a glass of Rose of Flames. Okay, sir, any bottle. Please wait a moment. Then, Luo Chenxi smiled and looked at the girl who was on stage. She said to Lin Xian, when I come to bars, I usually choose to come during the day or go to some light bars. This is because there are some very capable resident singers here. If I take a fancy to them, I can invite them to the company and make them stars. I've heard of them. Many famous stars were resident singers before they were discovered and became stars. Some even became famous. Lin Xian. I used to be a resident singer too. Later, I was discovered by a teacher who brought me into the entertainment industry. It changed my life. I know their wishes. They like to sing, and of course, they like to be stars. Lin Xian laughed and said, You're so beautiful. Even if your singing is passable, you'll attract people's attention. Am I beautiful? Luo Chenxi reached out and touched her cheek. Then, she sighed slightly. You're beautiful. I feel that you don't lose to Zichiyue. What's wrong? Are you not confident in your looks? What would the other girls think of you? At this time, a glass of wine was placed in front of her. Luo Chenxi drank the Rose of Flames with a high alcohol content. Lin Xian, although he did not know much about wine, this fiery red wine seemed to have a high alcohol content, right? Moreover, Luo Chenxi's realm was not high. She did not deliberately raise her realm. She was only in the god refinement realm. This realm could not withstand too much alcohol. Could it be that she was really going to get drunk? She was deliberately getting drunk with a man like him. Wow! What was the meaning of this? But I'm really here to drink today. Luo Chenxi exhaled. Her beautiful face was slightly red as she said this. Then, she poured herself a full glass. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Lin Xian clinked his glass with hers. Then, he took a small sip. She drank it in one gulp again. As someone in the entertainment industry, her alcohol tolerance was naturally high. Sigh, Luo Chenxi sighed and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Am I really beautiful? Lin Xian, hey, if other girls hear you say this, you'll be beaten to death. Luo Chenxi could not help but laugh. Then, her expression became slightly lonely. But if I'm really beautiful, why did he leave? Luo Chenxi sighed and said. Lin Xian, you have a boyfriend? Lin Xian asked in surprise. Wow! She had a boyfriend. Then why was he still chasing after her? I used to. Luo Chenxi poured another glass and drank it in one gulp. We were high school classmates. We were in a relationship since high school. Lin Xian, what the heck? It was probably close to 10 years. Then, the funniest thing is that after dating for so many years, we've only held hands. Can you believe it? I even took the initiative to have a closer relationship with him several times. Instead, he rejected me time and time again, saying that he won't touch me before marriage. It made me. Lin Xian, he heaved a sigh of relief again. However, wow. That person is fucking gay, right? You're so beautiful, but you've only held hands with him after dating for 10 years. Lin Xian said in surprise. This was really shocking. What kind of fucking god was this? There was such a god. How did you know? Lin Xian. I only found out a few days ago that he's really fucking gay. Lin Xian, all these years, he was with me only because I was his girlfriend to cover up his sexual orientation. Ha ha ha. Luo Chenxi then drank the wine in one gulp. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1149. He had long heard of the existence of gays in this world, but Lin Xian had never met one. He felt that it was incredible. How could a man like another man? It was very, very incredible. The girl's hands were so soft, and her body smelled so good. What was so good about men? Did they like to be pricked? It was not easy for Luo Chenxi. She had been in a relationship with him for so many years. She even took the initiative to give herself to him, and then, he was gay. It was good that he was gay. Lin Xian did not dislike him after he touched her hand. Any man would have some sort of misophobia. For example, your girlfriend would definitely not be someone who had slept with someone else. Of course, in reality, many people would eventually give in because they couldn't find someone better. Or, it could be said that they had fallen in love with someone else. Take Lin Xian for example. How could he find a girl who had been slept with by someone else? He would rather not. It was not that he disliked her, but he clearly had so many excellent girls around him. He did not lack any. If it were not for the system triggering the task, Lin Xian really did not want to have too much contact with Zi Qiue, Luo Chenxi, and the others. It's not easy for you either. Here's a toast to you. Luo Chenxi clinked her glass with Lin Xian and then drank it in one gulp. So Lin Xian also understood why she wanted to drink. To be honest, when I first found out about it, I even wanted to find a random man and have a one-night stand with him to vent my anger. I even went to the bar, but unfortunately, those men were too weak to be interested. Luo Chenxi said. So you extended your claws to me? Lin Xian asked with the corners of his mouth curled up. Let's see what you're capable of. You can do whatever you want to me if you get me drunk. Luo Chenxi chuckled and took another sip of wine. You said it. I said it. Lin Xian laughed. Wasn't this fucking delivered to his door? Lin Xian was still fretting over how to get closer to Luo Chenxi. Although he felt that he was a scumbag, he did not think that he was too much of a scumbag. However, with such a beautiful girl on his doorstep and a mission on top of that, he would not be a man if he did not take action. Luo Chenxi's mission reward was too special. She had activated a top-notch domain. Lin Xian was at the domain realm now, but he had no idea what a domain was. She was Lin Xian's domain. And this mission punishment. Jojo disappears. Who could withstand that? Come, let's drink. Lin Xian filled her glass again. What? Can't wait to get me drunk. Isn't that because you're sad? I'll drink with you until we're drunk. Luo Chenxi gulped down the cup again. Lin Xian couldn't help but admire her. Her alcohol tolerance was truly amazing. If a grown man like him didn't use his spiritual power to dissolve his drunkenness, he would probably collapse immediately. By the way, do you like him a lot? What do you think? If I didn't like him, would I have offered myself to him? Is he very handsome? He's just a so-so. Based on my current standards, I naturally wouldn't fancy him. He's mediocre and not very promising. However, I liked him when I was in high school. After so many years, this kind of feeling is quite special. Luo Chenxi blushed as she spoke. Of course, this blush was due to the alcohol gradually getting to her face. Isn't it fortunate that you haven't been touched by him? Luo Chenxi glanced at Lin Xian. So I have to treat you well. Lin Xian smiled and said. TSK, Luo Chenxi snorted. At this moment, a few people walked out of the bar. This bar was secretly selling drugs. Many bars had them, and many people knew that. Hey, isn't this big boss Luo Chenxi? The brawny man with tattoos all over his arms walked over and his gaze fell on Luo Chenxi. Even if this woman was sitting there, as long as people saw her, they would definitely be more attracted to her than other girls. Luo Chenxi used to be super famous. Although she had retired from the entertainment circle to start a business, there were still many people who knew her. However, she had changed from an ignorant girl to a very interesting girl. In addition, she didn't show up often. In fact, many people felt that she looked familiar, but they couldn't tell who she was. Some people could recognize her immediately. Luo Chenxi glanced at him. Then, the man sat beside Lin Xian and smiled. Boss Luo, are you in a bad mood? Why are you here to drink? Zhang Hu said with a smile. Of course, he was no match for Luo Chenxi. His net worth was much lower than Luo Chenxi's. However, Luo Chenxi was gulping down alcohol now. If he got her drunk and brought her to his room, he could take a picture of her. Wouldn't this beauty, who used to be a famous celebrity, become his woman? Well, let's drink. Luo Chenxi nodded. Hey, Boss Luo came to my store to drink. You all have good taste. We won't accept Boss Luo's money. In addition, Xiaoling, bring me a few more bottles of your most expensive wine. It's on me, Zhang Hu said quickly. No need, Luo Chenxi said. Zhang Hu pretended not to hear it. Then, he glanced at Lin Xian. Hey, you! Get out of my way. I'm here to drink with Boss Luo. In Zhang Hu's eyes, Lin Xian was just a prostitute ordered by Luo Chenxi. Even if he wasn't, he probably had the same status. Luo Chenxi was very powerful. Zhang Hu didn't know what her private life was like. However, if she came to this bar to drink like this, her private life must be very messy. Instead of benefiting this guy, he would rather benefit himself. Did you see that Boss Luo agreed? Is this how you treat your customers? Lin Xian laughed. It doesn't matter if you have one more or one less. I don't need you here. Get lost. Your arms and legs are so small. I can break them with a twist. Boss Luo, I'll drink with you. Luo Chenxi said, thank you for your kindness, but it's okay. I'm just here to drink some wine. That won't do. Come, I'll fill it up for you. Then, Zhang Hu glanced at Lin Xian. Why aren't you leaving? Come, throw him out. Yes. At this moment, two people walked behind Lin Xian and wanted to press on his shoulders. Sizzle, in the next moment, the two people screamed and flew out. Their bodies were charred black. Lin Xian wouldn't kill them. Zhang Hu's movement suddenly stopped. Damn. Domain Realm. This guy was fucking Domain Realm. Since when did the world become like this? Such a young guy was in the Domain Realm. One had to know that Lin and City was a third-tier city. The Domain Realm was considered the top existence in Lin and City. Now, a very young person released the power of the Domain Realm. How could Zhang Hu not be afraid? Damn! This was too fucking scary. It turned out that Luo Chensi didn't find a gigolo. Cough cough. You guys drink, you guys drink. I won't disturb you. Zhang Hu quickly stood up and said. What about this bar and the cost of the drinks? It's my treat. Take it as my treat. Have fun drinking. Let's go. Zhang Hu quickly left with his men. Chapter 1150. Luo Chensi looked at Lin Xian in surprise. This Lin Xian was actually at the domain realm. He looked so young, but he actually had the strength of the domain realm. This really surprised her. No wonder this man had so many beautiful girls around him. It turned out that other than his talent, he was also a little expert. That was normal. I was thinking that I should put down some of my career and cultivate properly. I feel very handsome. Luo Chensi looked at Lin Xian and said. Sure. If you have the ability to raise your realm, you must do so. Don't forget that raising your realm can increase your lifespan and preserve your looks forever. The key is to preserve my looks forever. Luo Chensi smiled and raised her wine glass. Then, Lin Xian clinked glasses with her and drank it in one gulp. The two of them listened to the music and drank the wine. Luo Chensi was really drunk until she was in a daze. Hey, that's enough. Don't drink anymore. Lin Xian took her wine bottle to the side. You can't wait to go with me, to have a fling. Luo Chensi laughed and looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Then, are you going? Yes. Who asked that bastard to not touch me for so many years? Let's go. Luo Chensi stood up unsteadily. She forgot to take her bag and directly fell on Lin Xian. Sigh, Lin Xian sighed. Then, he took her bag, opened a room, and threw her on the bed. Before all of this happened, Lin Xian was really looking forward to it. When Luo Chensi lay there, to be honest, Lin Xian didn't want to move. Although he was indeed a scumbag, he felt that other than having more girls, he didn't seem to be much of a scumbag. This should be considered a scumbag, right? Therefore, he really didn't touch her. Then, he walked to the computer in the room, turned it on, and entered his girl group. Does anyone want to play a game? Lin Xian add everyone. Instantly, all of them appeared. Play. Come. I'll torture you. This was a message sent by Ling Ying. +1. This was a message from Ling Longyue. Then, there were a few emojis sent by a few girls. Instantly, the customization list of 10 people was filled. The good thing about this group of girls was that they didn't want to be so tired of playing ranked matches and get scolded by their teammates. They would also get scolded by their teammates if they cheated them. So, they could create a custom chat with each other. The 10 of them could chat while playing the game. This was called entertainment and nurturing relationships. Lin Xian felt that it was not a good idea to leave Luo Chensi here and then leave. She was unconscious now. If she encountered any danger, he could not imagine what he would do. Therefore, he decided to stay here and play games for the day. He would wait for her to wake up. Anyway, it was only noon. Then, Lin Xian began his journey of being abused. With Lin Xian and Lin Xian's help in the voice chat, the girls played for a long time. It was about 7:00 in the afternoon, and the sky was turning dark. They fought for a long time, but they were still in high spirits. This was because everyone had something fun to do, and that was to target Lin Xian. That was to kill him. They didn't care about anything else and just wanted to kill him. Lin Xian felt wronged. If it wasn't for Luo Chensi, he would not have played games with them for so long. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Then, everyone in the voice chat fell silent. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned to look at Luo Chenxi. Her beautiful hair was messy. It was normal for her to wake up after sleeping for so many hours. Moreover, Lin Xian was screaming and begging for mercy. It was reasonable for him to wake her up. However, Lin Xian had forgotten one thing. He had turned on the voice chat. He didn't hear anything behind him because the game was too intense. Go to sleep. Lin Xian said to Luo Chenxi with a long face. I was woken up by you. Luo Chenxi yawned. When she woke up, she realized that her clothes were still there. Then, that Lin Xian was playing games. She was dumbfounded. No matter what, she was still a great beauty, right? Why didn't he touch himself when playing games? Wow! Was this person a fucking devil? It wasn't that Luo Chenxi was looking forward to Lin Xian touching her. She just felt extremely wronged. She had been in a relationship for so many years, but it turned out that the other party was gay. Then, she wanted to take revenge. She felt that it wasn't that no one wanted her. If he didn't touch her after 10 years, then he deserved it. Therefore, when she was drinking, no, to be precise, when she was drinking with Lin Xian, she had already thought about it. So what if she was pricked? Then, this fucking bastard was playing games. He didn't prick her. Who could stand this? Lin Xian quickly gave her a look. Then, Luo Chenxi yawned and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then, the voice in the earpiece exploded. Bastard Lin Xian, where are you? Who's talking on your end? Ling Ying asked in a bad mood. Ah. This Lin Xian must be having fun at another girl's house. I'm going to kill you. Lu Yufan said frantically. This is getting interesting. Murong Qing said with a smile. Actually, these girls more or less understood that Lin Xian probably had many girls around him. They might not have slept together, but they were definitely close. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. I'm at my house. It was little fairy talking just now. As Linya was not playing, Lin Xian said this because among the 10 of them, Linya was not playing. Bullshit, that's not Sister Linya's voice. Miao Xiao Miao said angrily. There must be some changes in the voice through the earpiece. You don't even know that. Lin Xian said. Then, Murong Qing and Linya looked at each other. They also felt helpless, but Murong Qing didn't expose him. Forget it, let him live. Then let Sister Linya say something. Let us know and we'll believe you. Miao Xiao Miao said. Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. It's over, it's over. Fuck. If I knew this would happen, I would have stabbed her. Yes, I'm here. At this time, Lin Xian didn't know who Linya's voice came from. The others also didn't know where Linya's voice came from. They could only think that it came from Lin Xian's side. At least you're not lying. Lu Yufan wrinkled her cute little nose and said. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly sent a message to Linya, saying that he was at his friend's place. His friend was drunk, so he was watching and didn't do anything. Then, Linya replied that it was fine. Lin Xian wanted to cry. Who was Linya with? Lin Xian took a look. The most likely possibility was that he was with Murong Qing. Hey, Lin Xian, what do you mean? Don't send yourself to death. Wow. You're still sending yourself to death. Then, Lin Xian's side was sent to death by Lin Xian. Who asked you to criticize me? I'm not playing anymore. It's time for dinner. You guys have played for so long. Let's go eat. Lin Xian quickly turned off the voice message and looked at Luo Chenxi, who was taking a bath in the bathroom. Chapter 1151. Wow! How unbearable! Was Luo Chenxi trying to trick him? Although the other girls did not suspect anything, Lin Ye and Murong Qing were still suspicious. Wow! Lin Ye was fine, but Murong Qing was different. Firstly, this girl was not easy to woo. She had a good relationship with Luo Chenxi but was not easy to woo. Secondly, Murong Qing was Luo Chenxi's target. Luo Chenxi's mission had started to extend the time. She could not woo this girl anymore. Luo Chenxi wrapped herself in a bathrobe and walked out barefooted. She happened to see Lin Xian at the door. She instinctively wanted to avoid him, but after thinking about it, she let him go. Beauty Luo, you almost got me into trouble. Lin Xian looked at her helplessly. Why? Do you have a girlfriend? Luo Chenxi asked with a smile. Lin Xian scratched his head. Interesting. It seems like it's really my problem. Luo Chenxi said. Huh? What problem? Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. You didn't touch me even when I was drunk. It seems like I'm not charming enough. It seems like it's understandable that you like men. Luo Chenxi sighed softly. Hey, you think too much. I didn't touch you because I'm not a jerk. But you're a man. Lin Xian, he could not refute her. Forget it, forget it. Luo Chenxi sat on the bed and crossed her legs skillfully. Lin Xian looked at her and almost had a nosebleed. She was wrapped in a bathrobe and there was nothing inside. Plus, the bathrobe was higher than her height. Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian's eyes and then looked down. She quickly put her legs down and blushed. She pretended to be calm. So why didn't you touch me? Luo Chenxi asked. It's mainly because I can't get over touching you, right? For example, if you seduce me now, I'll definitely touch you. If you're drunk, I won't touch you. This is a matter of principle. Lin Xian said. Really? Luo Chenxi smiled and stood up. She walked to Lin Xian and wrapped her arms around his neck. Gulp, Lin Xian gulped. To be honest, Luo Chenxi was really beautiful. If she was not beautiful, how could the system trigger a mission for her? To be honest, Lin Xian had endured for a long time before he finally decided not to touch her. But who could withstand it now? Then are you going to touch me? Luo Chenxi even used her jade-like feet to hook Lin Xian's leg and rubbed against it slightly. This, Lin Xian gulped again. Wow! To be honest, he did not feel that he was a very handsome person. He did not belong to the kind of person who could directly charm girls to death. But why did they stick to him? Was he that charming? Don't play with fire, I'm a man. I don't know if you're a man or not. Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian. The two of them were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Luo Chenxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was so upset that she wanted to find a man to have sex with her. She had already made up her mind and made preparations. She had found a man, but he did not touch her. Instead, he played games for the entire day. Luo Chenxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She even wondered if Lin Xian was a virgin. I'll give you 3 more seconds. Lin Xian said. I hope you can have 3 hours, Luo Chenxi said with a smile. In the next moment, Lin Xian directly pressed her on the bed. At that moment, Luo Chenxi was indeed subconsciously flustered. But after that, she did not feel this way. Instead, she inexplicably felt that this kind of unbridled feeling was quite good. No wonder so many girls chose to be unbridled in bars. It turned out that this was the reason. Then, Lin Xian kissed her with his big mouth. I was wrong. I was wrong. An hour later, Luo Chenxi kept begging for mercy. Didn't someone say that he hoped I could have 3 hours? Lin Xian laughed and increased the pin rate. Don't, Luo Chenxi held on tightly to Lin Xian. After a long time, she leaned weakly in Lin Xian's arms, panting. How does it feel to be unbridled? Lin Xian asked. 10 million Adonis points. It felt good. Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth. Don't you know that it's my first time? Luo Chenxi then bit Lin Xian. Who asked you to provoke me? Luo Chenxi rolled her eyes weakly at Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and hugged her. A cigarette after the deed was better than a living immortal. Initially, Lin Xian really did not smoke anymore. Inexplicably, some time ago, his addiction came back again. Give me a cigarette. Luo Chenxi said. You smoke. Occasionally, but I only smoke women's cigarettes. Lin Xian then took a puff and passed it to her. She did not mind and took a puff. Girls shouldn't smoke. Why? You don't like it? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not that. Some girls are charming when they smoke, such as you. But I still don't like women smoking. I didn't ask you to like it. Really? Luo Chenxi said. Lin Xian then turned around and pressed on her. You. What are you doing? Luo Chenxi suddenly panicked. I'm sorry. Luo Chenxi. I'm sorry. Lin Xian then let go of her. Hey, then you can be my girlfriend. Lin Xian began to confess. For the mission. Me? How old are you? Almost 22. Do you know how old I am? D. Luo Chenxi. I'm almost 27. So what? A woman's charm is at its peak. TSK, Luo Chenxi then took another puff. I won't disturb you. Find a man and get married in 2 years. Luo Chenxi then stretched her body. Once she moved her legs, she felt uncomfortable all over. Bastard. Do you think I can let you off? Lin Xian laughed. Do you mean you want me to be your underground girlfriend? Luo Chenxi laughed and asked. No, I'm a woman. Then I'll be your girlfriend. Well. I can do it for now. Lin Xian. Hey, you're my girlfriend. Girlfriend. Lin Xian. Wow. What were these women thinking? Why did they not want to be his girlfriend but his girlfriend? His mission, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Luo Chenxi glanced at Lin Xian and said. What do you want to eat? Lin Xian then reached out to hold her hand and pulled it to a certain place. Luo Chenxi's pretty face turned red and then she withdrew her hand. Get lost. I'm ordering takeout. Give me your phone. Hey. You're a big boss after all. Are you trying to cheat me of my money to order takeout? Lin Xian. Are you giving it to me or not? Yes. Lin Xian passed the phone to her. Oh. Let me count. How many wives do you have? Luo Chenxi opened Lin Xian's WeChat and took a look. Lin Xian. Lin Xian would always note the number of wives and wives of the girls around him. Ahem, I'm just joking. Then what's my number? Luo Chenxi laughed and asked. Hurry up. Lin Xian said. Then she ordered takeout that cost 3,000 yuan. The quantity was not small, but the main thing was that it was expensive. All the things she ordered were expensive. Lin Xian's heart ached. Chapter 1152. The takeout arrived quickly. Lin Xian brought it in and placed it on the table. Go ahead and eat. Go away first. I'll eat after I take a shower. Luo Chenxi said. Wow. I've seen everything. Why are you asking me to go away now? Anyway, I want you to go away. Okay. Lin Xian then turned around. Luo Chenxi got off the bed slowly. She felt as if she had been electrocuted the moment she touched the ground. Damn it, it was so painful. Then, she limped into the bathroom while supporting herself against the wall. After taking a shower, she walked out with a new towel wrapped around her. Let's eat. It's all done. Lin Xian said. Luo Chenxi sat there, picked up her chopsticks and ate in small bites. Hey, I heard that you have a lot of assets in Lin City. You're even the richest man in Lin City. Lin Xian asked. Not much. I have more than 10 residential buildings, a few shopping malls, more than 10 shopping malls, and 7 or 8 villas. Luo Chenxi drank a mouthful of soup and said calmly. Lin Xian, was this girl pretending to be rich? Damn. This was not much. Other things aside, all the residential buildings in a residential area added up to more than $1 billion or even a few billion, right? The land was also money. I built all these after I made money from the entertainment company. Why are you asking about this? Luo Chenxi asked. Oh, it's like this. I'm thinking of buying many companies and real estate. Since you have so many companies, give me a friendly price and I'll buy them all, Lin Xian said. Luo Chenxi glanced at Lin Xian. Brother, do you know how much all these cost? More than 100 billion. Luo Chenxi said. Logically speaking, Luo Chenxi was really amazing. She was probably worth a few $100 billion or even more. Compared to her entertainment company, the other real estate was the most valuable. Just the acquisition of all the real estate owned by Luo Chenxi in Lin City would cost hundreds of billions. It was enough to show how much money it would take to make Lin City his own. However, Lin Xian had 2 super powerful girls, Miao Xiaomiao and Zhao Yunqi. Once these 2 girls showed their prowess, their products would be monopolized. Not to mention the public's money, it would be enough to earn money from the 3 major powers. The wealth of these 3 forces was simply unimaginable. What was the situation with the 3 major forces? There were over 100 countries on Earth, and these 3 forces were equivalent to the assets in the national treasuries of over 100 countries. Then give me a friendship price. Can you afford it? Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian in confusion. I can afford it. Oh. Luo Chenxi's interest was piqued. She asked, why? Because your Xian group is mine. Luo Chenxi, to be honest, she was shocked. The Art Pavilion group actually belonged to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, so that's how it is. Luo Chenxi suddenly realized something. It was really unexpected. Therefore, it was true that he did not write songs for money, because he did not lack money at all. It was reasonable that he did not join the entertainment industry. Why do you want to buy my company? Luo Chenxi asked. Luo Chenxi was considered Lin Xian's woman, and the system triggered the mission. Her character was good. Lin Xian then said, I want to turn Lin City into my force. Luo Chenxi, this was a fucking lunatic. T1 level forces were the 3 major powers. T2 level forces were what Lin Xian said, where a city was his. T2 level forces were like that. Even if that was not the case, they were still very powerful. T3 level forces were like the 8 great families, and Lin Xian actually wanted to establish such a force. Lin Xian's ambition was not small at all. One had to know that those T2 great organizations had to be rooted there for hundreds or even thousands of years before they could become an existence of that level. Only then would they be able to make an entire city belong to them. Yet, Lin Xian wanted to do this by force. It's not impossible, but have you considered that Lin and city is close to the demonic beast territory? This is not a good choice. Of course, I know this. You don't have to worry about this. Just tell me how much you want. Luo Chenxi thought for a while and said, okay. I was thinking about how dangerous Lin and city is, and I was thinking of selling these businesses. However, I don't want your money. So good. Kiss. Lin Xian then leaned over and kissed her pink cheeks. Luo Chenxi, disgusting. You misunderstood. I said that I don't want your money. I want your shares in the Art Pavilion Group. Lin Xian thought for a while and nodded. Any smart person would know that the shares of the Art Pavilion Group were more valuable than anything else. Murong Qing was so, and so was Luo Chenxi. How many shares do you want? How much are you offering? Luo Chenxi asked with a smile. 2 points. Okay. I'll get someone to draft the contract tomorrow and the day after, Luo Chenxi said with a smile. It seems that I'm at a disadvantage. Lin Xian shrugged. Luo Chenxi's initial expectation was 1 to 1.5. She was a businesswoman, and she had done some research and estimates on the Art Pavilion Group. 100 billion yuan was not much in exchange for the shares of the Art Pavilion Group. She was making a profit. And at least in the short term, the Art Pavilion Group would definitely flourish. As your lover, isn't it good enough that I don't ask for money from you? Luo Chenxi said with a smile. Then I have to make you my concubine. Not only will you not ask for money from me, but all your money will also be mine, Lin Xian said with a smile. Then you can do it. Luo Chenxi then drank a sip of milk tea and got up to stretch. I'm tired. Let's sleep. Coming. Lin Xian then hugged her. What are you doing? Get lost. Luo Chenxi was shocked. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Luo Chenxi was sleeping soundly in his arms. Perhaps she felt Lin Xian's movements. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to roll her eyes at Lin Xian. I'm leaving, Lin Xian said. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb my sleep. Luo Chenxi turned over. Are you sure you want to turn your back to me? Lin Xian smiled. Luo Chenxi was shocked. Hurry up and leave. Lin Xian then got up and put on his clothes. Oh right, how long will you be staying in Lin and City? Lin Xian asked. I'll be staying in Lin and City for the time being. The company has stabilized. Okay, I'll look for you when I'm free. Lin Xian then walked out. Luo Chenxi closed her eyes and fell asleep. Your Excellency, the virus extraction has been completed. In the 9th Demon God's Temple, an old man came to Xia Qiui with a green test tube in his hand. Oh. Is that so? Well done. Xia Qiui stretched out his hand and the test tube flew into his hand. He opened it and smelled it. He felt refreshed. Then let's do it. Release the virus in the attack range of the 9th Demon God's Temple? No, release it in the attack range of Yi Renbing. Let's do it in Lin and City. Yes. Then, he slowly left. Chapter 1153. After Lin Xian left, he went to the Yixian group and told Linya about the matter. The Luo Enterprise was indeed our main target. If that's the case, then it's perfect. Now that the Yixian group is short of money, it's not a problem to exchange shares for it, but... Linya looked at Lin Xian in her professional attire and said, the value of the Yixian group's shares in the future will be much higher than the current price. Although you have absolute control over the Yixian group, it's not good to keep doing this. Lin Xian nodded, I know. Don't worry, it's just us and the other two. And their future is mine, so they're mine, Lin Xian added in his heart. Yes, if we take down the Luo Enterprise, then the rest will be scattered. We can slowly take them all down, Linya said. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Xian went over and held Linya's hand, causing her to blush. I'm fine, this is what I like to do, Linya said. Hee, I know you like to do other things. Ha! Linya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian smirked and whispered something in her ear, causing her to blush. I'm going to draft the contract. With that, she quickly ran out. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed with a smile. I'm such a fucking scumbag. Lin Xian didn't want to go to the martial arts academy for the time being. The mission was completed, and there were no classes for the next 2 days. They had just returned from a mission and were more or less injured, so they definitely wouldn't be attending classes. Therefore, Lin Xian should stay in Lin and City to accompany Linya and the others for the next 2 days. Since Little Fairy is working, I'll help an Xian write songs. Lin Xian whistled as he went to the cafe where Miao Xiaomiao was. There were a few rooms at the back of the cafe. One was Miao Xiaomiao's sleeping area, the other was Wang Qianqian's sleeping area, and there was also a kitchen. The remaining rooms were basically the storage room. However, they had changed the storage room into a place where they could practice and write songs. Therefore, there was no need to go to the studio unless they lacked some equipment. But it was basically complete, and they often wrote songs here together. Sister Qianqian, where are they? Lin Xian asked after he entered. They're writing songs in the room. Okay. Lin Xian then went over. When Lin Xian opened the door, he was stunned. An Xian, Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi were messing around on the bed. Their clothes were disheveled, and their hair was messy. When Lin Xian saw them, they were still tangled together. When the girls saw the stunned Lin Xian standing at the door, they quickly tidied their hair and let go of him. Lin Xian felt that Miao Xiaomiao and Lu Yufan might be messing around, but an Xian and Yi Yi were also led astray by them. What are you doing? Hey, don't you knock before entering a girl's room? You're not polite at all. Miao Xiaomiao glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and sat down. How fragrant. The 4 girls smelled so good. What? If you don't like it, let's fight again. Lin Xian said. TSK, I wonder who was the one who was killed by me 8 times yesterday and scolded by Sister Lang Ying until he couldn't say a word. Miao Xiaomiao snorted. Ha ha ha, thinking about last night's scene, Lu Yufan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Be careful or I'll rape you. Lin Xian said fiercely. Be careful or I'll sue you. Lin Xian sat on the bed with a smile and took a look at the paper. It was a song an Xian wrote herself. How is it? An Xian asked expectantly. It's very good. Lin Xian nodded. But you'll release your songs for this album. This song will be released for the next album. How many songs are left for this album? 2. Then I'll finish it for you. I'll help you write the next album, and the one after that too. But you can release your own songs too. Okay. And Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. Your big boss personally asked me to do this. She said that she wants to make you into an existence on the same level as Zichiyue. And Xian's pretty face turned red. In fact, that was also what she wanted. Speaking of Zichiyue, someone knocked on the door and then pushed it open. Sister Chiyue. You're all here. Zichiyue took off her sunglasses, mask, and cap. Wow! What are you doing in this small room? Tisk, you're unnecessary. We're all here usually. Lu Yufan said. And Xian nodded. Forget it. You guys talk. I'll go to the side and finish writing the remaining 2 songs and Xian wrote. Lin Xian then went to the side table. Zichiyue came to Lin Xian's side. To be honest, I feel that your handwriting doesn't match your talent. Zichiyue joked. Lin Xian's handwriting was really ugly. When God closes a door for you, He opens a window for you. My handwriting is ugly, but I'm handsome. Aha. You wish, Miao Xiaomiao said. Damn. Don't make me hit you. Miao Xiaomiao then made a face. A secret that can't be told. And Xian also came over. This song is quite difficult, but it shouldn't be difficult for a girl. Lin Xian said. Soon, the song was finished. Zichiyue's beautiful eyes lit up. Wasn't this too talented? How is it? Lin Xian then asked. It's very good. I like it. And Xian said happily. That's good. Second song. And Xian couldn't wait. Okay. Then, Lin Xian wrote the second song, Dandelion's Promise. This song was suitable for an Xian's age. I love it. I'm going to practice. And Xian couldn't wait to run out. Where's mine? Zichiyue asked with a smile. Sister, did you get first place? Zichiyue nodded. Yes. I beat an Xian in one day. She's first place now. Yi said. That's normal. After all, Beauty Z's appeal is too great. It's the song that's good. Zichiyue said, no matter how famous a person is, it's useless if they don't sing well. Quality is the most important. Then I'll write this song for you. Then, Lin Xian wrote this song of regret. Zichiyue's beautiful eyes lit up. She liked the lyrics of this song very much. Rather than letting you wither in my arms, I'd rather you regret your mistakes and fly into the world of dreams, leaving me alone to grieve. Rather than letting you wither in my love, I'd rather you be hurt and cry. Only after you've tasted all the pain and sorrow can you understand the value of true love. How many times have you been dumped to be able to write these love songs? Zichiyue looked at Lin Xian with a smile and asked. Humph, I've always been the one to dump others. No one dares to dump me, right? Currently, Arcane Body Realm martial artists won't be able to resist it. However, once this virus spreads, it will be a devastating disaster for humanity. What about the progress of the vaccine? Difficult. This virus probably came from some kind of demon beast. It is almost impossible for a vaccine to be developed within a few months. Murong Qing frowned. A few months. It had been 3 days since the incident, and there were definitely many people who had left Lin and City. Although Lin and City was the most affected, as long as one person left, it would be a walking plague. The consequences would be unimaginable. And a few months. If it couldn't be controlled in a few months, 1/10 of Sky Blue Planet would be destroyed. Because this was a deadly virus. Demon Beast virus. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be a conspiracy of the Demon God Temple? What about the virus? Let me see. Lin Xian said. This is, let him see, Murongqing said. All right. Lin Xian walked over and took a look through the microscope. Then he picked up the test tube containing the virus. I'll take this. Hey, young man, this, Murongqing said, don't worry, leave it to him. This, all right. Lin Xian and Murongqing walked out. How is it? I need to try. Pitter-patter. Lin Xian crushed the test tube and took a deep breath, absorbing all the virus into his body. Murongqing didn't panic because the virus had absolutely no effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian sensed it carefully, and then sat down. A few hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Murongqing had been guarding him all this time. How is it? Murongqing asked. This is a mixture of several demon beast poisons extracted and mixed. It's something between a poison and a virus, Lin Xian said. He didn't know what it was because there was no record of it in the Imperial Physician's sacred art. However, he had the memory of the Imperial Physician's sacred art, so Lin Xian could roughly understand it. Extracted. Could it be? Murongqing frowned. Yes, this was deliberately caused by someone. Lin Xian. It's the demon race. Murongqing said. Most likely. Why wasn't it the human race? Because this virus had such a high fatality rate. If a vaccine couldn't be developed in a short period of time, humans would basically die unless they could control it. But was it really so easy to control it? And once this happened, you wouldn't have any room for entertainment. What would you do then? The purpose of this virus was very simple. It was to cause great damage to the human race. Therefore, the demon race was very suitable. Then what should we do? If a vaccine can't be developed in a short period of time, then I'll try. I'll go find someone. Lin Xian crushed the bead Yi Renbing gave him and disappeared. Murongqing was secretly shocked. Why was this Lin Xian getting more and more exaggerated? Lin Xian went to Yi Renbing's place. Yi Renbing was sitting in the garden, eating fruits. Oh, you took the initiative to come. Yi Renbing saw Lin Xian and smiled. Do you know what happened to the human race? I know. Then do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked. Yi Renbing glanced at Lin Xian and said, not very. Lin Xian, not very. That's it. Lin Xian felt that the Demon God Temple was responsible, but it definitely wasn't Yi Renbing. Although Yi Renbing's 10th Demon God Temple was in charge of Lin and City, it definitely wasn't her. I'm a demon god. This is something I want to see happen. Why would I help you? Yi Renbing said. Hey, if something happened to the human race, there would be no one to plant fruits, no one to make delicious food, and no one to plant crops. You wouldn't be able to eat all kinds of delicacies either, Lin Xian said. Yi Renbing, it's very simple. There's a relatively common spirit herb called blue Ganoderma. I know that blue Ganoderma can prevent blood from clotting, but it can't be done in this situation. Blue Ganoderma and water Bodhi can be extracted. Yi Renbing said indifferently. Why did she know? In the past, this was the Demon God Temple's plan. As for which Demon God Temple was responsible for this, she wasn't too sure. Chapter 1155. From the fact that Yi Renbing chose to help Lin Xian, it was clear that she was biased towards the human race. It was just that she hadn't thought it through yet. However, she was slowly switching sides from the standpoint of a demon immortal to that of a human. What was the reason? Naturally, it was because of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a human, and she was pregnant with Lin Xian's baby. How could she continue attacking the human race under normal circumstances? She had told Lin Xian many times that she would continue attacking the human race. However, as a demon immortal, she was just being stubborn. Since she was stubborn, she could just relax a little. As she interacted with Lin Xian, and of course, Ling Longshui and the others, she gradually got used to and liked many things in the human world. For example, food. She also gradually let go of her hatred. The expert who killed her family had long been killed by her. Xie Chui probably never expected that Yi Renbing would side with the human race. In his eyes, Lin Xian was a human, but he could only be Yi Renbing's toy. She was still a demon immortal, and she still wanted to destroy the human race. However, Blue Ganoderma and Water Bodhi, Lin Xian rubbed his chin, then looked at Yi Renbing. Don't look at me. Telling you this is no longer in line with my position as a demon immortal. It's impossible for me to help you find these two herbs. Even if I help you, I will definitely be discovered. When that time comes, the 10th demon god's temple will become the target of public criticism. Yi Renbing said. I know. These two herbs aren't that rare. However, in this situation, when they are developed, there will probably be more than 6 figures infected. There will also be a large number of suspected infections. Therefore, the demand for these two herbs is very high. Do you know where there are a lot of these two herbs? I don't need your help. I will find someone, Lin Xian said. Let me think, Yi Renbing pondered for a moment, then said, there should be enough water bodhi in the water demon swamp. As for Blue Ganoderma, there should also be some in the water demon swamp. Most of them should be in the sea region. There should be some in the northern region. Lin Xian nodded. Both of them belonged to the category of medicinal herbs that many people would not necessarily be willing to pick because their value was not too high. A single water bodhi could be sold for a few hundred yuan, while the Blue Ganoderma could be sold for a few thousand yuan. As for the others, they could be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. However, it was precisely the combination of these two that had a miraculous effect. Then I'll go back first. Thank you. Lin Xian said. If a vaccine could not be developed in a short period of time, it would be an unimaginable blow to the human race. Hurry up and scram. Hee, give me a kiss. Lin Xian then leaned over with a smile and pressed his big mouth on Yi Renbing's red lips. Yi Renbing was also very passionate. A few little girls who passed by saw this scene and their faces turned red. They quickly ran away. Lin Xian licked his lips and then walked away. The first thing Lin Xian did when he arrived at Lin and City was to contact Murong Qing directly. The two of them sat on a bench in an empty park. Hey, you two over there. You are forbidden to go out except to buy ingredients. I say, you two don't want to live anymore, do you? You still want to go out on a date at this time. Forget about the date. You don't even wear a mask. An old man in the park pointed at Lin Xian and Murong Qing and then walked over angrily. Lin Xian and Murong Qing were embarrassed for a moment. Let's go, let's go. The two of them then walked away. What's the situation? Murong Qing asked Lin Xian. Send a team to the water demon swamp to collect water bodhi. Collect as many as you can. Water bodhi can be used to make a vaccine. To be precise, it's not a vaccine. It's an antidote. This virus is actually more like a poison. Then send a team to the northern sea to collect Blue Ganoderma. Collect as many as you can. Forget it, I'll go to the Northern Sea myself. Lin Xian said. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian in surprise and asked, is there a way to detoxify these two things? Lin Xian nodded, yes, there should be. Okay, I'll go to the Northern Sea with you. The sea is a more dangerous place than the mainland. Lin Xian nodded. Is there anything else? I'll send the order immediately. Also, temporarily cancel half of the Yixian Group's factories in Lin and City. Prepare the raw materials to make the vaccine and distribute it free of charge. However, I hope that the vaccine can be developed in the name of the Yixian Group and be distributed free of charge. That's right. If it's really useful, it'll be your credit. What's wrong with using the Yixian Group's name? Murong Qing said. When the time came, the vaccine would be distributed free of charge. If they took the opportunity to make a lot of money at this time, they would be a black-hearted company. If they made money and lost the people's hearts, this situation would be a disaster for the entire mainland. If this happened on Earth, all the expenses would be reimbursed by the state. However, Lin Xian didn't think it was a big deal. All the vaccine would be distributed free of charge. Then, the Yixian Group's position in the mainland would be incomparably high. In the eyes of all the people, the Yixian Group was definitely a company with a conscience. They had absolute trust in the Yixian Group. This benefit was invisible, but it couldn't be bought with money. Lin Xian nodded. Then the workers, don't worry. I'll ask the people from the Holy Sanctum to help. However, you have to give me some time. This is because if we mass produce it now, the chances of mass infection are very high. Once this thing is infected, it won't kill anyone for 7 days. However, after 7 days, it basically depends on the person's luck. Within 7 days, can you? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. 3 processes. Find the 2 herbs, manufacture, and distribute. How long it will take depends on how fast the first 2 processes are. Murong Qing estimated. Enough. I'll arrange it now. Okay. Half a day later, Lin Xian and Murong Qing arrived at the Northern Sea in a private jet. The Northern Sea was a sea. On Earth, coastal cities were definitely developed because there were simply too many resources available. However, on Sky Blue Planet, the sea was an extremely dangerous place. This was because there were more mystical beasts in the sea than on the mainland. It was also terrifying. On Earth, you only had to worry about a thunderstorm when you went out to sea. However, in this place, you could be harassed by mystical beasts. Moreover, there were many large mystical beasts in the sea. Therefore, Sky Blue Planet seafood was more expensive. Even so, there were still a few specific points that opened up sea areas, which belonged to the safe sea areas. As for the seafood, it was actually more artificially farmed. However, the Northern Sea was definitely a place that humans had almost never explored. The nearest city to the Northern Sea was at least a few hundred kilometers away. They took a helicopter and a large number of troops from the 3 forces followed behind them in nebula vehicles. Chapter 1156. This operation was considered a secret and could only be announced after it was fully developed. If they were to announce it now, it might attract the attention of the devil race. The 3 forces were very excited. When they heard that it was Lin Xian's idea, they did not believe it. Countless experts had failed to develop it, so how could he? However, Murong Qing insisted on giving it a try. Only then did they deploy their troops. Lin Xian looked down at the sea in front of him. He had never been to a place like the sea on Sky Blue Planet. He had never been to a place like the sea. The original owner of this body had never been there. Linya and the others had never been there. There were many forbidden areas on the continent, but the sea was always one of them. Murong-Ching took out her walkie-talkie and said, "Attention, everyone. The Northern Territory Sea is 3 kilometers ahead. Team 3 and Team 4, check the surroundings first and either kill or drive away all the demon beasts. Team 1 and Team 2, speed up and check the sea area. The remaining 6 teams will move at the original speed." Then they landed on the beach. They could see some devil beasts on the beach. Lin Xian did not know what kind of devil beasts they were. He was not even sure if they were devil beasts. They all dove into the sea before they landed. "Beautiful sister, what were those just now?" Lin Xian jumped off the helicopter and asked. "You've never been to the sea before?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Those are the most common devil beasts in the sea. They don't have much attacking power. They are even food for other devil beasts. They are amphibious and like to bask in the sun on the beach during the day." "I see." Murong-Ching looked at the sea in the distance. Blue Ganoderma is a kind of plant that grows on the sea. It is slightly poisonous. However, blue Ganoderma is the food of many poisonous devil beasts in the sea. Fortunately, blue Ganoderma has a strong reproductive ability. Murong-Ching said to Lin Xian. "I know. You don't have to tell me." Lin Xian. Murong-Ching then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "If you can really do this well, then you will be a hero to humanity," Zhang Hing said. Lin Xian shrugged. "I don't want to be a hero. I want to be a bastard. When the time comes, you or my sister will do it." All right. Murong-Ching's gaze then fell on a blue Ganoderma not far from the sea surface that was faintly flickering with blue light under the sun. She then leaped and directly flew over, finally landing beside Lin Xian. "This is the blue Ganoderma. How many vaccines do you think a blue Ganoderma and a water bodhi can produce?" Murong-Ching asked. "Let's make some oral liquids. I should be able to make a lot, but I need to go back and study the specifics. I need to see how much can neutralize all the viruses in a person's body." "I know. I just hope that everything will be fine." Nebula cars stopped nearby, and thousands of members of the 3 major forces ran down from the cars. Behind them, many people came to the side in their sea and land vehicles. "Those of you who are strong, use half an hour to scout the waters. Remember, 4 people in a team. Keep in touch." "Yes." Then thousands of people entered the sea in their sea and land vehicles. It couldn't be helped. The Northern Territory Sea was an unknown and dangerous place. It was said that the demonic beasts in the sea were no weaker than those on the land. However, the demonic beasts in the sea rarely had any contact with the land. It was as if the demonic beasts in the sea and the land were 2 different worlds. Although they didn't need to go too deep into the sea to collect the blue Ganoderma, it was obvious that they couldn't collect much at the edge of the sea. It was better to go deeper, or it would be dangerous. Half an hour later, they all came back. "Okay, we'll follow the previous plan. Collect the blue Ganoderma in Area A, don't let any of them go. Remember to wear special gloves. The blue Ganoderma is poisonous." Zhang Yong, Lu Xiaofeng, Super Chen. 3 men came over. "Yes. You are all in the celestial venerable realm. The 3 of you will be in charge of the collection work in Area A." "Yes." Murong-Ching then glanced at the several people next to her and said, "You take 2 teams with a dozen people. Follow me to the deep sea and see if you can find the blue Ganoderma." "Yes." Looking at the blue Ganoderma here, you might only see 1 or 2. How could that be? Although the 5 great empires and the 3 great forces had arranged for people to go to the sea to look for the blue Ganoderma, there were requirements for the growth of the blue Ganoderma. The salt content of the sea was very important, so most of the sea didn't have it. They couldn't pin all their hopes on others. The northern region sea should be the sea with the most blue Ganoderma. Then, Murongyu, Lin Xian, and a young lady acted as the vanguard as they headed towards the depths of the ocean. Behind them, there were 10 other boats. They weren't boats, but they were capable of both land and sea. They were very fast and each boat could seat around 10 people. However, there were less than 20 people in total. Most of them were going to explore because it was very dangerous. Every blue Ganoderma they encountered on the way was not wasted. One more blue Ganoderma meant more people could survive. Will the monsters in the sea take the initiative to attack us? Lin Xian asked. Ask Xiao Qian. She lives by the sea. Murongyu said. The valiant young lady driving the ship said, yes, and the probability is very high, because many demon beasts in the sea will be attracted by the shadows of our ships. Some of them will deliberately attack, and some will mistake the shadows for their prey. That's not good. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It's not a problem if we don't encounter those big monsters. But I'm worried if we encounter big monsters. Even if we can defeat them, this is the sea. It won't be good if the boat capsizes and sinks. Don't worry. With my time and Lin Xian's space attribute, as long as our luck isn't too bad, we won't encounter those big monsters. Murong Qing said. Lin Xian thought that if he had known this would happen, he would have brought Dragony or Ling Longyue. But since it's already like this, forget it. Dragony has been sleeping for many days. Time slowly passed, and they were getting deeper and deeper into the northern region sea. Their luck wasn't bad, and they didn't encounter any monsters. Stop. However, at this time, Murong Qing suddenly said, and all the boats stopped in place. Lin Xian asked, what's wrong? Murong Qing looked at the sea and said, did you notice that the waves are a lot bigger? Seems like it. Sister Murong, the wind didn't get bigger, but the waves are bigger. I think there are big monsters not far away. Xiao Qian said. How about we change direction? Go diagonally. Murong Qing said. That's the only way. They came here to search, not to fight. In the sea, they should avoid fighting as much as possible. Chapter 1157. About an hour later, the waves caused the ship to sway unsteadily. Fuck. Far, far away, Lin Xian could vaguely see 2 huge demonic beasts fighting. With his eyesight, he could only see the general color. How far away was it? The waves were obviously caused by the 2 demonic beasts fighting. If they were closer, the waves might be 10 to 20 meters high. They couldn't go any further. How fucking big is this? Lin Xian exclaimed. I'm afraid it's a demonic beast over 100 meters tall. It can't be helped. This is normal. There are many super large demonic beasts in the sea. Murong Qing said. Hey, look ahead. Lin Xian pointed. Then, they looked over. In the sea ahead, there was a large patch of flickering blue things. Blue Ganoderma. Murong Qing's beautiful eyes lit up. You guys stay here. Don't go forward. Lin Xian, let's go. Murong Qing said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he released the power of space and the 2 landed on the sea. Hey, hey, hey. Give me a hand. Lin Xian pulled Murong Qing's hand. I forgot that only heavenly venerables can fly. Although you're in the domain realm, you can't stand on the sea without sinking. Murong-Ching said awkwardly. It's okay. Just hold my hand. Lin Xian squeezed her hand. Murong-Ching, whoa. This person is a devil. Why is he still taking advantage of me at this time? Fuck. Murong-Ching pulled Lin Xian. Lin Xian could stand on the sea by releasing a little spiritual power. However, Murong-Ching had to hold Lin Xian's hand at all times. Their relationship was good. It was normal for them to hold hands. Of course, holding hands in this situation was different from holding hands when you were shopping. The two of them kept picking the blue Ganoderma. There was a piece of good news. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be a lot of poisonous sea creatures under such a large cluster of blue Ganoderma. But now, there were two heavenly venerables fighting in the distance. How many heavenly venerables would dare to stay in the vicinity at this time? He had already run away. Therefore, Lin Xian and Murong-Ching could harvest without any pressure. Very quickly, all of the blue Ganoderma were stored in their spatial rings. Lin Xian said to Murong-Ching. Including the ones harvested by others, that should be enough for now. You can focus on research and development. As for the rest, you can send people to continue searching. All right. At this moment, they suddenly felt the sky turn dark. Then, they suddenly looked up and saw a huge tsunami over 20 meters long rushing toward them. Shua, Lin Xian used his spatial power to instantly bring Murong-Ching to the other side of the tsunami. Then, in front of them was a huge demon beast. Those two red eyes that were bigger than several people were staring at them. This was a huge octopus monster. There were huge wounds all over its body. The wounds were so terrible that it felt like several people could be stuffed in them. Obviously, the battle with the demon beast just now had ended. Then, for some unknown reason, it came here. A huge tentacle lifted and smashed toward the two of them. Time stop. Murong-Ching directly released her spatial power. Its movement stopped in place. Just a heavenly venerable's demon beast. After suffering such heavy injuries, it didn't run away but attacked me instead. Courting death. Murong-Ching stretched out her hand and held a sword in her hand. Then, she jumped and her strength erupted. Spatial jump. Lin Xian subconsciously released a spatial jump and arrived on the ship. Since Murong-Ching said that, she should have no problem. In just 2 minutes, the huge demon beast slowly sank into the sea and the entire sea was dyed red. Lin Xian released his spatial power and Murong-Ching appeared beside Lin Xian. Let's go back. Murong-Ching said. Soon, they arrived on the mainland. Murong-Ching gathered all the blue Ganoderma into her spatial ring. Let's go back. Lin Xian nodded. The harvest of this trip was already very big. With these blue Ganoderma, the amount should be enough for the time being. When the time came, he would let the others continue to search and replenish. Under normal circumstances, it should be enough. 3 days later, a piece of news instantly hit the headlines. Yixian Group developed E-Meow. There would be many rumors on the internet, but no one dared to spread rumors about this matter. Today, in the Yixian building, Linya held a press conference. Reporters from all the major media outlets wore masks and attended. The live broadcast was also in progress. At the same time, the number of viewers was estimated to be more than 50 million. President Lin, I saw on the internet that the Yixian Group developed the Yi-Meow. Is it true? A reporter asked. Linya nodded. Yes, it has been tested. The cure rate is 100%. Hearing Linya's words, the crowd was shocked. Some of the people in front of their phones and computers couldn't help but cry. In just a few days, it gave them a feeling of the end of the world. Then what kind of company is the Yixian Group? It said that the Yixian Group is a company that invents all kinds of patents. However, they shouldn't have any involvement in medicine. How could the Yixian Group develop the Yi Miao? This was also what everyone was concerned about. They didn't quite believe it. But when they thought about it carefully, the fate of the entire company was at stake. How could anyone be stupid enough to lie just to gain attention at a time like this? Then can I ask if the genetic enhancement medicine that my company developed, the mental enhancement medicine, is considered to be involved in medicine? Linya smiled and asked in return. That reporter was speechless. President Lin, the public has a very, very important question. Chapter 1158. Yes, if the Yixian Group took advantage of this wave, they could make a lot of money. Even if they did not earn the people's money, after the research and development was completed, the three major forces would definitely try their best to buy it. However, Lin Xian still had a conscience. He felt that in this situation, he really could not collect money. Moreover, they really did not spend anything. The three major forces helped to find the raw materials, and the labor was also from the three major forces. At most, the factory was theirs, however, everything was free. In this way, the Yixian Group directly became a super conscientious company in the hearts of the people. In the future, if anything was linked to the Yixian Group, it would definitely be favored by the people. No matter what, as long as they saw the Yixian Group, they would buy it. There was an advantage to this. The development of the Yixian Group would not only allow them to monopolize the industry, but they could also expand into other industries, such as milk powder. There were so many milk powder companies, and after the Yixian Group went through this incident, when others suddenly saw milk powder produced by the Yixian Group, they would definitely choose this one. This was a kind of popular sentiment, and a successful company must win the hearts of the people. Once this matter was settled, the Yixian Group could directly move in many directions. When the time came, they could just casually advertise. Don't worry, Zi Qiue would help to shoot some. The speed of making money would definitely be much faster than selling this thing now. The bullet screen was crazily flooding, and all of them were crying. All of them were saying that they would always support the Yixian Group, and then all kinds of goddess, and so on. Lin Ya's appearance was already known by the public. She was once rated as the most beautiful CEO in 100 years. She was really super beautiful, and many people even came from other cities just to see her, waiting outside the Yixian building for her to get off work. Although Linya was now wearing a mask, the goddess was crazily flooding the bullet screen. Then, President Lin, can this vaccine be enough to cure everyone? To be precise, is the amount enough in a short time? The reporter asked the key question again. Linya nodded, the amount is enough. It's just that more time will be spent on transportation, but it won't take too long. It will be done in China within a day, and the other four empires will take about a day or so. However, the Yixian Group has deep cooperation with the three major forces, and the three major forces are also important forces to protect the human race. The three major forces will send a lot of special planes to transport the vaccine to various cities in various countries. During this period, I hope that everyone can follow the instructions given by the three major forces. Of course. The bullet screen crazily flooded the bullet screen. Inexplicably, at this moment, Linya's words were more than the three major forces' orders. The source of this incident is Lin and City, which is also the most serious city, especially all the medical personnel at the front line of Lin and City. I will donate 1 billion yuan in the name of the Art Xian Group. This 1 billion yuan will be distributed to every medical personnel when the time comes. Thank you to each and every one of them for their contribution this week. Said of Lin. Of course, Xian Group. Why doesn't this kind of company support those companies that squeeze the people's hard-earned money every day? Really, I'm looking forward to some other products from the Yixian Group. As long as I want to use it, I'll definitely only use the Yixian Group's products. +1+1. Lin Xian watched the live broadcast backstage and smiled at the bullet screen. This was the effect he wanted. Under normal circumstances, it would be more difficult for the Yixian Group to enter other industries. However, after this incident, the Yixian Group had been thoroughly rooted in the hearts of the people. Then, they could go all out. The press conference ended quickly, and everyone left one after another. They waited for the news to be released by the major cities. Lin Xian, the 3 major forces want to see you. Murongqing walked over and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian must have been completely noticed by the 3 major forces. See what? I'm not meeting you. I have business to discuss with my little fairy. Other things are very troublesome. This time, the leader of the Holy Temple is here. He's my brother. Lin Xian, fuck. Someone of this level came personally. He was a little special because he was Murong Yu's father. Cough cough. When? Tonight at 8:00, Drunken Pavilion. I'll bring you there, Murongqing said. Alright, I'm a little nervous. Why are you nervous? Murongqing rolled her eyes, but she really admired Lin Xian. This time, Lin Xian had really become the hero of the entire human race. However, he did not even show his face. In everyone's eyes, the hero was the Yixian Group. Not many people even knew of Lin Xian's existence. They only knew that Lin Ye had a younger brother, but as for how this younger brother was like, no one cared. They thought that the geniuses of the Yixian Group who developed the genetic medicine developed the vaccine. But why did they look for me? Lin Xian asked. It's probably to thank you. You've probably guessed the rest. Lin Xian stretched. It's so boring. Why don't I go home and play games with the girls? Lin Xian said. Which woman's bed were you in that night? Murongqing sneered. Lin Xian, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to talk to her. Oh, you talked about bed. Murongqing's lips curled. No, really. Lin Xian scratched his head. Why are you explaining to me? I'm not your girlfriend. Go find Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. Lin Xian, she didn't know anything, did she? No, she was just guessing. Then I was thinking of wooing you. Wooing me? Sure, let's get rid of the others first. Lin Xian, forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm not going tonight. Lin Xian said. Murongqing, hey. Why aren't you going? You're really something. She rolled her eyes unhappily. I'm not happy. Someone doesn't like me. Lin Xian looked aggrieved. I like you the most. Murongqing rolled her eyes. Perfunctory. Then you have to kiss me. Lin Xian said. Don't go too far. Hey, you used to sit on my lap. What's a kiss? Murongqing, what a hooligan. Fine, I won't go. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Murongqing said. Then I won't go. Let's go home for dinner. Lin Xian stretched. Sigh, there was nothing he could do about it. Murongqing was the kind of girl who would make you feel that it was even harder to woo after you had a good relationship with her. Lin Xian still missed the time when Murongqing used to tease him. If he didn't kiss her now and pull their relationship closer, what else could he do? Hey. Murong Qing called Lin Xian again. Chapter 1159. Wow. She really wanted to hit this person. Alright, it was still related to her. Her brother, who was Murong Yu's father, said that if she could get Lin Xian to come over, he would give her something that she wanted the most. Murong Qing could not resist the temptation. She knew that her brother and the other two major forces had come to rope in Lin Xian because Lin Xian's value in their eyes was unimaginable. It was easy for them to investigate Lin Xian, and they must have already done so. Of course, there were many things that they could not find out. Roping in Lin Xian. No, to be precise, it was not roping in, but befriending. Of course, there was a competitive relationship between the three major forces, and whoever could get Lin Xian would gain a huge amount of wealth. Even if it was a simple cooperation that was more in-depth than the others, it would still be excellent. From Murong Yu, the temple master's personal visit, it was enough to show how much importance he attached to this. Mainly, he felt that his sister was working for Lin Xian, so he had some relationship with Lin Xian. His daughter was also acquainted with Lin Xian, so their relationship was even greater, right? Even if Lin Xian was unwilling, he had come personally, so how could he refuse? This sincerity was hard to refuse, right? Is there anything else? Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. He knew this woman was up to no good. Let's go. Murong Qing smiled. No, it's boring. I'm not interested in cooperation or anything. Lin Xian said. Just give me some face. Lin Xian glanced at her. I'm the boss, and you're my subordinate. Why should I give you face? Murong Qing, She wanted to kill him. Okay. Kiss. I'll kiss, okay. Just kiss on the face. She was convinced. The better the relationship between Murong Qing and Lin Xian was, the less she was like before. Previously, when she first met Lin Xian, she teased Lin Xian in all kinds of ways. But now, she rarely teased Lin Xian. On the contrary, at that time, Lin Xian was scared to death, but now, he was looking forward to it. Come. Lin Xian grinned and moved his face closer. Murong Qing took a deep breath. It wasn't a kiss, so wouldn't it be fine if he just took a bite of pork? Then Murong Qing quickly leaned over and kissed Lin Xian's face. Awesome! Lin Xian felt really good. Of course, there were some that could be done in one step. Murong Qing looked bold and unrestrained, but she was very conservative. But with this kiss, it would be much easier to get her to kiss his face in the future. He had to take it slow. Once the mission deadline was over, there was nothing he could do. He could only use the Adonis points to continue. Fortunately, it was easier to get Adonis points now. After all, there were too many girls around him. Then, Lin Xian turned his head. Linya was standing at the door, looking at the scene with a surprised expression. Murong Qing, fuck. How could he be so unlucky? Linya never thought that Murong Qing and Lin Xian would. I think I need to explain. I lost a bet with him, so I kissed him. Anyway, it's just like a real brother. It's nothing. Murong Qing explained. Linya walked over. She believed Murong Qing's explanation. Linya thought that other girls might fall in love with Lin Xian, but Murong Qing was really special. Would she really like Lin Xian on TV? Although Murong Qing was very beautiful, she probably wouldn't like Lin Xian, who was much younger than her, right? Linya didn't know either. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Murongqing's reaction was quite fast. Xian, I've done what you asked. What's next? Lin Xian said, what's next is simple. After this is over, we'll develop other industries. Now that Yixian Group's credibility has been established, we can create other selling points. Others will easily choose us. When the time comes, don't worry. Zi Qiue and the others can shoot a few commercials. Isn't that great? That's fine. This is also the best path. Lin Ye nodded. Although monopolizing was indeed profitable, it was difficult. The most important problem was the lack of products. Why couldn't they monopolize and produce ordinary products? If they had the ability to do so, why not? Other companies didn't have the ability to do so, but Yixian Group had the capital. They were not afraid of losing money, and they wouldn't lose money. Anyway, for Lin Xian now, it was just about making money. Then, he would turn the entire Lin and city into his territory. By then, he would see who would dare to provoke him. Let's go home. Lin Xian. Okay. Then I'll go back with you. It just so happens that I want to take Lin Xian to a place tonight to meet some people, Murongqing said. Okay. Then, they returned home. At home, Lin Ye and Murongqing made lunch together. Lin Xian comfortably lay on the sofa and chatted with several girls. Sigh, who could stand this? Bai Xianxian also took the initiative to chat with Lin Xian. This Bai Xianxian was also an expert. She had been busy with the Azura Palace's matters recently. It was only during this period of time that she had some free time. Of course, she would chat with Lin Xian. Her original intention was to chat with Lin Xian about daily topics. However, she didn't know how to find a topic to talk about. Moreover, she was always the one looking for Lin Xian. Therefore, she would always start with a report about her work. After that, she would only report about her work. Now, on the Azura Palace's side, according to Lin Xian's request, the Azura Palace would temporarily focus their military strength and development on Lin and City. In the future, Lin and City would not only be the Yixian Group's headquarters, it would also be the Azura Palace's headquarters. For the time being, they would give up on the development of other cities and completely stabilize Lin and City.